Chapter 199 Target. 6th rank. Please subscribe, young master. I have made all the terms clear. But that Lin Yuan he still refused. Says he's not interested in the competitive arena. Bei Zhao, the elderly man in black dress, immediately said. Is that so? Huao rose from the throne, frowning slightly. He believed he had been more than generous, offering very high terms in all 5 tiers of the contract. Especially the lowest tier of the contract, which required only 100 years of Lin Yuan's service to Huao, would enable him to receive ample resources for nurture. For a 4th rank or 5th rank evolver, 100 years is not a long time, and to serve Huao? That is a blessing most ordinary evolvers could only dream of. Yet Lin Yuan had refused. This was an outcome Huao had never expected. Huao, exceeding 6th rank within the Hu family and a direct descendant of Humo, didn't know how many evolvers would take the initiative to pledge loyalty to him. But Huao didn't regard them highly. Now, having finally taken a liking to Lin Yuan, the latter didn't reciprocate the interest? What exactly is going on? Has the reputation of my Hu family fallen to such a degree? Huao was somewhat vexed. Kanglan Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan emerged from the underground training ground and called over Ho Ming, the captain of the guard troops. Greetings, Mr. Lin. 6th rank evolver Ho Ming said respectfully. I want to ask you about something. Lin Yuan sat in his seat, lightly tapping the armrest with his right hand. That member of Huao's forces had left directly after being refused by him, which piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. Are you familiar with the Hu family? Lin Yuan looked at Ho Ming and inquired. The Hu family? Ho Ming was slightly stunned, then nodded, saying, I know them, one of the 5 major powers in the Qikuan star domain. The strongest force in the Qikuan star domain is undoubtedly the Red Kuan lineage, which the entire star domain was named after. Beneath the Red Kuan lineage there are 5 major powers, and the Hu family is one of them. When the Star Lord had not long taken over the star domain, Humo brought his family, crossing several star domains, to settle in the Qikuan star domain. The Star Lord, acknowledging Humo's plight, handed over some of the trade in the star domain to the Hu family, which paved the way for them to become one of the 5 major powers today. Ho Ming spoke rapidly. Although he was an evolver secretly cultivated by the Red Kuan lineage, he was not oblivious to the outside world. Moreover, having lived long enough, he was aware of some information that had ceased to be common knowledge. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He understood now. In summary, that Humo was nothing more than the teacher's lapdog. Have you heard of Huao? Lin Yuan continued to inquire. If he remembered correctly, the one who had invited him to join was Huao. Huao? Ho Ming thought for a moment and replied, Is he Humo's youngest son? Humo had thousands of descendants, and it was only due to the exceptional memory of evolvers that one could remember so many names. Especially the names of the Hu family, which sounded quite similar, were easy to confuse for outsiders. Right. Just now he invited me to join his battle team to participate in the arena competition, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head. But I refused. That Huao dares? Ho Ming clicked his tongue in amazement, for Lin Yuan was one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage. Even Humo, the Ding Hai Divine Needle, would have to show respect upon meeting Lin Yuan. I guess it was Mr. Lin's performance in the arena that caught Huao's eye, hence his initiative to invite. After pondering for a while, Ho Ming said with a hint of emotion, The Hu family is a massive force, but the competition is also fierce. As Humo's youngest son, Huao was born thousands or tens of thousands of years later than his brothers. Even with the family's support, it's hard for him to catch up to his brothers, so he set his sights on the arena competition. If he can support a dark horse into the top 100 of the star domain level competition, Huao will undoubtedly earn a massive fortune. At that time, his position within the Hu family will rise along with his profits, and if he gains the favor of Humo, inheriting the position of the family head of the Hu family might not be impossible, Ho Ming whispered. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Those major families and forces appeared glamorous on the surface, but in reality the internal struggle was extremely severe. It was even to the extent of dying if one didn't advance. Unless Huao completely gave up and didn't care about power or wealth, he would have to compete with his thousands of brothers. It wasn't only the Hu family. The competition within the Red Kuan lineage was also extremely ruthless, with numerous standards set amongst the official and core members. Fail to meet the standards? Then step aside and let someone who can meet them take your place. Lin Yuan felt less strongly about this because he started at the level of a peak master, immediately standing at the very top of the Red Kuan lineage. Most of the Red Kuan lineage's hereditary resources were open to Lin Yuan. His task wasn't to compete with other disciples, but simply to continue his cultivation. Of course, Lin Yuan's such treatment was also won through competition, millions of heirs competing in the 7-star cave world. Even though Lin Yuan's starting point wasn't the highest, and there were 3 individuals with red patterns above him, in the end only Lin Yuan became one of the 13 peak masters. By the way, the outside world doesn't have a very good opinion of that Huao, who will stop at nothing until he gets what he wants. Mr. Lin, since you've rejected his invitation, I'm afraid he won't let it go easily. Chapter 200 Goal, 6th rank. Please subscribe. Understood. If Huao really goes too far, Mr. Lin can have the other peak masters step forward, then Huamo wouldn't dare to disobey the peak master's orders, Ho Ming reminded in a low voice. In front of the Red Kuan lineage, the Heiyu family is subservient and humble, which isn't to say that the Heiyu family isn't strong. Rather, it's because the Red Kuan lineage is too powerful, so the Heiyu family can only act in this way. But without the Red Kuan lineage, the Heiyu family would be the overlord overlooking a star domain, and of the 5 major forces, the other 4 wouldn't want to offend the Heiyu family unless absolutely necessary. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Only, unless it's the last resort, Lin Yuan wouldn't ask his senior brothers to intervene. At the level of the Heiyu family and the peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, every action was watched by countless eyes. If Lin Yuan, hiding his true identity, was practicing on Kanglan Star and got involved in the vortex of the peak masters and the Heiyu family, it could lead to certain beings deducing something. There are myriad evolution paths in the main world of the human alliance, among which is a type named divination. This type of evolution path can deduce conclusions from known information. The appointment of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage just took place, and countless forces from outside are guessing the true identity of the 13th peak master. If at this time a peak master intervenes and suppresses the Heiyu family, it would be a very obvious signal to those who are proficient in the divination type evolution path. Even if the senior brothers were extremely secretive, if in the end Huao inexplicably backed off, there would still be loose ends. Of course, those who evolved through this type of divination usually lack combat power and are mostly employed by the think tank of some major forces. Why exactly did Lin Yuan refuse me? Is it because the conditions I offered weren't high enough? On the throne, Huao was still pondering. During this time, while he was recruiting other evolvers, he couldn't stop thinking about Lin Yuan. He couldn't help remembering when he left his family to venture outside. His own father, Huamo, once gave him 2 choices. The first option was to take 10 trillion civilization coins from the family treasury. Afterward, the Heiyu family wouldn't provide much support, and if he wanted to return to the family and run for the position of clan leader, he must turn these 10 trillion civilization coins into 100 billion cosmic coins. The conversion rate between civilization coins and cosmic coins is 10,000 to 1. Meaning, Huao needed to earn 100-fold of 10 trillion civilization coins in wealth to qualify to return to the clan. The second option was to let the family's think tank plan out a complete business map for him. Huao only needed to eventually make 10 trillion civilization coins to return to the family and compete for the position of clan leader. In the end, Huao chose the second option. And the think tank of the Heiyu family planned a business map for him, rooted in arena competitions. The business map was detailed, with the think tanks of the Heiyu family painstakingly picking 223 evolvers under 100 years old. These 223 evolvers all have potential not discovered by ordinary people. As long as Huao signs these 223 evolvers and trains them for future tournaments, they are very likely to shine. And among these 223 evolvers, Lin Yuan was listed. Lin Yuan? Huao echoed the think tank's evaluation of Lin Yuan in his mind. Just over 20 years old, he stepped into 4th rank and is in the mid to late stage of the 4th rank. Trained and nurtured, Hell reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank before the next tournament, with hopes to step into the 5th rank before reaching 100 years old. With the strength of the 5th rank participating in the star domain level arena competitions, it's quite easy to break into the top 1,000. Huao must have this Lin Yuan. Huao looked down at his subordinates and said, I've heard that geniuses are proud. You went to invite him and were rejected, but if I personally invite him, might I succeed? Young master, dressed in a black suit, the elder Bei Zhao was slightly stunned. I'm not sure, but if the young master personally invites him, that Lin Yuan would surely be very moved? With Heiyuao's status, personally inviting an evolver with no background and no power, the latter would indeed be moved. After all, a personal invitation signifies importance and gives face. Virtual world. A small world specially opened up. All 12 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage had gathered here. At that moment, a figure appeared. It was Lin Yuan. My fellow seniors, my cultivation delayed me and I lost track of time. Lin Yuan's tone was apologetic as he apologized immediately. Since becoming the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, to maintain the bond among the peak masters, the eldest senior brother took the initiative to invite the other peak masters to gather together from time to time. Since it is in the virtual world, it's very convenient. A connection of consciousness is enough, and everyone usually arrives on time. Haha, our little junior brother is truly remarkable. He's not yet 100 years old and has already reached the 5th rank. Stepping into the 6th rank is just a matter of time, the eldest senior brother laughed heartily. Lin Yuan's advancement to the 5th rank was no secret, known to the Chiquan Star Lord and all 12 senior brothers. Our junior brother doesn't possess any special physiques or bloodlines, so breaking through to the 5th rank before the age of 100 is truly rare, the second senior brother nodded in approval. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, there indeed are many inconceivable geniuses. Not to mention 5th rankers under 100, even 6th rankers have appeared before. But these geniuses all have various physiques and bloodlines. Some are born at the 3rd or 4th rank or even the 4th or 5th rank. Their starting points are so high that there is no need for comparison. But Lin Yuan is different. Even though the 12 peak masters had not seen Lin Yuan in person, they knew from what they heard from the Chiquan Star Lord that Lin Yuan's physique and bloodlines did not have anything special. Given the pace of our junior brother's cultivation, he could attempt breaking through to the 6th rank in at most a few decades. Before breaking through to the 6th rank, our junior brother must be careful to choose a fundamental evolution path. The more suitable it is for oneself, the higher the soul's resonance, and the faster the transformation, the eldest senior brother earnestly advised. It might even aid significantly in the breakthrough from the 6th rank to the 7th rank in the future. Lin Yuan was firm in his heart. The eldest senior brother had always emphasized choosing the evolution path that was most suitable for oneself to transform through soul resonance, not necessarily the strongest. And what evolution path could be more suitable for Lin Yuan than the martial path evolutionary path from among the vast array of evolution paths mastered by human civilization? Given our junior brother's speed of cultivation, it's very possible for him to break through to the 7th rank. By then, I don't know whether we should change how we address him. The 3rd senior brother glanced at the 4th senior brother and the other 9 senior brothers. The 4th senior brother blinked. If our junior brother can break through to the 7th rank, it will strengthen the foundation of our Red Kuan lineage. I would be willing to change the way I address him. Old 3, stop teasing them, the 2nd senior brother shook his head. For a 6th rank evolver to break through to the 7th rank, they need a particular kind of opportunity. Even if Lin Yuan manages to break through to the 6th rank in a few decades, the step further into the 7th rank is not something easily achieved. Many extremity 6th rank evolvers remain stuck at this bottleneck for thousands or even tens of thousands of years until they die of old age. After an hour of conversation with his senior brothers, the gathering ended. Lin Yuan disconnected his consciousness from the virtual world and returned to reality. Central Continent Manor, underground training facility. Let's see the progress made during this period. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the degree of transformation of his soul. 20%? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. At this rate, it would take less than 2 years, just over a year, for his soul to achieve perfect resonance. Then he would step into the 6th rank, becoming a fallen star-level powerhouse that commands respect. Chapter 201. Mediocre talent, too arrogant, subscription requested. 5th rank evolvers who want to step into the 6th rank, the most important prerequisite is that their soul compatibility with their fundamental evolution path must reach a state of perfection. Once soul compatibility reaches 10 out of 10, the subsequent breakthrough is naturally a matter of course. However, it's easier said than done. Finding an evolution path that suits oneself, how is that an easy task? Sometimes, what seems compatible in early training may suddenly seem incompatible when reaching the 4th or 5th rank. Not compatible anymore. And those evolution paths that seem full of obstacles in early training, leading evolvers to give up prematurely, may end up being compatible later on? The Cosmic Human Alliance and the 3 goddesses encourage citizens to initiate and develop new evolution paths, even tilting resources towards this endeavor. apart from a supremely secret, unspeakable reason. It is to provide numerous evolvers with more choices. If one evolution path does not suit, then switch to another and yet another. With more options, the number of 6th rank evolvers naturally increases, and once there's a sufficient base of 6th rankers, 7th and 8th rankers will continuously emerge. This creates a virtuous cycle. As for that supremely secret, unspeakable reason, it affects the top powerhouses not just of human civilization but of the entire main world universe starry sky. The martial Tao evolution path is my own creation, highly compatible with my nature, so transforming soul compatibility for other evolvers is a huge problem. They might even waste hundreds or thousands of years on it. But for me it's just a walk in the park. Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. If he had chosen the Xian Huang evolutionary path as his fundamental evolution path, the advancement of his soul compatibility would definitely not have matched what it was now. In fact, Lin Yuan was not suitable for the Xian Huang evolutionary path, and he was completely reliant on his against heaven's understanding to cheat his way through. But in soul compatibility metamorphosis, against heaven's understanding would be of little help. It goes without saying that had he chosen the Xian Huang evolutionary path, he wouldn't even have taken the first step by now. After finishing his training, Lin Yuan walked out of the main building and onto the estate's grassy field. His parents were leisurely basking in the sun there, despite the various entertainment activities available in the virtual world. Lin Shouqing and his wife still preferred reality, and only occasionally visited the virtual world for some fun. Oh! In the sky, a streak of light was flying swiftly. Lin Yuan didn't need to look to know it was his sister Lin Yi. The evolution path that Lin Yi had chosen was the psychic evolution path. This evolution path was widely disseminated and did not pose difficult prerequisites to start training. One just needed higher mental strength than the average person. The psychic evolution path essentially develops an evolver's telekinetic power to interfere with reality. At the first and second layer, the attack mode of psychics is mostly physical. It involves using telekinesis to wield one or more weapons and then attacking the enemy. Similarly, psychics are among the few evolvers who can achieve alternative flight before reaching a higher rank. That is, by controlling a weapon telekinetically, standing on it, and then flying with the weapon. Of course, this form of flight, whether in terms of speed or stability, falls far short of true flight. Let's see how the training goes in the future. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He did not allow Lin Yi to train in martial Tao. No matter how much potential the martial Tao evolution path held, it was not suitable for everyone. After exchanging a few words with his family, Lin Yuan returned to the underground training area in the main building. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue refining the martial arts evolution system, the voice of the smart assistant suddenly came. Master. Mr. Ao from the Heyu family would like to see you. Heyu Ao? Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. After learning from Captain of the Guard Troops Ho Ming that Heyu Ao had a relentless personality, Lin Yuan realized that refusing the invitation from the elderly man in black, Bei Zhao, didn't mean the matter was over. Let's meet. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan still thought it best to meet and clear things up. With a well-established legal system and the three goddesses ruling from above, as long as Lin Yuan didn't agree, Heyu Ao couldn't do anything to him. The virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan met Mr. Ao from the Heyu family. He was only 1.5 meters tall but had dark patterns on his skin, emitting an aura of nobility standing there. It's said that the Heyu family's bloodline is not purely human race but contains different species' bloodline. This phenomenon is quite common in human civilization. Procreating with powerful different species might give birth to a peerless genius. Younger brother Lin Yuan, Heyu Ao greeted warmly. To recruit Lin Yuan and continue with the business plan laid out by the Heyu family's think tank, Heyu Ao had lowered his stance as much as possible. He longed to return to his family, longed to sit on the throne of the patriarch second only to one. Mr. Ao. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Both men took their seats. Heyu Ao didn't go straight to the point but instead diverted the topic. These years I've often watched arena competition videos and realized that our human civilization truly has so many talents. Like in the Dark Spirit Star domain, a peerless genius was born, awaking the Dark Elf bloodline and naturally feeling an extraordinary closeness to the laws of darkness. Such aptitude, casually cultivating any Dark Series evolutionary route, can easily transition from 5th to 6th rank during soul metamorphosis, and reaching the 7th rank in the future is also highly probable. TSK. Chapter 202, Mediocre Talent, Too Arrogant, Subscription Requested. _2 Heyu Ao said with a smile, Indeed, there are too many geniuses in the universe. Lin Yuan nodded, deeply agreeing. After becoming the 13th peak master under the Qikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan browsed through intelligence information from various regions of the universe. Given the vast population base, it was possible that incredibly monstrous geniuses could emerge. However, no matter how high their potential may be, geniuses are merely geniuses, not strong warriors. Every year, countless geniuses of human civilization are assassinated by different species. The more talented one is, the more they need to be patient and keep a low profile until they have achieved significant strength and stepped into the 6th rank. But no matter how talented, one still needs vast resources to support them. Otherwise, their talents can only go to waste. Huao looked at Lin Yuan. Right. Talent is important. Resources are very important as well. Lin Yuan nodded. Why has human civilization been able to produce one strong warrior after another? Isn't it because human civilization has always been in a state of expansion, constantly seizing a large number of resources from other species and then channeling them to their own strong warriors? Lin Yuan, my brother, you haven't joined any other forces yet, have you? Are you interested in joining under my command? Having said that, Huao immediately added, Lin Yuan, my brother, don't be too quick to refuse. 80 years, all I ask is that you serve under me for 80 years. Huao spoke earnestly. After 80 years, you are free to leave at any time. And during these 80 years, you can enjoy numerous resources that will smooth your evolutionary path. Many evolutionary paths? You could view any of the evolutionary paths collected by the Heiyu family, rare treasures of the universe, cosmic treasures, and countless evolution secret techniques. Lin Yuan, my brother, just say the word and I will collect and purchase them for you. Huao sincerely looked at Lin Yuan. In reality, most of the conditions he mentioned were empty promises. The various evolution paths collected by the Heiyu family? Even he had to pay a hefty price just to browse, let alone Lin Yuan, an outsider? But at this moment, Huao could no longer afford to care about these details. He had to secure Lin Yuan under his command first and talk about signing a contract. As for browsing the evolution paths of the Heiyu family, he had not mentioned how long it would take, had he? And serving for 80 years, Huao had not lied. After 80 years, Lin Yuan would be over 100 years old, ineligible to participate in the arena competitions, and Huao wouldn't mind letting Lin Yuan go. Serve for 80 years? Lin Yuan's face was expressionless. After 80 years, he estimated he would have already stepped into the 7th rank. Would he serve a disciple of the Heiyu family? I already suppressed them so much in the arena competition, yet Huao still values me this much and is so tenacious. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. He knew that Huao and those powerful financial families invited him solely because of his performance in the arena competition. However, Huao might have realized that Lin Yuan had hidden some of his strength during the arena competition, which is why he valued him so highly and extended a personal invitation. Lin Yuan, my brother, what do you think? Huao looked at Lin Yuan expectantly. He believed he had done enough, not only making a personal invitation but also offering more generous conditions, and even reducing the service time to 80 years. Mr. Ao? Looking at Huao, Lin Yuan said, I'm not interested in the arena competition, Mr. Ao. There's no need for you to spend your efforts on that. Ah. Huao was somewhat befuddled. Rejected. Lin Yuan had actually rejected him. Even after Huao had shown so much sincerity, he was still refused? Huao fell silent. The previously enthusiastic expression quickly turned cold. Huao was never a warm person in the first place. Everything just now had been a facade to show how much he valued the situation. But since Lin Yuan had outright refused, there was naturally no need to continue the pretense. Lin Yuan, are you sure about your decision? Huao asked once more. I'm sure. Lin Yuan nodded. As the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, it was simply impossible for him to join the Heiyu family, let alone Huao's command. Very well. Huao stood up. So much enthusiasm, so much attention, and it actually came in exchange for Lin Yuan's unhesitant rejection? This gave Huao the feeling of having his sincerity misplaced. In terms of importance, Lin Yuan was not the most important among the more than 200 evolvers under 100 years old in the think tank of the Heiyu family. But he was the first to explicitly reject the invitation of Huao. Ordinary talent, too arrogant. Huao took a deep look at Lin Yuan, whispered these words, and then his figure disappeared into his personal space. Considering the level of the Heiyu family, the talent of a 4th rank like Lin Yuan, who was under 100 years old, was not top-notch. Of course, it had nothing to do with ordinary talent. Nevertheless, He Yueo was annoyed and felt that Lin Yuan's arrogance was much heavier in comparison to his talent. He's still thoroughly offended. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No wonder the little disciple that teacher took 10,000 years ago would eventually expose his identity on his own initiative. Actually, facing the last few threats from He Yueo just now, Lin Yuan also wanted to reveal his identity as the peak master of Shisan. Then, watching He Yueo panic and beg for mercy on his knees, even He Yuemo, the 7th rank evolver of the Heyu family, would have to come and apologize. But if it came to that, the outcome of that little disciple teacher took 10,000 years ago might be what Lin Yuan would face afterwards. Detected by different species through subtle clues, then subjected to frenzied assassination attempts. I've been low-key enough. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. From becoming an evolver to now reaching the extreme of 5th rank, Lin Yuan had never left Kanglan Star and had tried as much as possible to avoid causing trouble. Which normal 5th rank evolver has not traveled through half of the star domain or several star domains. Although 5th rank evolvers cannot survive in space, human civilization's technology is strong enough to allow them to traverse the stars aboard space battleships. Even many 6th rank evolvers' primary mode of travel is to board battleships. This is also the mainstream mode of transportation in current human civilization. But Lin Yuan hasn't even left the planet to this day. And yet he was still sought out by He Yueo. If it were just an invitation from an ordinary financial power, it would have been just another rejection, but He Yueo came on behalf of the Heyu family, and the Heyu family is one of the 5 major forces in the Qikuan star domain. Actually, even if I reject He Yueo, it's highly unlikely that anything will happen. He Yueo, no matter how bold, probably wouldn't dare to make a move in reality, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The various laws and regulations of cosmic human civilization strictly forbid higher-rank evolvers from striking at other citizens without cause. If one violates this, severe punishment is assured. If He Yueo dared to strike at Lin Yuan in secret, he would have a hard time evading the investigation of the 3 goddesses afterward. He Yueo would pay a severe price if he didn't die, possibly implicating the Heyu family too. Just that, one fears not the 10,000 but the what if. What if He Yueo really went crazy? Lin Yuan considered things very comprehensively. After realizing that he had thoroughly offended He Yueo, he began contacting his eldest senior brother. As for why not the teacher? Should Lin Yuan have offended He Yuemo, the 7th rank evolver of the Heyu family, he might have sought help from his teacher. But He Yueo? He's not worth the teacher's intervention. The Qikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan's teacher, had already given him enough help. Lin Yuan did not want to trouble his teacher with such a small matter. Virtual world. Lin Yuan arrived in his eldest senior brother's personal space. The eldest senior brother was the earliest disciple taken by the Qikuan Star Lord. He was also the strongest disciple, stepping into 7th rank early on and has always been a role model for the other peak masters to learn from. Little junior brother? Why do you have time to seek me out? The eldest senior brother spoke warmly, looking at Lin Yuan with joy radiating from his face. Having accompanied the Qikuan Star Lord for the longest time, he knew well how much the Star Lord valued Lin Yuan. To the eldest senior brother, it was a good thing that Lin Yuan took the initiative to find him as it could strengthen the bond between brothers. Eldest senior brother, there is an issue for which I need your help, Lin Yuan started to speak. Chapter 203, The Robust Eldest Apprentice Brother, subscribe please. Lin Yuan recounted the incident with He Yueo to his eldest senior brother. How dare that youngest son of He Yuemo? The eldest senior brother shook his head. Even He Yuemo himself had to be respectful in front of him, let alone his youngest son? Little junior brother. How do you want to resolve this issue? The eldest senior brother asked casually. For him, the matter was indeed not difficult. Even extremely easy. The simplest way would be for him to personally contact He Yuemo. To tell him to keep his youngest son in line. Given the eldest senior brother's status, a single word would be enough to shake the Heyu family, and it was likely that He Yueo would be captured by his family the next day, perhaps even bound and brought to Qikuan main star to apologize. The eldest senior brother understood He Yuemo too well, very adept at weighing pros and cons, appraising situations. Of course, this method was not without its risks. That is, it might greatly expose Lin Yuan's true identity. If Lin Yuan chose this method before contacting He Yuemo, the eldest senior would suggest that Lin Yuan's true body go to Qikuan main star. Eldest senior brother, I still want to stay on Kanglan Star for a few more years, Lin Yuan said thoughtfully in a low voice. Before reaching the 6th rank, Lin Yuan wasn't keen on going to Chiquan Main Star. There were too many powerful beings there, even under the Chiquan Star Lord's very nose. Lin Yuan had quite a few secrets, such as the door to the myriad realms, such as the martial arts evolution system. Before the 6th rank, an evolver's soul had not yet fully bonded with a fundamental evolution path, and was prone to having their secrets perceived. Lin Yuan was not worried about the door to the myriad realms, since even the virtual world could not replicate it, and he estimated that the Chiquan Star Lord would not be able to detect the reality of the door to the myriad realms. But the martial path evolutionary path. Right now Lin Yuan's soul was slowly aligning with the martial path evolutionary path, at a critical moment. If the powerful beings on Chiquan Main Star noticed something, it would be a significant risk. With the current potential of the martial path evolutionary path, the exposure of its creator's identity would be far more severe than if Lin Yuan were to reveal his identity as the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage. Don't want to leave Kanglin's star? The eldest senior brother stroked his chin. This meant that he couldn't warn the Heiyu family openly. I know what to do now. The eldest senior brother nodded and looking at Lin Yuan said, Don't worry little junior brother. Just focus on your cultivation on Kanglin's star. That Heiyu will absolutely have no chance to make a move against you. And he will not be detected by those divination evolutionary path evolvers, capturing any information regarding little junior brother's true identity. The eldest senior brother's expression became slightly solemn. Divination evolutionary path evolvers, weak individually, wield considerable influence over the grand scheme of things. In the history of human civilization, there have been several top diviners who used the cosmic starry sky as a chessboard, and many peak clans as pawns, laying out their plans freely. It's just that top-level diviners are too rare, and the top diviners of human civilization are all stationed in the human central starfield, light years away, planning for other clans. Then thank you very much, eldest senior brother, Lin Yuan said earnestly. For the eldest senior brother to agree to Lin Yuan's request without hesitation from his lofty position was indeed precious. Even other 7th rank evolvers may not necessarily get the eldest senior brother to do them a favor. Between brothers, what's there to thank? The eldest senior brother said nonchalantly. I'm waiting for you, my little junior brother, to step into the 6th rank and join me for a drink. At Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, resolute in his heart. Although he was almost certain that Heiyu would not act rashly, he also had to consider the most extreme possibility. Getting the assurance from the eldest senior brother, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The 6th rank. As long as I can step into the 6th rank. My soul fully aligned with the martial path evolutionary path. Others will not be able to discern which evolution path I am cultivating. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 6th rank represented a qualitative transformation for Lin Yuan. This transformation related not only to strength but also to identity. As long as he stepped into the 6th rank, his ability to protect himself would greatly increase, and he could reveal his identity as the peak master of the 13th peak openly, appearing before everyone in his true form. No need to hide as he was now. In his personal space, Heiyu sat on the throne, his face dark. Young master. The elderly man dressed in a black suit named Bei Zhao appeared, bowing to Heiyu sitting on the throne above. That Lin Yuan he refused me, Heiyu said looking down at Bei Zhao. He refused even the young master's personal invitation? Bei Zhao's expression was one of astonishment. A personal invitation from a direct descendant of the Heiyu family was a great honor. How could Lin Yuan dare to refuse? So, young master, what do you plan to do? The black-suited Bei Zhao inquired tentatively. What do I plan to do? What do you think I should do? Heiyu asked. It's just a genius from a backward middle-grade life planet. His refusal of the young master's invitation is his own loss. There's no need for the young master to concern himself with it. Just continue to recruit other evolvers, Bei Zhao tentatively said. He implied it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble and not waste time on such a person. No, he is no ordinary genius, Heiyu growled. Lin Yuan was one of the 223 evolvers singled out by the think tank of the Heiyu family. They had the potential to shine in the star domain level tournament, earning vast wealth for Heiyu. Such a genius must be controlled by Heiyu himself. The young master must have Lin Yuan? Bei Zhao continued to inquire. Yes, Heiyu nodded. It's not difficult, just somewhat troublesome, Bei Zhao mused for a moment. Speak up, Heiyu's spirit rose. Since Lin Yuan is unwilling to join the young master's ranks, then force him to join, Bei Zhao stated. Chapter 204, The Steadfast Eldest Senior Brother, please subscribe. Understood. Coercion. Huao frowned. We can't violate the laws and regulations of the Alliance. The cost of violating the laws and regulations of the Alliance was enormous, and Huao, would only consider doing so at a critical moment. For instance, when competing for the position of clan leader. To do it for Lin Yuan, still wasn't worthwhile. Of course. Bei Zhao nodded. He too had never thought of violating the laws and regulations. The reason Lin Yuan is unwilling to join the young master's ranks is probably due to his feelings for Kanglan Star, his nostalgia for his homeworld. Bei Zhao began to speak. The homeworld indeed held a unique place in many evolvers' hearts. Powerful evolvers roamed the vast expanse of the universe, witnessing planets with diverse customs, but they only had one homeworld. Continue. Huao looked at Bei Zhao. Given that, we could start with Kanglan Star. Bei Zhao paused for a moment and then continued. If I remember correctly, the Heyu family has had quite a few trade dealings with Kanglan Star in past years? As one of the 5 major forces in the Chiquan Star domain, the Heyu family's extensive scale meant it had interstellar trade with most of the planets within the star domain. This was normal. Certain rare ores and scarce raw materials on Kanglan Star needed to go through the Heyu family's trade association to be quickly monetized. There were also various shopping channels that went through the Heyu family. You mean? Huao's eyes lit up. With the young master's status, he completely has the power to sever the family's trade with Kanglan Star. When that time comes, the young master can say that the family's refusal to trade with Kanglan Star is entirely due to that Lin Yuan's lack of appreciation. Bei Zhao smiled slightly. Unless something unexpected happens, Lin Yuan will inevitably endure the verbal and written condemnation of countless citizens of Kanglan Star, perhaps even become the sinner of the entire planet. By then, he will understand the young master's power and status, and will likely come over and submit of his own accord. Excellent, excellent. Huao's face showed a smile. Severing trade with Kanglan Star did not violate Alliance laws and regulations. After all, human civilization advocates free trade. If I don't want to trade with you, surely the 3 goddesses won't force us? This method might cost the young master some of his connections, as severing interstellar trade with Kanglan Star is a method that harms both sides. Bei Zhao cautiously inquired. Huao was still in the stage of being tested by his family and had limited resources and means at his disposal. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Huao shook his head. Severing trade with Kanglan Star could simply involve selecting other planets, merely increasing the cost somewhat. As someone of noble status, Huao certainly had that right. You may leave now. Huao looked down at Bei Zhao. Yes. The elderly man named Bei Zhao, dressed in a black suit, vanished into the distance. Sitting on the throne, Huao pondered for a while before starting to contact an elder. After a short while, a holographic screen appeared in front of Huao. A man dressed in a loose coat looked at Huao. Xiaoao, what do you need? The man in the loose coat asked indifferently. Second uncle. Huao had already risen from his throne and bowed respectfully. Second uncle, I want to sever all trade between our family and Kanglan Star. Huao stated his intention directly. Kanglan Star? The man in the loose coat pulled up information on the planet and furrowed his brow. It's just a middle-grade life planet. How did it offend you, Xiaoao? The man in the loose coat, a senior member of the Heyu family, was in charge of all the family's trade in the Dawn Star system. With a word from him, severing trade with Kanglan Star was a simple matter. I wanted to recruit a genius evolver from Kanglan Star to participate in the Star Domain level arena battle for me, but he refused. Huao said. Just for that. The man in the loose overcoat furrowed his brows tightly. If it were merely about failing to recruit the desired person and thus resorting to using the power of the Heyu family to oppress the other party, the man in the loose overcoat would be very disappointed with Huao. Second uncle, this person is very important to me. Huao gritted his teeth as he divulged the matters of the family's think tank. So it's a genius evolver selected by the think tank? The man in the loose overcoat's expression turned grave. Over tens of thousands of years, the Heyu family's think tank had accrued innumerable merits. Especially that chief of the think tank who had initially advised Heyu Mo to move the entire clan to the Chiquan Star domain. That was what led to the present glory of the Heyu family. Ill cut off trade with Kanglan Star. Little Ao, you must also try hard to show those in the clan. After speaking, the man in the loose overcoat ended the call with Huao. Mr. Lin, since you've rejected that Heiyuao's recruitment, the other party will definitely take follow-up actions. It's highly likely that they will tamper with the interstellar trade of Kanglin's star. Within the main building of the manor, Captain of the Guard Troops Ho Ming analyzed. I think so too. Lin Yuan nodded. His parents and younger sister were all in the manor. The whole family was under the protection of Kanglin Star's planetary defense system, and coupled with the surveillance from the goddess of wisdom, Heiyuao simply couldn't find a place to threaten Lin Yuan. With the influence of the Heiyu family, all they could do was cut off trade with Kanglin Star, then transfer the pressure onto Lin Yuan. That Heiyuao thinks that because I'm not accepting recruitment, I immensely value Kanglin Star and don't want to part with this place, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if they cancel trade with Kanglin Star and blame everything on you, Mr. Lin, at most it would just cause other citizens of Kanglin Star to have some opinions. As long as Mr. Lin doesn't mind these, it will be of no consequence. The captain of the guard troops stole a glance at Lin Yuan. In fact, while he made it sound simple, when one actually becomes the center of endless public opinion, the person in the midst of it all might feel differently. I won't mind it. Lin Yuan shook his head as he spoke. Even when he was the most vilified demon of the 5 domains known as Xiaohou Yuan during his 4th traversal, Lin Yuan didn't care, so why would he now? What we need to be cautious about now is, after Heiyuao cuts off trade with Kanglin Star and realizes that it doesn't affect you, Mr. Lin, whether they might make other extreme moves? A trace of worry appeared on Captain Ho Ming's face. People aren't AIs, they have emotions, desires, and thus, impulsiveness too. Ho Ming was worried that Heiyuao, driven to desperation, might take reckless actions, no matter how unlikely that possibility. It doesn't matter. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. He had already met the senior brother and informed him about Heiyuao's actions. The senior brother had also assured that nothing untoward would happen. I wonder what measures or methods the senior brother plans to use to defend against Heiyuao? Suddenly Lin Yuan felt a bit curious. The spaceship landing area of Kanglin Star. A bald, burly man stepped out. Ooh, is this Kanglin Star? The place where my junior brother grew up from childhood? The bald man took a deep breath, closed his eyes and savored the moment. If my junior brother wants to cultivate quietly on Kanglin Star without being disturbed by that Heiyuao, the most foolproof method is naturally for me to come over and personally sit in on Kanglin Star. With me on Kanglin Star, Heiyuao himself wouldn't dare make a fuss. After leaving the spaceship landing area, the bald man casually found a place to stay. With his strength, a single thought was enough to envelop the entire Kanglin Star, and not even the planetary defense system detected his presence. This avatar of mine, recently refined, is unknown to the outside world. With my true body situated on Chikuin main star, those divination-class evolvers unaware of this avatar can't possibly divine any useful information. The bald man gazed in the direction of the central mainland. He merely sensed the aura of the central mainland without probing deeper, so Lin Yuan wouldn't detect it. Just a few decades. As long as I can leave a good impression in my junior brother's heart, it's completely worth it. Now the bald man even hoped that Heiyuao would become more impulsive. At the very least, it would allow him to demonstrate his value and not make this trip in vain. Chapter 205. Double Protection. Please subscribe. Heiyuao, you'd better exert yourself. Best send over a 6th rank evolver team for me to crush to death. Then I can openly step in and save my little junior brother from danger. With that, wouldn't he be utterly moved? Boo-hoo-hoo. Lazily leaning against a roadside chair, the bald man relished the thought in his mind. Given his status, he could naturally warn the Heiyu family directly. But doing so would not fulfill his little junior brother's request to continue training on Kanglin Star for a few more years. A direct warning from a Red Kuan lineage Great Peak Master would certainly draw extensive scrutiny from powers within the star domain and the surrounding ones. For instance, what exactly happened that prompted a Great Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage to personally step forward and warn the Heiyu family? It turned out to be Heiyu Mo's little son. Such an insignificant figure, why would he catch the attention of a Great Peak Master? Oh, it's because this little son is using the Heiyu family's influence to suppress a talented evolver named Lin Yuan on Kanglin Star. A mere middle-grade life planet talent evolver, how could he draw the attention of a dignified Red Kuan lineage Great Peak Master? Once this conclusion is reached, it will definitely lead some to speculate whether Lin Yuan's true identity might be related to the 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage. Or even, could he actually be the 13th Peak Master? Of course, the above speculation might simply be one of many possibilities. However, as it concerns the mysterious 13th peak master, even a mere possibility or speculation, once known by different species, will not be overlooked. They would rather erroneously kill than allow the potential 13th peak master to rise. Of course, the bald man could also warn the Heiyu family and Heiyu Mo in secret. But if Heiyu Ao makes an illogical reaction afterward, such as suddenly sparing Lin Yuan or suddenly being recalled to the Heiyu family, it will still provoke reactions from the outside world. Those divination class evolvers will deduce useful information from minor news reports. And furthermore, the bald man didn't fully trust the Heiyu family. If he warned them in secret, external forces wouldn't know, but the Heiyu family would definitely be aware, right? What if they started harboring other thoughts? Thus, for the bald man, the most secure method was to personally stay on Kanglan Star. As long as he was there, no matter what changes occurred outside, even if Kanglan Star collapsed and the nearby constellation system was destroyed, he was confident he could ensure his little junior brother would not suffer any harm. Although his current body was a recently consolidated avatar, it was not much weaker than his original self. And since he had never revealed it before, the outside world was also unaware of this avatar, using it to protect his little junior brother, nor would some crafty divination class evolvers notice anything. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the underground training area. It's a pity. Since I uploaded the 5th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, the Goddess of Wisdom took the initiative to unlock my information blockade and forged a normal growth trajectory, Lin Yuan sighed. A blockade of information is both a protection and a warning. If someone wanted to deal with Lin Yuan and then check the information, finding it blocked would undoubtedly make them cautious. But for a citizen under an information blockade, if their significance exceeds a certain limit, then the information blockade has the flavor of giving oneself away. Indeed, citizens under information blockade are not limited to founders of evolutionary paths. There are talents in evolution, culinary arts, science research, art domains, and so on. But today's martial arts evolutionaries, having the potential to advance to the 8th layer, means that Lin Yuan may become a new evolution scholar in the future. Such important talent, if still under information blockade, once people look into it, would certainly draw attention and become a bit risky. How to truly protect a talent. That is to make this talent indistinguishable from ordinary people. Even if others checked Lin Yuan's information, they would only see the information made up by the Goddess of Wisdom, thinking that Lin Yuan is just an ordinary 4th rank evolver with potential, who may have a chance to step into the 5th rank in the future. Nothing more. As such, even if targeted, he wouldn't attract too much attention, not worth the different species paying a high price to assassinate. Of course, an evolver important enough for the Goddess of Wisdom to personally forge information would definitely be arranged for other protective measures. On the other side of Kanglan Star, a man of dwarfish stature was savoring gourmet food. Ah, this planet may be backward, but the food is not bad. The dwarfish man strolled casually, startling numerous young, beautiful female citizens who scurried away in fright. What's the matter? Never seen a member of the demonic mouse race before? The dwarfish man puffed out his round belly, utterly unconcerned. The demonic mouse race, one of the starbound ethnic groups that fully submitted to human civilization, had completely integrated into the human race over millions of years. However, they are still quite rare on some middle-grade life planets. The females on this planet really don't meet my standards, not nearly as adorable as those little potatoes from the demonic mouse race. After walking a bit, the dwarfish man stopped and glanced in the direction of the central mainland from afar. The Goddess of Wisdom has gone to great lengths to protect that person, forcibly transferring me from the border battlefield to carry out a secret mission, coming to this planet incognito as a bodyguard, the dwarfish man sighed. He, a 7th rank peak existence even on the border battlefield, could revel in slaughter, truly imposing. But now he had to roam aimlessly on a middle-grade life planet. Chapter 206. Double Protection. Please subscribe, _2. However, the more it happens, the more it proves the importance of that person. The goddess would not do something meaningless, nor would she waste Alliance resources, the dwarf thought to himself. The task assigned by the goddess is to protect that talented evolver named Lin Yuan until the 6th rank. The dwarf had also looked up information about Lin Yuan. Of course, the information he found had been disguised by the Goddess of Wisdom. Only some superficial information was available. This Lin Yuan, currently at the 4th rank, certainly has some talent and might step into the 5th rank, but the 6th rank? The dwarf felt he might need to stay on this planet for several hundred years. Just treat it as a rest. The dwarf decided not to think further. Half a month later, the Heiyu family gradually severed its trade with Kanglan Star. Suddenly, many corporate groups on Kanglan Star plunged into panic. These groups, all relying on trade with the Heiyu family for profit, found it unnerving that the Heiyu family would rather breach the contract and pay the penalty than continue relations with Kanglan Star. This naturally left these corporate groups somewhat frightened. What exactly is going on? Weren't we cooperating well before? Our group develops rare metals that only the Heiyu family can afford. If they leave, who do I partner with? The business circles of Kanglan Star were suddenly in an uproar, discussing animatedly. Mr. Heiyu Tsang, why would you want to sever trade with us on Kanglan Star? A director of one of the groups contacted a member of the Heiyu family responsible for trade with Kanglan Star. If only one or two companies stopped cooperation, it might be an emergency situation, but now, all Heiyu family business concerning Kanglan Star had been halted. Clearly, some higher-up was targeting Kanglan Star. Don't know. Your own actions on Kanglan Star and you still don't know? Heiyu Tsang, with a proud expression and frowning, asked. I really don't know. The corporate director looked helpless. Please enlighten me, sir. Maybe there's still a chance for remediation. Is there an evolver on your planet named Lin Yuan? Heiyu Tsang spoke assertively. This Lin Yuan dared to reject Mr. Ao's invitation. Our Mr. Ao was so sincere, offering such favorable conditions, yet he was rejected. Is he looking down on the Heiyu family? Your Kanglan Star has brought up such a citizen, so there's no need for the Heiyu family to continue cooperation with you. Having said that, Heiyu Tsang immediately cut off the communication. Lin Yuan. The corporate director felt a chill in his heart, obviously aware of who Lin Yuan was, the champion of the last combat tournament, a prominent figure on Kanglan Star. But now Lin Yuan had somehow offended the colossal Heiyu family? Lin Yuan was aware of the changes in public opinion on Kanglan Star. This Heiyu Ao is indeed using trade to pressure Kanglan Star, shifting all the public opinion pressure onto me? Lin Yuan browsed through the virtual world, thinking to himself. Now on Kanglan Star, the trend in public opinion had already started to blame Lin Yuan. Blaming Lin Yuan for why he rejected Mr. Ao's invitation? Blaming Lin Yuan for why he implicated Kanglan Star? Blaming Lin Yuan for why he still hasn't apologized to Heiyu Ao? All the weights of these speeches fell upon Lin Yuan's shoulders. The world's disdain. The pointing of 1,000 fingers. These were not enough to describe it. Does Heiyu Ao think that because I am young and lack experience, I cannot withstand the public opinion pressure from billions of people? Ending up begging for his mercy? A trace of derision appeared on Lin Yuan's face. In fact, an ordinary person, even a 4th-rank evolver, might indeed not be able to withstand this immense pressure. But Lin Yuan was no ordinary person. Having experienced 4 passages through time and the passage of 700 to 800 years, if Lin Yuan couldn't bear this much pressure, then those passages would have been in vain. Breaking the situation is rather simple. Just use the influence of the Red Kuan lineage. However, doing so would mean I'd have to head to the Chikuan main star earlier, and the secrets of the martial path evolutionary path might also be exposed. Lin Yuan's face was calm as his thoughts flowed. Besides, the best tactic was naturally to ignore the external pressures. Just by advancing to the 6th rank, all his troubles and dilemmas would naturally resolve themselves. Songlan Star Virtual World. Governor Song Weiyang took the lead to discuss with the directors of many current groups a strategy concerning the severed trade ties with the Heiyu family. Let's talk. What's the situation now? Governor Song Weiyang sat in the chief seat, looking at everyone participating in the meeting. Governor Song, the Heiyu group has voluntarily cut off contact. Although they've compensated us with the standard breach of contract fee as per the agreement, this fee can only solve our problems temporarily. The most important matter now is to find new trade partners. However, the influence of the Heiyu family is too vast. They would rather pay the breach of contract fee than maintain their relationship with Kanglan Star, which discourages other powers from getting close to us. The Heiyu family has abandoned the trading planet. Other powers taking over? Is that a declaration of hostility toward the Heiyu family? It is exactly this concern that even if the group powers on Kanglan Star offered the lowest prices and gave up most of their profits, no one would come forward to take over. In the Chikuan Star domain, the Heiyu family is one of the 5 major colossal powers, even showing a trend of rising above the other 4 great powers. What worries me is that as time passes, other powers trading with our Kanglan Star will gradually withdraw as well. An elder spoke up, expressing his concerns. When the walls fall, the masses push. This saying remains true through the ages. Once this scene truly unfolds, if Kanglan Star's trade channels are completely blocked, it might potentially fall to the status of a low-grade life planet. I understand. What are your proposed solutions? Governor Song Weiyang sighed softly and continued. The simplest solution would naturally be for Lin Yuan to actively apologize to Mr. Ao of Heiyu, a participant said in a low voice. As soon as he spoke, everyone else immediately nodded. Only if Lin Yuan submits to Mr. Ao of Heiyu will the crisis of Kanglan Star naturally cease to exist, and trade with the Heiyu family will also be restored. If Mr. Lin is unwilling, what can I use to force him? Discuss other methods. Governor Song Weiyang shook his head. This method was indeed the simplest, yet it was the most difficult. Lin Yuan, being a 4th-rank evolver and a champion of the arena contest, was a genius. If pushed too hard, he might just emigrate to another planet. Wouldn't Kanglan Star then suffer both the loss of a talent and its troops? Another method would be to continue looking for new trade partners. In the Chikuan Star domain, there certainly exist powers not intimidated by the Heiyu family, someone sighed. This method, however, how easy could it be? Are trade partners just found that easily? And now that Kanglan Star has been blacklisted by the Heiyu family, convincing other powers to cooperate, risking offending the Heiyu family, will definitely require substantial sacrifices. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Glancing outside the main building, although he was unaffected by public opinion, his parents and Lin Yi evidently felt somewhat despondent, probably having seen the online comments targeting Lin Yuan. Cutting off someone's financial road is like killing their parents. Even if Lin Yuan is a 4th-rank evolver, even if Lin Yuan is an arena contest champion, there are still people who dare to curse Lin Yuan online. Of course, that's limited to the internet. So far, Lin Yuan had not encountered unidentified citizens near the manor. Given Lin Yuan's strength and status, they only dare to curse online. Real-life confrontation? Against a 4th-rank talented evolver? That would require the strength of a 5th-rank evolver at least. And a 5th-rank evolver would not likely offend Lin Yuan over this matter. Just wait a little longer. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. As long as he reached the 6th rank, everything would be over. Just as Lin Yuan was about to seclude himself, his intelligent assistant suddenly alerted him. Master, someone is looking for you. Who? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. It's Fang Qing. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. He immediately clicked the accept request button. Shortly after, Fang Qing appeared in front of him. But even before Fang Qing's figure had fully crystallized, curses already filled the air. That damned Heiyu, how dare he take advantage of my absence to oppress Kanglan Star? Who gave him the courage to do this? Chapter 207. The door to the Myriad Realms energy storage completed. 5th time travel? Please subscribe. Personal space. Fang Qing cursed and swore continuously. His words were filled with disdain and contempt for Heiyu. He had used his family's power to pressure Lin Yuan, an evolver, even involving the whole Kanglan Star to force Lin Yuan into submission. In Fang Qing's view, this was beneath his dignity and was a disgrace to the Heiyu family. Lin Yuan, rest assured, I've roughly got the gist of the matter. Fang Qing looked at Lin Yuan and began to speak. Since passing the test of the 7-star cave, Fang Qing had taken a spacecraft from the Red Kuan lineage to the Chikuan main star. Once there, Fang Qing had a lot to do, and his interaction with Lin Yuan had decreased. After all, joining the Red Kuan lineage didn't mean total peace and comfort. As a member of the Red Kuan lineage, Fang Qing had to face various competitions, leaving him with little spare time. I indeed do not want to become a subordinate of Heiyu. Lin Yuan shook his head and said. I know. Fang Qing nodded. Leave this matter to me. Fang Qing spoke with confidence. He was now a member of the Red Kuan lineage. And the Red Kuan lineage was the undisputed dominion of the Chikuan Star domain. Any evolver even slightly associated with the Red Kuan lineage was set to soar to great heights. How much more so for Fang Qing, a formal member of the Red Kuan lineage? Well, start with diplomacy and if necessary move to force. Let's talk after meeting Heiyu. Fang Qing said calmly. If by his intervention Heiyu could be persuaded to stop targeting Kanglan Star, then all would be well and good. If Heiyu was unwilling, Fang Qing had ways to resolve the issue. Thanks. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude with slight emotion. Facing the oppression of the Heiyu family, Lin Yuan remained fearless because he knew his true trump card. But Fang Qing was unaware of it. Despite the overwhelming public pressure on Kanglan Star at present, Fang Qing still resolutely stood on his side, which could certainly be considered loyal. Next. In front of Lin Yuan, Fang Qing dialed He Yuao's contact. After a short while, the figure of He Yuao appeared before Fang Qing. "Brother Fang, long time no see." He Yuao looked at Fang Qing with a smile on his face. In this session of the 7-star cave trials, only a little over 300 evolvers passed, and the Heyu family, being part of the Red Kuan lineage, naturally remembered these 300 clearly. Even during the recent celebration by the 13 Peak Masters, Fang Qing and the other new members of the Red Kuan lineage had interacted with the Heyu family and other powers, where He Yuao had exchanged a few words with Fang Qing. "He Yuao, let's skip the pointless chatter." Fang Qing got straight to the point. "Do you know where I come from?" "What do you mean, Brother Fang?" The smile quickly disappeared from He Yuao's face. He obviously knew that Fang Qing came from Kanglin Star, but so what? He's only targeting Lin Yuan. All Lin Yuan has to do is bow his head to him, and the pressure on Kanglin Star will stop. In the grand scheme, Kanglin Star might lose some economy, but it wouldn't harm the overall situation. Lin Yuan is my best friend and brother. Kanglin Star is also my home planet. Withdraw your petty schemes. Fang Qing started talking. "Oh." He Yuao's expression remained unchanged. "What schemes? I have no idea what you're talking about." "Still pretending?" Fang Qing scoffed. "You instructed the Heyu family's high levels to interrupt trade with Kanglin Star and spread that all of this is because Lin Yuan did not accept your offer. Do you really think I can't see through such tricks?" "Brother Fang, you've misunderstood. Interrupting trade with Kanglin Star was the family leadership's decision. They think it's inappropriate to continue cooperation with Kanglin Star. What does that have to do with me?" Heyu Ao vehemently denied responsibility. No matter what, he could not leave any evidence. Fang Qing was from the Red Kuan lineage, and even as just an ordinary member, he didn't want to get into a direct conflict with him. After all, interrupting trade with Kanglin Star was legal and legitimate. Even the Goddess of Wisdom could not find fault with it, so Fang Qing could not get a hold of any leverage over him. "Heyu Ao, are you sure you want to be my enemy?" Fang Qing stared at Heyu Ao, asserting each word distinctly. "Brother Fang, what's this about being enemies? I don't have that kind of power." Heyu Ao shook his head as he spoke. "Fine." Fang Qing immediately ended the call with Heyu Ao. "This Heyu Ao, he's completely unyielding." Fang Qing rolled his eyes. It seems Lin Yuan's charm is indeed too great, making Heyu Ao risk offending the Red Kuan lineage rather than conceding. But it's not a big problem. Fang Qing stood up, looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, just wait for my good news." Having said that, Fang Qing disappeared from the spot. As Lin Yuan watched Fang Qing leave, he fell into deep thought. He had somewhat neglected Fang Qing's presence. It could be said that any person from the Red Kuan lineage intervening to help Lin Yuan deal with the Heyu family's oppression would draw the attention of many powers, putting Lin Yuan at risk of having his identity exposed. But Fang Qing was an exception. Because Fang Qing also was from Kanglin Star, and had participated in tournaments with Lin Yuan, the two had a considerable connection. Now that Lin Yuan was being targeted by the Heyu family, and Fang Qing had joined the Red Kuan lineage and possessed the capability to solve the issue, his help would not raise suspicions. Even the most skilled diviners would not deduce anything, finding it entirely normal and reasonable. Within a magnificent palace, Heyu Ao sat on the throne. "Young master, to show such disregard for Fang Qing's position, might it not be?" Bei Zhao, having witnessed the entire process, showed a look of worry on his face. "Don't worry. That Fang Qing is just an ordinary member of the Red Kuan lineage, he can't represent the entire Red Kuan lineage." Heyu Ao shook his head and said, "And I didn't confront him directly, there's no telling evidence. What can they do to me?" If it were a core member of the Red Kuan lineage, Heyu Ao would perhaps have to swallow his pride and yield, but a mere ordinary member? Especially one who had recently joined the Red Kuan lineage. Chapter 208. Door to the Myriad Realms Energy Storage complete. 5th Traverse? Seeking subscriptions. _do. Heyu Ao didn't think there would be any hidden dangers. As long as he could successfully return to his family and take the Patriarch's throne, then everything would be worth it. Chikuan Prime Virtual World. Within a temporarily established manor world, Fang Qing, along with over 300 other silhouettes, sat before a huge round table. These 300-plus silhouettes were all evolvers who joined the Red Kuan lineage with Fang Qing. They were the ones who passed the tests of the 7-star cave. In the Red Kuan lineage, with the 13 peak masters high above, the backgrounds of the members below varied greatly. Hence, members who joined in the same batch often had a closer relationship, After all, they were from the same class. Fang Qing, since you've called us here, get to the point. Indeed, with our relation we speak frankly. Before the round table, one evolver after another spoke up. But the majority remained silent, not taking a stance. Among them were the silver-haired woman Yin Ling, a male member of the Tri-Eye clan, and the nearly 3-meter-tall strong man. As the earners of the red patterns in the 7-star cave test, even after joining the Red Kuan lineage, these three held a not insignificant status. They had been invited purely based on the face of having joined the Red Kuan lineage in the same batch. Everyone. Fang Qing looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "My home, Kanglan Star, is currently being suppressed by the Heiyu family. They interrupted trade with Kanglan Star and implemented despicable economic sanctions. I implore you all to persuade the forces behind you to trade with Kanglan Star." Fang Qing spoke earnestly. The worst impact of the Heiyu family cutting off trade with Kanglan Star wasn't the loss of the Heiyu family as a partner. It was a series of subsequent negative effects. Other forces, upon seeing the Heiyu family pulling out, might follow suit. To stem this tide, the only way was to swiftly rebuild trading channels with other powers. The other powers mentioned here, first and foremost, must not be afraid of the Heiyu family. Only with the restabilization of trading relations could Lin Yuan be taken out of the center of public opinion. Many evolvers here were formal members of the Red Kuan lineage, and the forces behind them naturally didn't care much for the Heiyu family. So that's the situation. The despicable Heiyu family. Using their size as a weapon, they bully the weak everywhere. Brother Fang Qing, I'll definitely help you with this. Before the round table, many evolvers shared a common enemy and readily pounded their chests in promise. Of course, the reason these evolvers said so was completely because of Fang Qing's face. By agreeing to help Fang Qing at this moment, it meant that he owed them a favor, and in the future Fang Qing would have to help them as best as he could. Kanglan Star? At this time, the male member of the Tri-Eye clan spoke up. If my memory serves me right, wasn't this whole issue caused by Heiyu Ao of the Heiyu family trying to recruit Lin Yuan, who refused, resulting in these events? Fang Qing, you just need to wait for a while. As soon as Lin Yuan bows his head on his own, the trade sanctions against Kanglan Star will disappear. Are you sure you want to use so many favors just to help your friend? The male member of the Tri-Eye clan looked at Fang Qing with interest. The other evolvers at the round table also turned their attention to Fang Qing. They didn't care if the Heiyu family bullied the weak. The reason so many evolvers went along with what Fang Qing said was entirely for the sake of a favor. After all, this incident wasn't much for them, just the addition of a trade route. Under the gaze of everyone, Fang Qing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the advice of his old teacher, the white-bearded old man, when he first heard about the plight of Kanglan Star. Help, you must help. Even if it leads to bankruptcy, you must help. The white-bearded old man understood the whole story and couldn't help but roar. Huh. Fang Qing was taken aback. He had thought about helping and had even started to think of an escape route for Lin Yuan. But to see the white-bearded old man so excited, he was somewhat puzzled. Fool. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. Tell me, if you hadn't joined the Red Kuan lineage facing the recruitment by Heiyu Ao, would you have accepted? The white-bearded old man asked in return. I should probably have accepted. Fang Qing thought it over carefully and nodded. Not having joined the Red Kuan lineage meant that he had no backing. Facing such a colossal entity like the Heiyu family, there was no way to resist or refuse. Unless he spent his life staying on his planet and never venturing out, the moment he left to explore or travel, he would have to watch out for the Heiyu family taking action against him. Then you tell me, is your brother Lin stupid? The white-bearded old man continued to question. Lin Yuan is, of course, not stupid, Fang Qing said without hesitation. What do you mean? Fang Qing suddenly realized. If Lin Yuan isn't stupid, yet he made a decision that seems foolish, what do you think is the reason? The bearded old man led the way. Lin Yuan has other trump cards up his sleeve. He doesn't take the Heiyu family, no Heiyu Ao, seriously, Fang Qing said excitedly. At least you have some brains. The bearded old man said contentedly, by helping your brother Lin now, you are providing timely help, do you understand? I'm certain. At the round table, Fang Qing looked at the many evolvers and nodded as he spoke. Anyone who helps me today, I will promise a favor in return. If there's any issue in the future, just come to me directly. Seeing this, a Tri-Eye clan man snorted coldly and immediately disappeared. He was too lazy to get involved in these trivial matters, and he valued Fang Qing's promise of a favor even less. However, aside from the Tri-Eye clan man and a few others, the majority of evolvers still gave Fang Qing face. Even the silver-haired woman Yin Ling promised to have a word with the force behind her. After all, this matter was of no difficulty to them and helping out wouldn't cost them much. Virtual world, private space. He Yuao's expression was gloomy. Damn it, He Yuao's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that Fang Qing would willingly owe so many favors for Lin Yuan, and ask so many fellow students to establish trade relationships with Kanglin's star. He Yuao felt somewhat helpless. He originally thought that Fang Qing was just playing around, putting on a show for Lin Yuan. But he didn't expect Fang Qing to genuinely stand up for Lin Yuan and pay such a high price. And the Red Kuan lineage, are they really that united to oppose the Heyu family along with Fang Qing? He Yuao's face became even more sullen. Young master. What should we do now? Below in the Great Hall, Beizhao tentatively asked. What to do? What else can we do? Do I dare to go against the great Red Kuan lineage? He Yuao waved his hand. If I dare to do that, I would be forcibly taken back by the family. Playing dumb in front of Fang Qing was one thing, which didn't lead to serious consequences, nor did it have much to do with the Red Kuan lineage. But now, if he dared to meddle further, he would truly become an enemy of the Red Kuan lineage. With so many formal members of the Red Kuan lineage stepping forward, He Yuao naturally knew what to do. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan finished his cultivation and glanced at the internet. The influence of the Heyu family has essentially been eradicated. Lin Yuan stepped out of the underground training field. In the past half year, as many members of the Red Kuan lineage had come forward and persuaded their respective forces to establish trade with Kanglin's star, the influence of the Heyu family naturally dwindled. As for the curses against Lin Yuan on the internet, they had long since faded into oblivion. It was as if the entire event had never happened. This is human nature. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He wasn't bothered by it, but his parents' and sister's mood had obviously improved significantly recently. Half a year's time, soul compatibility. Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, beginning to sense the level of his soul compatibility. Half a year ago, his soul compatibility had reached 20%. Now, after 7 to 8 months of continuous refinement of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan was beginning to feel that his soul compatibility was about to reach perfection. 85%. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. An 85% soul compatibility meant he was in the latter phase of transformation, getting very close to stepping into the 6th rank. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to continue his cultivation to perfect the martial arts evolution system and increase his soul compatibility, suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Because, deep in his mind, the grand and imposing door to the myriad realms at the edge had been completely illuminated. Chapter 209 Rejection. Subscribe please. The moment the outer region of the door to the myriad realms lit up, Lin Yuan knew. Is it possible to travel now? Lin Yuan's mind went to the depths of his consciousness, gazing at that majestic and grand door to the myriad realms. Just now. Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. He was at a critical period, transitioning from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. The soul compatibility had already reached 85%, very close to perfection. Increasing the soul compatibility required Lin Yuan to devote all his energy to enlightenment and the perfecting of the martial path evolutionary path. If he were to travel now, with his consciousness descending into other worlds, it would be equivalent to halting the process of soul evolution. After the trip, when Lin Yuan stepped into the 6th rank in a foreign world and returned to the main world, he would still need to spend time and energy to complete the last part of his soul compatibility. What Lin Yuan truly worried about wasn't the above. Rather, abruptly ceasing the soul evolution could lead to some undesirable outcomes, such as soul compatibility not progressing but regressing, or the speed of compatibility suddenly slowing down, etc. In the long years of human civilization in the universe, some 5th rank evolvers, while matching their souls with their evolution paths, experienced various interruptions due to accidents. When they restarted the evolution and compatibility, they found that the speed and efficiency of soul compatibility were significantly affected. Forget it. I will travel after completing the soul transformation into the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's expression revealed a brief contemplation, and finally, he made up his mind. Delaying the travel wouldn't cause any loss to Lin Yuan. The door to the myriad realms would still continue to accumulate energy. Just like a 10-liter cup constantly dripping water into it, the moment the water in the cup reached 1 liter, Lin Yuan could travel. The instant he traveled, it would consume that 1 liter of water. But if he chose not to travel, that 1 liter of water wouldn't disappear. It would still remain in the cup, not affecting the subsequent increase of water in the cup. Theoretically, Lin Yuan could wait for years and travel continuously. Or try other functions of the door to the myriad realms, like what uses would there be after lighting up the core region. Outside Kanglan Star. A spaceship slowly stopped, undergoing star platform security inspection. "Boss, we've arrived at Kanglan Star, we've reached our destination." Inside the ship, a green-haired young man excitedly said, "It's my first time leaving my home planet. Kanglan Star must have many fun places, right?" "Fun?" A green-haired middle-aged man opened his eyes and sighed. "You'll see how painful it is to be stationed on such a middle-grade life planet for a long time." The green-haired middle-aged man glanced at the green-haired young man. "Ah, painful?" The green-haired young man blinked in surprise. "Could it be something good?" The green-haired middle-aged man scoffed. "The various entertainment activities, welfare benefits, and the supply of cosmic energy on a middle-grade life planet, can they compare to those on a higher-grade life planet? This time, if it wasn't for the young lattice orders to establish a trade outpost on Kanglan Star, I wouldn't have wanted to come here." The green-haired middle-aged man sighed again. "Yes, it said that a genius evolver from Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan, rejected He Yuao's recruitment, causing the whole Kanglan Star to be targeted and suppressed. Fortunately, another genius evolver from Kanglan Star, Fang Qing, joined the Red Kuan lineage. Fang Qing and Lin Yuan have a deep relationship, so Fang Qing, for Lin Yuan's sake, sought the help of the young lady and other Red Kuan lineage evolvers, trying to rebuild the trade channels. The green-haired youth obviously did his homework before coming. It's his first time leaving his homeland planet, naturally he must prepare thoroughly. Fang Qing is really considerate." The green-haired young man said somewhat enviously. "Who wouldn't hope to have such a friend who would stand up for them when they are being oppressed and bullied?" "Indeed. Fang Qing is loyal, but that Lin Yuan, he simply doesn't recognize favors." The green-haired middle-aged man shook his head. With Mr. Ao's status personally recruiting, showing respect and humility, yet Lin Yuan even dared to refuse, recklessly implicating the entire Kanglan Star. Such a person is extremely selfish in nature. Without Fang Qing's help, his future would definitely be miserable. The green-haired middle-aged man slowly said. His view was also the view of most people, especially those assigned to establish the trade station, who harbored some resentment towards Lin Yuan. "That is true," the green-haired youth nodded slightly. He had been taught by his family from a young age to sacrifice everything for the family when necessary. If he was in Lin Yuan's position, he would never make such self-centered decisions. Actually, there's no need to wait for later. As Fang Qing just joined the Red Kuan lineage, remembering his friendship with Lin Yuan, but as time passes with the help of the Red Kuan lineage, Fang Qing will soar, stepping into 5th rank, stepping into 6th rank. But Lin Yuan, even though he is a once-in-decades evolution genius from Kanglan Star, will most likely stop at the 5th rank. As the gap in strength between the two grows larger, can their friendship still be maintained? How could a dragon ever be friends with an ant? The green-haired middle-aged man shared his thoughts. In hundreds, thousands of years, Fang Qing's fondness for Lin Yuan will naturally fade. The green-haired middle-aged man said calmly. Indeed. Peers of the same strength level can't become friends. The green-haired young man nodded in agreement. Central Continent Manor, main building. I must achieve perfection in soul compatibility transformation as soon as possible. Since the door to the myriad realms could enable travel at any time, Lin Yuan thought about hastening the speed of his soul compatibility. Perhaps I could spar with other strong evolvers. Chapter 210 Rejected. Please subscribe. _2. Lin Yuan appeared pensive. Sparring with evolvers of different evolution paths had significantly increased the efficiency of Lin Yuan's enlightenment. Especially in terms of perfecting martial Tao, since Lin Yuan intended to transcend the limitations of Taiyin, accommodating all the Daos in the world, then exchanging blows with numerous evolvers, sensing their Daos and paths, evidently had a certain progressive effect. Might as well, since I'm free anyway. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered the arena area. The virtual world contained many areas: living areas, trading areas, central plaza areas, and the arena area. The arena area was specially designed for evolvers to spar with each other. Every session of the Cosmic Human Alliance's arena competition was held in the arena area. Of course, only evolvers under 100 years old could participate in the arena competition. As for those over 100, those truly powerful evolvers, 5th rank, 6th rank? If they wished to spar, they would choose the arena area. Registering, strength. 5th rank, 12 segments, beginning soul fusion metamorphosis. Identity, hidden. Lin Yuan entered the arena area, disguised as a wandering evolver traveling through the universe, and began selecting opponents. This person has been undergoing soul fusion metamorphosis for over 200 years, almost reaching 90% fusion, applying for a challenge. And this person from the Wanyang lineage, a core holy son, no less significant than a Red Kuan lineage peak master, applying, unique physique, noble bloodline, about to step into 6th rank? Apply for a challenge quickly, otherwise once he reaches 6th rank I won't be able to apply. Lin Yuan spent half a day selecting over 100 opponents. These 100+ opponents were carefully chosen by Lin Yuan, and even if their strength didn't match his, the difference wasn't much. They could definitely put pressure on Lin Yuan. And the evolution paths of these people were extremely rare and special, which had a good stimulating effect on Lin Yuan. After applying for challenges one by one, Lin Yuan began to wait. At this moment, the voice of the smart assistant rang. Master, Governor Song Weiyang would like to see you. Virtual world, personal space. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Before long, Song Weiyang also materialized in front of him. We've finally gotten over this crisis without any danger. A trace of relief appeared on Song Weiyang's face. As a planetary governor, if Kanglan Star experienced economic regression or other negative impacts during his tenure, it would cause a disastrous blow to his political achievements. Fortunately, everything had ended. Under Fang Qing's leadership, numerous powers began to retrade with Kanglan Star, and even through these connections, Kanglan Star unexpectedly embarked on a development beyond what was anticipated. It was a blessing in disguise. If it hadn't been for Lord Fang Qing this time, we really would have been in trouble. Governor Song Weiyang said. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't feel much of it himself. Even if the outside criticism was loud, he could ignore it all. But his parents and sister had to endure some cyber violence, so Fang Qing's willingness to stand up, even though he didn't bring substantial help to Lin Yuan, at least eased the psychological pressure on the family. For this, Lin Yuan was quite grateful. Lord Fang Qing stepping in was entirely out of the friendship with you, Mr. Lin. I hope you'll interact more in the future. Governor Song Weiyang suggested with an implication. The implication was that he hoped Lin Yuan would get closer to Fang Qing, because there was no guarantee that Fang Qing would be willing to step forth next time. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. He knew that Song Weiyang's words had no malice, they were entirely from his own perspective. Having finally held on to a powerful benefactor, it was natural to hold on tightly, especially members of the Red Kuan lineage like Fang Qing, who might become significant figures of the entire star domain in the future. Song Weiyang chatted with Lin Yuan for a while and then got up to leave. Now that Kanglan Star's trade routes had just been rebuilt, too many issues required his attention as the governor. Disconnecting his consciousness from the virtual world, Lin Yuan walked out of the main building to the grass field outside. Brother. Sister Lin Yi, standing on a shield-shaped weapon and using her thought power to control it, flew over. That Heiyuao really is petty, pressuring Kanglan Star just because you didn't accept his offer. Well, isn't he embarrassed now? Lin Yi couldn't help but comment. But it's good brother's friend is capable. Many of my girlfriends are envious of brother for having made such a great friend. Lin Yi continued. Is that so? Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. In this period, along with the quelling of public opinion, Lin Yi had also gotten some of her resentment out. Virtual world. Fang Qing and Lin Yuan sat facing each other. There isn't much left to worry about, Fang Qing said. Heiyuao doesn't seem to be causing any trouble right now, they probably don't dare to come up with any ideas. Having said this, Fang Qing stared at Lin Yuan and continued, Big brother Lin, are you interested in joining the Red Kuan lineage? I will have a referral spot available soon which I can give to you. The channels for joining the Red Kuan lineage weren't limited to the challenges of the 7-star cave, there were many official means of entry. Referral was one of the simplest. Every 100 years, every official member of the Red Kuan lineage gets one chance to refer. That is to recommend other evolvers to join the Red Kuan lineage. Of course, evolvers who join the Red Kuan lineage via referral are only the lowest tier peripheral members. They must pass numerous challenges to continue staying with the Red Kuan lineage. Naturally, even with a referral for most evolvers, it's an opportunity that's hard to come by. After all, this is the Red Kuan lineage, the supreme ruler of the Qikuan star domain. Even just staying inside for a few years is a brag-worthy qualification. Referral? Lin Yuan fell into thought. As the peak master of Chicken's rigorous 13 peaks, did he even need a referral? Big brother Lin, what do you think? Although Fang Qing did not know the source of Lin Yuan's confidence to reject the recruitment offer from Huao, due to their relationship, Fang Qing still wanted to give Lin Yuan a helping hand. With Big Brother Lin's direction after joining the Red Kuan lineage, although only as a peripheral member with my support and your talent, becoming an official member later on won't be difficult, said Fang Qing. Fang Qing considered Lin Yuan's situation thoroughly. Let's talk about it another time, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Okay. Fang Qing nodded. Young master, the 222 evolvers you intended to recruit have all agreed and signed the contract, said the old man in a black suit, Bei Zhao, respectfully addressing Huao, who sat upon the throne. Then proceed with the next step in the plan, to provide specialized training for these 222 evolvers, so that their strength increases by at least 40% before the next arena competition starts, said Huao. Yes. Bei Zhao responded and then disappeared on the spot. 222 evolvers? Huao fell silent. There should have been 223 evolvers. It was just that Lin Yuan had rejected the recruitment, and Huao originally planned to use cutting-off trade to force the other party to bow down. But then Fang Qing popped up unexpectedly. Just you wait, as long as I can pass the family's test and return to take my place as the family head, you will all have to pay the price, Huao muttered to himself. On Kanglan Star's central mainland in a manor, the training ground beneath the main building, Lin Yuan's consciousness connected to the virtual world, entering the arena area. Let's see if anyone has approved the applications. A few hours ago, Lin Yuan had selected a large number of evolvers with similar strength levels, aiming to challenge them to speed up the soul bonding transformation. Upon opening the application list, Lin Yuan's brow suddenly furrowed, because he found that all of his applications had been rejected. 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 Still rejected. Out of over 100 applications, more than 70 had been rejected. The remaining 30 or 40, while not rejected, were not approved either, which was almost as bad as being rejected. They all rejected me? Lin Yuan blinked. Was this the result of his first attempt to issue challenges? Chapter 211 The Tremor of the Chikuan Star Domain. Please subscribe. Refuse me? Why would he refuse me? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and roughly speculated the reason. The evolvers he had selected, without exception, were either extremely famous, had a profound background, or possessed talent that was unmatched in a star domain. Such evolvers were essentially celebrity evolvers. Who knows how many people were paying attention to them? If they accepted just any evolver's challenge, they might as well stop cultivating and just keep accepting challenges from start to finish. Moreover, casually accepting challenges from unknown evolvers winning was taken for granted. But if by some chance they lost, it would be very embarrassing. Therefore, unless it was an evolver of the same level and status, those celebrity evolvers would not easily accept challenges. If that's the case, Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, then I will apply for a challenge with my true identity. The so-called true identity obviously was not the Lin Yuan persona, but rather the identity of the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage. In terms of the level of attention, the mysterious peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage. It was estimated that there was not an evolver who would not be curious. And with the high status of the peak master of the 13th peak, there were probably not many evolvers who would refuse a challenge issued by him. Even if they lost, there was a reason for it. After all, it was the peak master of the 13th peak. Isn't it normal if I lost? If they could win, then they would have beaten the peak master of the 13th peak. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately switched identities. The virtual world of the Red Kuan lineage. The 13th main peak. Lin Yuan's figure appeared in the grand hall at the peak's summit. Since he had yet to step into the 6th rank, Lin Yuan did not recruit disciples or servants for the main peak, so the grand hall appeared empty and deserted. As long as I don't reveal Lin Yuan's identity, using the identity of the 13th peak's peak master to do some things would have no impact. Lin Yuan mulled over this repeatedly, then he started to enter the arena area and select an opponent to apply for a challenge. The arena area. One of the arenas. A dark-skinned man appeared. I didn't expect the formidable peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage to actually choose to challenge me? The dark-skinned man felt somewhat flattered. He looked at a figure appearing in the distance and said with a slightly respectful posture. As a being who was on the cusp of stepping into the 6th rank with a 90% soul transformation, the dark-skinned man had long stopped accepting any challenges, as his most important task was to completely focus on pushing his soul compatibility to perfection. Then he could safely step into the 6th rank. The dark-skinned man was indeed doing just that. Until he received a challenge application from the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage. My God. This was the peak master of the 13th peak, a high-ranking figure in a future star domain. Even if the dark-skinned man stepped into the 6th rank, his status would still be far inferior to that of the peak master of the 13th peak. Therefore, upon receiving the challenge application, the dark-skinned man did not hesitate to choose to accept. It was after all just a challenge and wouldn't take too much time. To witness the legendary and mysterious peak master of the 13th peak, it was worth it, regardless of winning or losing. Let's begin. Lin Yuan looked at the dark-skinned man. All right. After the dark-skinned man spoke, his figure disappeared from the spot. Peak master of the 13th peak, the evolution path I cultivate is known as the shadow evolution path, which allows me to hide in any. The dark-skinned man hadn't finished speaking, when Lin Yuan took a step forward, moved to a spot under the shade of a tree and reached out a hand. A nearly invisible shadow was caught. Then the shadow quickly solidified and took the form of the dark-skinned man. How is this possible? The dark-skinned man's eyes widened in disbelief. His method of hiding was extremely secretive, and even 6th rank evolvers might overlook it if they were not paying attention. The dark-skinned man had evaded countless death traps with his hiding techniques. But in front of the peak master of the 13th peak, it was seen through at a glance. Not bad. Lin Yuan commented. Then he crushed the dark-skinned man's neck. Your understanding is against heaven. Watching the shadow hiding method, your comprehension of the shadow laws deepens. Your understanding is against heaven. Watching the shadow hiding method, your comprehension of the shadow laws deepens. Your understanding is against heaven. Watching the shadow hiding method, your comprehension of the shadow laws deepens. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly, and under his against heaven's understanding, the numerous techniques of the dark-skinned man were transformed into gains, integrating into the martial arts evolution system. Lin Yuan faintly felt that the transformation speed of his soul compatibility had increased ever so slightly. Although it was not significant, it was better than usual enlightenment by that bit. This was not to say that enlightenment was inefficient, but occasionally changing the style of cultivation could lead to unexpected results. And under against heaven's understanding, whether Lin Yuan sat down to ponder or fought to learn, both were considered a form of enlightenment. Next, Lin Yuan continuously challenged one evolver after another. These evolvers were not only limited to the Qikuan star domain or other nearby star domains, but also included all the renowned 5th rank ultimate evolvers within the entire human civilization territory. Some evolvers had a terrifying fleshly body, merely relying on their robust qi and blood to form a huge domain. Lin Yuan also had to rely on his own explosion of power to briefly hold back the qi and blood domain and then finish the opponent with a single finger. There were also evolvers who were masters of speed, appearing anywhere in the arena at a moment's thought, able to attack from any corner. The faster they moved, the stronger the attack. Lin Yuan really exerted some effort before he managed to stomp his opponent to death. As Lin Yuan battled and exchanged blows with different evolvers, he learned more and more. In just half a month's time, he gained what would amount to 2 months of meditative cultivation. And as Lin Yuan kept on challenging, more and more evolvers, especially those from the Qikuan star domain, began to take notice of Lin Yuan. Chapter 212 The Tremors of the Qikuan Star Domain. Subscribe please. _2. Our peak master of Kanglan Star Domain is actually challenging other evolvers everywhere? Peak Master Shirsan, isn't it said to be extremely mysterious, having never made a move before? Everyone go, let's see what the Qikuan Star Domain Shirsan Peak Master is capable of. Many evolvers and high-level citizens gathered in the arena area, specifically watching the platform where Lin Yuan usually issued challenges. Hello, everyone, I'm your little kitty cat. Today let's see the legendary Qikuan Shirsan Peak Master. A cute and personable girl with a pair of cat ears appeared in front of the platform. She was a popular female broadcaster in the Qikuan Star Domain and dozens of nearby star domains, often live streaming challenges of some powerful evolvers. The Qikuan Shirsan Peak Master, although not yet 6th rank, was highly suitable for live streaming content because of his fame and status. Alright. The challenge has started. That one is the Shirsan Peak Master. Although I know the appearance has been adjusted, he looks too handsome. The girl knew how to engage the live streaming atmosphere well. With just a few words, she immediately lifted the ambience. Our Shirsan Peak Master's opponent is known as Soul Artisan Lataza. The camera switched. A gaunt young man in a black robe appeared. This lean youth was mostly shrouded in a black robe, looking extremely sinister and terrifying. Soul Artisan Lataza follows the soul-type evolution path and specializes in eerie soul attacks. The Tao of the soul is extremely dangerous. Lataza once had a record of making a group of 5th rank ultimate evolvers dare not come close. I wonder about Shirsan Peak Master. The girl thoroughly introduced Soul Artisan Lataza's past achievements. If this were in reality, Lataza would definitely not be a match for Shirsan Peak Master, since in reality Shirsan Peak Master would surely have many soul defense weapons. But in the virtual world, especially in the arena, you can't bring in any external help, so I think Shirsan Peak Master might be in some danger. The girl continued her introduction. A moment later, the battle between Shirsan Peak Master and Lataza began. Buzz. Strange fluctuations started to spread. The girl was about to introduce the scene on the live stream. The next moment, the figure of Soul Artisan Lataza began to collapse. Starting from his feet, his torso, and both hands, everything began to disintegrate. Your soul is strong. In the end, only Lataza's head remained, and after saying this phrase, his head also began to collapse. In front of the platform, the girl blinked her eyes. Damn. She had forgotten that Lataza was an evolver on the soul-type evolution path. Such evolvers were known for their swift battles. Shirsan Peak Master is too strong, able to block Lataza's soul attacks unscathed. Shirsan Peak Master has at least started the soul metamorphosis fusion. The girl had explained many high-rank evolver battles and had considerable research on the strength of souls. It looks like our Shirsan Peak Master is about to step into 6th rank, and who knows the real identity of Shirsan Peak Master. The girl finished speaking, her tone betraying a hint of curiosity. The identity of the Chikuan Shirsan Peak Master was extremely mysterious, and countless evolvers wanted to know it. All right. The next challenger for Shirsan Peak Master has arrived. The girl shifted her attention to the upcoming challenge. Amazing. The Peak Master is too strong, ordinary 5th rank limits are like ants in comparison. Isn't that supposed to be the case for our Chicken's Peak Master, being powerful? In a private room at the arena, many members of the Red Kuan lineage were gathered here, enjoying the numerous techniques of Shirsan Peak Master. Is that the Shirsan Peak Master? Fang Qing was among them, looking at the battle below with some shock. At this moment, a desolate continent was simulated on the battlefield. But as Shirsan Peak Master and his opponent continued to exchange blows, the continent was torn apart, plates were punctured, and for a time, lava erupted in an apocalyptic sight. Too powerful. Fang Qing felt a tremor in his heart. If the battle occurring on the platform had taken place on a life planet, that planet would likely have become a dead star by now, devoid of any living creatures. We evolvers should be like the Peak Master, possessing the ability to destroy heavens and earth with a mere wave of our hands. Not far away, a member of the Tri-Eye clan sat, clenching his fists tightly. Rather than being like some people who are loyal to their friends, wasting time and resources, the Tri-Eye clan man glanced at Fang Qing. There was a clear implication in his words. Some time ago, Fang Qing had gathered his friends to help Kanglan Star through a crisis, which had made the Tri-Eye clan man somewhat uncomfortable. In his view, everything had its own destiny, and forcefully intervening was undoubtedly altering that destiny. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing dared not speak. In terms of status, the Tri-Eye clan man had the red mark in the 7-star cave test and had joined the Red Kuan lineage. It was certain that within a century he would become a core disciple. Fang Qing could not afford to offend such a figure. Inside another private room, 12 figures were leisurely observing. They were the 12 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage. With their status, they seldom watched arena matches below the 6th rank. Even arena matches involving 6th rank evolvers were often beneath their interest. Among the 12 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, aside from the initial 3 beyond the 6th rank, the rest were all at the pinnacle of 6th rank peak. Yet they were naturally willing to come for Lin Yuan's arena challenges. Our little junior brother. The second senior brother sighed, taking a careful look. He must have already begun the soul transformation process. How many years has it been since he reached this level? The other senior brothers felt the same. Not long ago they joked that within several decades, Lin Yuan had the potential to step into 6th rank. But now, how much time had passed? Lin Yuan had already reached the pinnacle of 5th rank and had even begun the soul bonding transformation? It wasn't that there were no evolvers whose soul bonding transformation took hundreds or thousands of years. But those were evolvers without any background who had received no guidance from powerful beings before stepping into 5th rank, and had chosen an evolution path that wasn't highly compatible with themselves for soul bonding. For evolvers from the Red Kuan lineage before reaching 5th rank, their mentors would help them select their evolution path. Such a compatible evolution path made the soul bonding transformation naturally swift, completing within just a few years or a decade at most. In the eyes of the 12 senior brothers, Lin Yuan, being a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, was now undergoing a soul bonding transformation and surely had gotten the approval of the Star Lord. He would probably complete the soul transformation within 3 to 4 years. Then he would become a 6th rank evolver. This was 10-fold or even 100-fold quicker than what they had initially thought when they predicted it would take several decades for Lin Yuan to reach 6th rank. A 6th rank under 100 years old? Is this kind of talent so incredible that one can't even feel envious? The 12th senior brother sighed. Let's prepare. In the next few years, when our junior brother steps into 6th rank, he will definitely visit the main star in person, and we should give him a proper welcome. One of the senior brothers suggested. Of course. The 12th senior brother nodded. He looked again at the arena below. The little guy who was just 4th rank has grown to such heights in the blink of an eye? The 12th senior brother's expression turned reflective. He remembered that during the 7-star cave test, he had hesitated whether to take Lin Yuan as a disciple. The red-hued palace. The Qikuan Star Lord and a man in a white robe were playing chess. Qikuan, you've taken a good disciple. After placing a piece, the man in the white robe remarked thoughtfully. Haha, the Qikuan Star Lord just smiled and said no more. That new disciple of mine, he was miserably defeated by your good disciple. The man in the white robe placed another chess piece. Oh. The Qikuan Star Lord felt a stir of interest. His vast consciousness immediately began searching. Soon enough, he found out about Lin Yuan challenging many evolvers in the arena area. Although my disciple has some talent to beat your disciple, the Qikuan Star Lord was puzzled. He remembered the man in the white robe's disciple had already been at the pinnacle of 5th rank a century ago, and now he was likely just one step away from 6th rank. The soul bonding was probably at 90%. Still pretending? The man in the white robe glanced at the Qikuan Star Lord. The Qikuan Star Lord kept his expression normal, but inside he was filled with doubt. Immediately, he sent a thread of consciousness to carefully observe the scenes of Lin Yuan's challenges in the arena. The Qikuan Star Lord's face showed a slight change, his expression reflecting surprise. Chapter 213 Wanyang Same Heaven, please subscribe. The Qikuan Star Lord's consciousness was vast, and in just a moment he had viewed all of Lin Yuan's recent challenge videos. My disciple. The Qikuan Star Lord was filled with surprise and doubt. Has he begun the soul-fusing transformation? The others, including the 12 peak masters, all thought that Lin Yuan's rapid cultivation was due to the good guidance of the Qikuan Star Lord. But the Qikuan Star Lord knew better, as he had hardly provided any guidance to Lin Yuan. When he learned that Lin Yuan had entered the 5th rank, the Qikuan Star Lord abandoned the original training plan he had set for Lin Yuan. He planned to first let Lin Yuan experience a rule crystal, to sense and test its effects before deciding the next steps. But now, he was still waiting for Lin Yuan to feedback on the effects of the rule crystal, and Lin Yuan had already completed the 5th rank, begun the soul-fusing transformation, and was about to step into the 6th rank? 80%, no, at least 90–95%. Although the Qikuan Star Lord was observing Lin Yuan through the virtual world, his keen eyes could roughly discern Lin Yuan's level. Watching Lin Yuan battle other evolvers of the same level, he was almost certain that the soul-fusing transformation had reached at least 95%. Seems like you're in a good mood lately. While the Qikuan Star Lord was deep in thought, the white-robed man playing chess across from him glanced at him and said surprisingly. He knew the Qikuan Star Lord well enough to expect some gloating after learning his own disciple had outperformed the man's own. Ha 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 ha. My disciple, how could your disciple compare? Did he cry and come to you to complain? Ah. The Qikuan Star Lord realized this and immediately burst into laughter. Although he knew he might have underestimated Lin Yuan's true talent again, he seized the rare opportunity to once more outshine his friend. I thought you had changed, the white-robed man said helplessly, although he had also watched the battle videos of his disciple and Lin Yuan. Indeed, the Qikuan Star Lord's disciple had decisively overpowered his. Where on earth did you find such an outstanding disciple? The white-robed man couldn't help but ask. The 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage claimed, It was discovered by the Chiquan Star Lord during his travels in the universe on a certain planet. Of course, this claim was not highly credible, but since it was asserted by the Chiquan Star Lord himself, the white-robed man played along with the topic. This is a secret. The Chiquan Star Lord smiled mysteriously. You'll know once my disciple steps into the 6th rank. You old fox, still playing mysterious with me? The white-robed man teased but did not pursue the topic further. He indeed knew that thousands of years ago, the Chiquan Star Lord's newly acquired disciple was killed in an assassination by a different species because his identity was revealed. Because of this, the Chiquan Star Lord personally descended onto the battlefields of different races, engaged in a frenzied slaughter for a while, and only then returned to Chiquan Main Star. Virtual World. Battle Arena Region. Every time it was almost time for Lin Yuan's daily challenge, countless spectators would arrive early, filled with anticipation for the fight to start. It was well known that Lin Yuan not only had the aura of being one of the 13 peak masters from the Red Kuan lineage but had shown almost overwhelming strength in many of his past battles, drawing a large fan base. These fans were not only limited to the Chiquan Star domain and its neighboring domains but also came from distant regions of human civilization. So for these fans, the status of the 13 peak masters meant little. They valued Lin Yuan's fighting style and strength more. Inside the VIP box, the Heyu Mo from the Heyu family, a 7th rank evolver, was sitting in his place. Next to Heyu Mo, there were other shadowy figures who were evidently friends of Heyu Mo. What do you think? The strength of my Chiquan Star domain's 13 peak master, not bad, right? Heyu Mo said casually. Indeed, I had heard that the Chiquan Star Lord was skilled in teaching his disciples, and now it seems, his reputation is well deserved. The first figure sitting to the right of Heyu Mo nodded. Have you noticed? Every battle in the arena, the 13 peak master's abilities improve a bit. He's using the other evolvers of the same level as stepping stones to ascend to the 6th rank. The figure on the left spoke. He had intently watched every battle of the 13 peak masters. Why else would so many people come to watch? The popularity of the arena where the 13 peak master competes far surpasses that of the 6th rank arenas. Heyu Mo paused, then continued. Throughout the ages, among those in our human civilization who evolved through continuous battle, deducing their own breakthroughs, not one was not a top-notch, stunningly talented genius. The potential of the 13 peak master is completely incalculable. Heyu Mo stated. Indeed so. But as for the future, who can know it? The other figures exchanged glances. Potential and strength are completely different concepts. If they could discern the potential of the 13 peak masters, so could others, even those enemy different species. The future. True, no one knows what the future holds. Even those top divination masters, the futures they foresee are only imagined, not unchangeable. Heyu Mo looked down at the arena below, deep in thought. Chapter 214 Wanyang Same Heaven. Subscribe please. Understood. Central Continent Manor, outside the main building. Lin Yuan was having dinner with his rarely gathered family. With Lin Yuan's strength, he had already reached the stage of abstention from grain and could constantly devour the energy present in the universe to replenish what he used up. However, the tradition of dinner was not one to be discarded, as it was not just about eating food but also about bonding and communicating with family. I'm full. Lin Yi quickly finished the food in her bowl, stood up with a swoosh and was about to head back to her room. Stop right there. Mother Lu Qiong frowned. Why are you rushing through dinner? What do you want to do? Lu Qiong directly asked. I want to go, to watch Peak Master Shirsan's arena battle. Lin Yi assertively said. Although she was just an unranked evolver, she had access to the virtual world and could enter the arena area to watch the confrontation between two evolvers. And lately, the hottest event in the Chiquan Star Domain arena area was undoubtedly the personal appearance of Red Kuan lineage's Peak Master Shirsan, challenging various evolvers. Peak Master Shirsan. Lu Qiong nodded, not paying too much attention. She too had heard of Peak Master Shirsan, the pride of the entire Chiquan Star Domain. Brother, I've told you many times to come watch Peak Master Shirsan's arena battles with me. Peak Master Shirsan is very powerful, you could learn a lot from him and maybe even get stronger. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yuan, unable to hold back her words. She had been one of the first die-hard fans to follow Peak Master Shirsan's challenge initiations and often promoted him amongst her friends. But when it came to selling Peak Master Shirsan to her own brother, she faced resistance. Lin Yi found that her brother seemed to have little interest in Peak Master Shirsan. This was disappointing for Lin Yi. Lin Yuan was also an evolutionary genius of Kanglin's star, a once in tens of thousands of years talent, but that depended on who he's compared to. Compared to ordinary people, Lin Yuan was a genius, no doubt. But compared to peak master Shirsan, he was just exceedingly ordinary. Although Lin Yuan was disinterested, Lin Yi was still trying hard. She frequently invited Lin Yuan to join her in watching peak master Shirsan's arena battles. But each time when the battle was about to begin, Lin Yuan would leave with various excuses. It was almost as if he was deliberately acting against her. "I have to meet a friend, you go watch it." Lin Yuan casually found an excuse, brushing it off. "All right then." Lin Yi felt disappointed for a while but soon got excited again. Because she could watch peak master Shirsan's arena battle again in a short while. Virtual world, arena area. Lin Yuan appeared in the arena. Suddenly, terrifying cheers came from all directions. Why are there so many people this time? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Although the audience was always sizable when he fought with other evolvers, it was far less than now. Is it because of my opponent this time? Lin Yuan thought to himself, guessing the reason. Wanyang lineage, Holy Sun? Lin Yuan glanced at the opponent's information. The Wanyang lineage was the absolute ruler of the Wanyang star domain, and their power even slightly surpassed that of the Qikuan lineage. As for the Holy Son of the Wanyang lineage, his status was by no means inferior to the current Lin Yuan. It was said that this Wanyang Holy Son with his special physique had received intensive training from the Wanyang Star Lord, unimaginably deep in resources. On the arena, the space transformed. Lin Yuan arrived at a desolate planet. Another figure appeared across from him, dressed in a long robe and looking quite ordinary. Red Kuan lineage's peak master Shirsan, I didn't expect that before stepping into the 6th rank, I could still confront an evolver from the Red Kuan lineage. The Wanyang Holy Sun smiled, emanating a gentle and warm aura. The Wanyang lineage was the ultimate fire system lineage, and the Qikuan lineage also leaned towards the fire system, but placed more emphasis on space. The essence of Qikuan Star Lord Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan was indeed a life form of space rules. Qikuan Star Lord pursued both fire and space. Me too. Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Though they hadn't fought yet, he felt a certain pressure from the Wanyang Holy Sun, something he had never experienced before. Well then. Let's begin. Wanyang Holy Sun restrained his smile. As soon as the words fell, two terrifying auras collided. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan's form had been incinerated into nothingness by the omnipresent, Wanyang True Fire. Lost? Did Peak Master Shirsan lose? It seems Wanyang Holy Sun is a bit stronger. Nonsense, do you know the background of Wanyang Holy Sun? Wanyang Holy Sun, a rare, 9-yang divine meridian of our human race, was taken away by Wanyang Star Lord after his birth. Wanyang Star Lord paid a great price to seal Wanyang Holy Sun into Wanyang True Crystal and then threw him into the core of a star. For the next 100 years, Wanyang Holy Sun absorbed the terrifyingly intense energy of the star core every moment. When Wanyang Holy Sun broke the seal, he directly possessed the power of the 5th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun doesn't need to cultivate. With the terrifyingly intense energy inside him, he can crush everything. The audience began a fervent discussion. The background of Wanyang Holy Sun was beyond what normal evolvers could possess. The 9-yang divine meridian alone was already rare enough, a type of physique that made one a steady 6th rank seed. Plus, being nurtured within the core of a star for 100 years, how could the unsealed Wanyang Holy Sun not be formidable? The pure power of the fire system, burning the heavens and boiling the earth, is indeed terrifying. Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space, repeatedly recalling the battle that had just occurred. With every move Wanyang Holy Sun made, it was like a star falling to the world. Although Lin Yuan followed the Tao of Taiyin and Taiyang, which gave him considerable resistance to the scorching heat of the fire system, he still could not hold out for long under such extreme power. However, although Lin Yuan lost, he didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. First, he didn't use all his means when he confronted Wanyang Holy Sun. For example, he didn't deploy the Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit. If Lin Yuan were to let out the radiant Yang Spirit and wandering Yin Spirit, his strength could at least surge multiple times. However, doing so could potentially expose that he was practicing the martial path evolutionary path. Although there are many evolutionary paths in the vast sea of human civilization that can condense an avatar, mostly, it's at the 6th or 7th rank that one could do so. As for below the 6th rank, managing to refine something similar to an avatar is extremely rare. Moreover, the yin spirit and yang spirit are not physical. Therefore it would be best not to use the yin spirit and yang spirit if possible. Of course, once Lin Yuan stepped into the 6th rank, yin spirit and yang spirit would nearly solidify into reality. As long as they don't appear simultaneously, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Secondly, Lin Yuan was more than happy to face such a powerful opponent. At least in this battle, the insights Lin Yuan gained from Wanyang Holy Sun far exceeded those from other evolvers he had encountered before. Wanyang same heaven, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. This was the secret technique used by Wanyang Holy Sun just now. Without it, Lin Yuan could have held on for a while longer. At the edge of human civilization territory, several terrifying wills penetrated through. What should we do? The disciple number 13 taken in by Chikuan Star Lord has terrifying potential, absolutely cannot allow him to continue growing. The first will expressed mental fluctuations filled with urgency. When they first heard of Peak Master Shirsan, they thought he was just a bit more talented and might surpass the 6th rank in the future. But now, it seems to be much more than a bit. If not stopped, there may be another god of slaughter in the battlefields of different races in the future. What can we do? We don't even know the true identity of Peak Master Shirsan. The second will send out mental fluctuations of helplessness. He too wished to nip Peak Master Shirsan in the bud, but Chikuan Star Lord had learned from a past mistake, and this time the secrecy concerning Peak Master Shirsan was taken to the extreme. General Pan Yong, if you have any ideas, feel free to speak out. Our several races, even if we can't help, will definitely support. The third will send out mental fluctuations, inquiring the original speaker. Yes, General Pan Yong, we have resources, we have manpower, we definitely won't sit back and do nothing. The last will also spoke up. Chapter 215 Curse Killing Skill, 100% Compatibility, please subscribe. Since you all speak thus, I'll dispense with beating around the bush, General Pan Yong stated. Suddenly, a screen of light emerged from the void. On it appeared rows of text displaying the names and appearances of 10 evolvers. These 10 evolvers, based on myriad pieces of information, are those we deduce to be most likely to be Shirsan's true identity, said General Pan Yong. Other presences turned their attention toward the screen. The 10 evolvers on the screen were all members of the Red Kuan lineage. The last of them shockingly was a male member of the Tri-Eye clan. As for the first 9, they were evolvers who had shown remarkable performance in the past Chikuan Star Lord trials. Primarily they focused on red pattern evolvers. General Pan Yong, just showing us these lists isn't of much use. Indubitably most of these evolvers are hidden on Chikuan main star. How can we get to them? Even if we recklessly kill one, the others will surely become alerted, making it even harder to act. The other presences furrowed their brows, expressing their perplexity. There's no need for you to act. General Pan Yong remained unflinching in his tone. One of our members, proficient in the curse-killing skill, is willing to sacrifice 1,000 years of life to execute it, General Pan Yong continued. The curse-killing skill involves a special application of the law of causality. And the law of causality is extremely difficult to perceive, not to mention devising a secret technique based on it. Moreover, the curse-killing skill is greatly restrictive, requiring at least a gap of 2 great realms to execute, and each use consumes an immense amount of lifespan. If not absolutely necessary, no powerful being would willingly perform the curse-killing skill. Of course, using the curse-killing skill is far more complete than assassination. Regardless of the distance, as long as there is causality connected, one can curse directly. Curse kill? That sounds like a good plan. Direct curse killing will leave these 10 evolvers unable to react. Exactly as of now, Shirsan Peak Master is only at the 5th rank, not yet stepping into the 6th rank. Executing a curse requires only a 7th rank, one capable in curse arts. If we wait for him to ascend to the 6th rank, cursing him will require an 8th layer curse wielder to pay a significant price, which might still falter. The presences discussed among themselves for a while, concurring with General Pan Yong's approach. With the potential that Shirsan Peak Master has demonstrated, it's best to eliminate him before he reaches the 6th rank. Once at the 6th rank, the vastness of heaven and sea enables many life-saving means, making it uncertain that even an 8th layer curse wielder, willing to sacrifice thousands of years of lifespan, could succeed. I need you to contribute. General Pan Yong immediately began to discuss terms with the other presences. Half a day later. In that starry sky, subtle spatial fluctuations began to ripple. A humanoid being clad in scales stepped forward. This is the medium. With a thought from General Pan Yong, 10 items appeared. These 10 items, gathered from the lives of the 10 evolvers listed, had been collected from planets they had inhabited by people sent by General Pan Yong. Having come into contact with these 10 evolvers, they retained some of their essence. The curse-killing skill, mysterious and unpredictable, impervious to defense, still necessitates a medium for execution. From cause to effect. From effect to lock the cause. Pan Yong, remember your promise. The scale-clad humanoid intensely stared at General Pan Yong for a moment, then swallowed the 10 medium items in one gulp. Invisible waves dispersed. The scale-clad humanoid, as if suffering backlash, began to disintegrate. It is done. General Pan Yong saw this and nodded slightly. Rest assured, after your death your people will be treated well, General Pan Yong said, gazing at the gradually crumbling humanoid figure. The scale-clad being, left with only 1,000 years of lifespan, had volunteered for this mission to kill Shirsan Peak Master, seeking to pave the way for his people with the remainder of his life. For a scale-clad humanoid, the remaining 1,000 years was far from sufficient to advance further. Now, we wait. General Pan Yong looked towards the other presences. Sacrificing a 7th-rank peak, a rare practitioner of the curse arts, for 1,000 years of lifespan in exchange for the lives of 10 small fries at the 4th and 5th ranks. Absolute, profound loss. But if among those 10 there is one who is Shirsan Peak Master, then it's a win, not just a win but a huge win. Chiquan Main Star. The Tri-Eye clan male ended his cultivation. Fool. The Tri-Eye clan male glanced below. There, Fang Qing was hurrying away, clearly having matters to attend to. The Tri-Eye clan male found Fang Qing particularly distasteful, not only because Fang Qing used to be a modest silver pattern, but also because he had expended considerable favors for his friend Lin Yuan, garnering a favorable image within the Red Kuan lineage. True powerhouses are solitary, needing no friends at all. Having friends only highlights one's own weakness. The eyes of the Tri-Eye clan male were resolute. The Tri-Eye clan male sighed lightly, making to rise. Just then, an invisible fluctuation descended. Don't? The Tri-Eye clan male's eyes widened, the bloodline in his brow opening. But it was all in vain. As the fluctuation spread, the soul of the Tri-Eye clan male swiftly extinguished. Simultaneously, on Chiquan Main Star, the other 9 evolvers mysteriously died. Virtual world. Personal space. Fang Qing sat in front of Lin Yuan, his face burning with indignation. Despicable different species to use the curse-killing skill. Fang Qing blurted out the mysterious deaths of the Tri-Eye clan male and the other 9 evolvers. Chapter 216 Curse-Killing Skill, 100% Compatibility Seeking Subscriptions, _2. This matter on Chiquan Main Star is no secret. In the end, the fate of the last 3 peak masters, determined to come from the different species curse-killing skill, slowly subsided. Curse-killing skill? A flicker stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. As the 13th peak master, he naturally knew of this bizarre and unpredictable method. The curse-killing skill is a special application of the law of cause and effect, more arcane than attacks on the soul. Of course, the cost of using the curse-killing skill is also enormous, and it only works if it spans at least 2 great realms. And each deployment drains 100 years of lifespan. The different species use the curse-killing skill, for what purpose? Lin Yuan had a guess in his heart but still asked. Others say the different species saw the 13th peak master's performance in the arena area, and this time the curse killed 10 evolvers. They were looking for the 13th peak master. Fang Qing said in a hushed voice. That makes sense. Lin Yuan nodded. At this moment he was somewhat relieved that he had not exposed his identity. If previously, due to the suppression by Heiyuao, Lin Yuan had revealed his identity in a moment of impatience, even if he safely hid back on the Chiquan Main Star, as long as the identity of Lin Yuan was exposed, it could allow the different species to track him down. Having lived on Kanglin Star for so many years, Lin Yuan could not guarantee he hadn't left behind any medium. If the different species found this medium, and then employed the curse-killing skill, Lin Yuan was not sure if he could survive. Although as a junior disciple of the Chiquan Star Lord, he might have means to block causality-killing techniques, but in case it didn't work, low profile. Must keep a low profile, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Luckily he endured under the pressure from Heiyuao. That Tri-Eye clan man. Lin Yuan felt that this Tri-Eye clan man must have taken the disaster on himself instead. Within the 7-star cave world, 3 red embossed, over 100 gold banded, and over 1,000,000 silver banded. The one who most resembled the 13th peak master, known for his rampage in the arena area, likely was this Tri-Eye clan man. After all, the other two red embossed had two distinctive personal features. Yin Ling, the silver-haired woman, excels in spatial attacks, and the nearly 3 meters tall brute strength, excels in physical attacks. They didn't quite resemble the 13th peak master. As for the below gold and silver banded, the numbers were too vast, really hard to pinpoint. Only this Tri-Eye clan man who was red embossed. Still don't know if the 13th peak master has encountered a mishap or not. Fang Qing's tone suddenly grew somber. The different species daring to employ a curse assassination surely was confident. A curse assassination spanning boundless distances required a huge sacrifice. Won't we know by tomorrow? Lin Yuan offered comfort. That's true. Fang Qing was momentarily stunned. The 13th peak master challenges fellow evolvers every morning and afternoon in the arena area. If the 13th peak master is unharmed, he will definitely appear tomorrow. Hope nothing's wrong. Fang Qing muttered quietly. If the 13th peak master were to die at the hands of the different species like 10,000 years ago, who knows what kind of drastic actions the Chiquan Star Lord would take. The next day. Virtual world. Arena area. Inside a private box. Several figures gathered here. Whether the curse killing reached the 13th peak master or not, we will see now. These several figures were naturally disguised as the different species. The virtual world's network could not completely block the different species from entering. Some adept at disguising could perfectly mimic the aura of the human race, and as long as the identity was correct, they could smoothly enter the virtual world. If today the 13th peak master does not show up, then it is highly probable he was cursed to death. The several figures exchanged glances, eagerly watching the arena below. This time, to curse assassinate the 13th peak master, they had paid a much greater price than when they had assassinated that junior disciple of the Chiquan Star Lord 10,000 years ago. To assassinate that junior disciple, they had merely sacrificed some 6th-rank powerhouses. But this time, directly a 7th-rank peak expert skilled in cursed methods had given up a millennium of lifespan. One must know, a 7th-rank peak expert skilled in cursed methods is even rarer than an 8th-layer powerhouse. If this expert hadn't volunteered, they couldn't have ordered such a sacrifice. 13th peak master. You must die. If you don't die, wouldn't our sacrifice be in vain? The several different species thought rapidly, keeping their gazes fixed on the arena below. A figure appeared on the arena. That was the 13th peak master's opponent. By now he should have not come, should have. Joy surged in the hearts of the several different species. However, the next moment, the figure of the 13th peak master appeared on the other side of the arena. Dead silence. The box fell into dead silence. Several different species looked grim, staring intently at the figure of the 13th peak master below. Was the curse wrong? The 13th peak master is still alive? It's over. The several different species took a deep breath, their faces bitter. Let's go. There's no need to look anymore. Let's go back and report. Several beings from different species disconnected from the virtual world. The moment they saw the silhouette of Shirsan at the peak master, they realized that they could no longer stop the rise of Shirsan at the peak master. What could they use to stop him? Attempt another cursed killing? First off, whether they could find another 7th-rank peak expert willing to cooperate with them for another cursed killing is questionable. Even if they could find one, what then? How would they choose the target? Their previously chosen 10 evolvers were most likely to be the targets of Shirsan at the peak master. Now that they had failed, they needed to select from an even larger base of evolvers. The possibility of failing again in cursed killing was significantly higher than the first time. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed. By challenging evolvers of various evolutionary paths repeatedly, the perfection level of Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path steadily improved. Is someone seeking to visit me? Lin Yuan glanced through the visitor list. Ever since he was suppressed by Heiyuao, very few had made special visits to him. Even though Fang Qing appeared and resolved the trade cutoff situation of Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan, as a person, was still blacklisted by many forces. Too arrogant, too controversial. Offend Heiyuao today, who knows who he would offend tomorrow. Mr. Lin, I am Shi Kai, a director from Huiying Group. A man with a hook-nosed face said with a smile. Hello. Lin Yuan nodded. We hope, Mr. Lin, that you could lead the way and help us contact Lord Fang Qing. The hook-nosed man stated his purpose. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our Huiying Group will certainly show our gratitude afterward, the hook-nosed man promised. No need. I can't agree to this. Lin Yuan shook his head in refusal. So these people wanted to get to know Fang Qing through him? In that case, I apologize for the disturbance. The hook-nosed man maintained his smile and immediately exited Lin Yuan's personal space. It was not until he returned to reality that a dark expression surfaced on the hook-nosed man's face. Doesn't he realize his current situation? Still so arrogant. The hook-nosed man snorted coldly. From his perspective, Lin Yuan was entirely relying on Lord Fang Qing to live comfortably. Not taking advantage of the situation now, when Lord Fang Qing values personal connections, to network with other forces is a complete waste of resources. Just wait. He'll see what kind of fate you'll face in the future. The hook-nosed man sat in his seat. Lord Fang Qing can protect you temporarily, but could he do so for a lifetime? What will you use to face the Heiyu family once you lose Lord Fang Qing's protection in the future? Central Continent Manor. Underground training ground in the main building. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged. In front of him a crimson stone was placed. Under the Against Heaven's understanding, he observed the inspiration emanating from the crimson stone, combined with the gains from sparring with numerous evolvers, quickly perfecting his martial path evolutionary path and enhancing the soul compatibility conversion efficiency. Until he reached a certain threshold. Time passed unknowingly. An hour. 10 hours. Or maybe a day. Lin Yuan quietly opened his eyes. Lin Yuan only felt from his entire being, to be precise, from the depths of his soul, a sense of perfection emerging. Soul compatibility. Lin Yuan immediately began to sense the level of his soul compatibility conversion. A moment later, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Because in this world, his soul compatibility conversion level had already reached 100%. Chapter 217 Beating Wanyang Holy Sun, Seeking Subscriptions. Has the soul match reached 100%? Lin Yuan's mind was filled with pleasure. Ever since that sense of perfection had emerged from the depths of his soul, Lin Yuan had harbored such speculation. Now that it had been confirmed, he naturally felt good. My current strength. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly and carefully felt his body. Compared to before the soul match had reached 100%, Lin Yuan almost had no changes. His physique, strength, speed and everything else. There was virtually no difference before and after. Yet Lin Yuan felt a sense of absolute control. For example, the same amount of force before the soul match was complete, Lin Yuan could only use it to destroy a city. But now, Lin Yuan could use it to destroy 10 cities or even 100. No wonder everyone says, as long as the soul match reaches 100%, stepping into the 6th rank is as simple as eating and drinking, with not the slightest risk. Lin Yuan looked as if he had realized something. Previously, he had some doubts about this. Even breaking from the 1st rank to the 2nd layer had associated risks. How could there be no risk in breaking from the 5th rank to the 6th? It turns out, when the soul is perfectly matched with the fundamental evolutionary path, an evolver has already stepped into the realm of the 6th rank. On the basis of having a 6th rank realm, stepping into the 6th rank is naturally not difficult, and the control power of a 6th rank evolver makes the breakthrough exceptionally simple. And there's also Martial Tao. Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly heated. Using Martial Tao as his fundamental evolutionary path, at this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to be fused with the Martial Tao. I am Martial Tao. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. He entered a specialized training arena where the space around him automatically simulated, forming a small planet environment. Lin Yuan stood above the small planet. There was no air and the gravity was extremely low, completely in line with cosmic standards. Lin Yuan looked down and raised his right hand, throwing a punch toward the small planet below. Boom! A terrifying pressure burst forth. At the surface of the small planet, right where Lin Yuan's punch landed, a crater tens of kilometers wide appeared. The force of this punch penetrated half of the planet, and the residual force caused earthquakes on its surface, triggered tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and eventually, the small planet disintegrated into countless meteorite fragments that flew in all directions. I am now almost infinitely close to a 6th rank evolver, right? Or perhaps to be considered as a weakened 6th tier. Lin Yuan exhaled softly, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Although the size of the small planet was not as large as a regular life planet, Lin Yuan's full-strength punch, causing such an effect. Indeed, there was almost no difference from a 6th rank fallen star warrior. At least, he was nearly at the threshold of the 6th rank, barely on the same level. Logically speaking, even if the soul match reaches 100%, depending on the evolutionary path, the boost to an evolver's strength varies. For someone like me to have the strength skyrocket to the threshold of the 6th rank, is that considered extremely rare or perhaps exceptionally scarce? Lin Yuan disconnected his consciousness from the virtual world, returning to reality, thinking to himself. It is important to note, Lin Yuan was not yet a 6th rank. When he breaks through later, his physical soul will undergo a substantial transformation. His strength will increase significantly, possibly reaching a relatively strong level within the 6th rank. Martial path, evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's mind settled, and at this moment his soul perfectly matched with the martial path, evolutionary path, manifesting its true meaning with every move he made. It was precisely by merging with the martial path, evolutionary path, that Lin Yuan was able to disintegrate the small planet with a single punch, unleashing power far beyond the limit of a 5th rank evolver. The red spirit fluid will take a few more days to arrive, and once it does, I can step into the 6th rank. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A transition from the 5th to the 6th rank entailed a transformation of both physique and soul, which naturally required a large amount of pure energy. Even though the cosmic starry skies are filled with infinite energy, that energy is chaotic and at a very low concentration. How long would it take to absorb cosmic energy slowly and break through to the 6th rank? Red spirit fluid, as a proprietary resource of the Red Kuan lineage, is most suitable for accumulating one's own energy, and using it to break through to the 6th rank couldn't be more appropriate. Upon reaching the 6th rank, revealing my identity will probably astonish many factions. Lin Yuan didn't need to think about it. He knew his true identity would cause quite a stir in the Qikuan star domain, and might even spread to other star domains. A 6th rank evolver under 100 years old, unlike the Wanyang Holy Sun, did not receive the profound cultivation of the Wanyang Star Lord shortly after birth. Lin Yuan's step into the 6th rank was entirely due to his own qualifications and talent. A few years ago he was just a 4th rank evolver, taking part in the 7-star cave trial. From the 4th rank to the 6th rank in just a few years. In the expanse of the human civilization territory, among the countless geniuses born in the past 100,000 years, how many can have such a cultivation speed? Once one becomes a 6th rank evolver, the essence of life is transformed. Spending some time, one can embed their life imprint in the cosmic starry sky. In this way, even if I fall in the future, I could be resurrected by the supreme being of the human race through this imprint. Why is it that upon reaching the 6th rank, one can reveal their identity without fear of assassination by different species? If the different species are willing to pay enough, not to mention the 6th rank, even 7th rank beings can't withstand it. The reason is that once you reach the 6th rank, you already possess the eligibility for resurrection. Below the 6th rank, life essence is too weak to leave an imprint, and death is truly the end. Different species are reluctant to assassinate 6th-tier evolvers and above because, even if they pay a huge price to assassinate a genius evolver, they might later be resurrected. Chapter 218 Beating Wanyang Holy Sun. Subscribe please. Understood. This is completely a losing trade. Of course, even for human civilization, resurrecting an evolver is a huge burden to bear. Many 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, even if they could be resurrected, would not be resurrected. A few days before the red spirit fluid arrives, I can finish off the remaining challenge applications. Lin Yuan glanced at the many evolvers he had applied to battle in the arena area. Since there was nothing else to do now, battling these genius evolvers from the human territories was also a gain. Especially the Wanyang Holy Sun who had defeated him once before. Just a few days later Lin Yuan had applied again, and his opponent had agreed. The next day, it was still the same time. Around the arena where Lin Yuan was about to appear, a large audience gathered. Why is this Peak Master 13 sparring with the Wanyang Holy Sun again? Didn't they just fight recently? There's a big difference in their strength. Right? Could it be that Peak Master 13 likes being dominated? Around the arena, numerous spectators were discussing animatedly. Although they enjoyed watching Peak Master 13's matches, they wanted to see him crush and dominate his opponents. Not to be crushed and dominated. Especially for some spectators from the Qikuan star domain, some couldn't bear to keep watching. Watching their idol being incinerated into nothingness by the Wanyang Holy Sun was torturous. Ha! Go Holy Sun, keep crushing your opponent. Just an underling, not a match for our Holy Sun's single strike. People of the Qikuan star domain, listen up, you're about to see our Holy Sun crush everything with his strength. Compared to the subdued atmosphere of the Qikuan star domain audience, the spectators from the Wanyang star domain were extremely excited. No matter what, Peak Master 13 holds a high status in the Qikuan star domain, and losing to the Wanyang Holy Sun once was a sight worth seeing. Losing again would still be a pleasing thing. What's there to be proud of? People from the Wanyang Star domain really have no manners. The Wanyang Holy Sun is strong, but Peak Master 13 isn't weak either. Is there a need to say it like that? The audience from the Chiquan Star domain felt suppressed, but they didn't know how to respond since strength was the basis of everything. The previous battle between Peak Master 13 and the Wanyang Holy Sun indeed showed the latter as superior. This fact hadn't changed, so they didn't know how to counter the taunts from the Wanyang Star domain audience. It felt like being a class below. Eastern side of the arena. Lin Yi and a few friends sat together, waiting for the match to start. My brother stood me up again. Lin Yi looked around and realizing that Lin Yuan still hadn't shown up, her expression immediately fell. I heard your brother is also an evolutionary genius who has won championships in your planet's arena contests, asked a girl with twin ponytails sitting next to Lin Yi who was curious. She came from another planet and had met Lin Yi in the virtual world. That's right. Upon hearing this, a proud expression appeared on Lin Yi's face. She glanced at the arena below, thinking about Peak Master 13 who was about to appear, and shook her head. But compared to Peak Master 13, my brother is far behind. Not only far behind, but he also didn't even want to come and watch to learn. Lin Yi felt annoyed, thinking that Lin Yuan was again gathering with some friends. There aren't many evolvers who can compare to Peak Master 13. Another friend commented, clearly very admiring of Peak Master 13. Arena. This time, the simulated environment was a desolate planet, many times larger than Kanglin's star, sufficient for 2 5th-rank peak evolvers to clash. Whoosh. Lin Yuan appeared on the top of a mountain. Shortly after, on another mountain top in the distance, the Wanyang Holy Sun appeared. The Wanyang Holy Sun had a calm expression, his aura was soothing and warm. Peak Master 13. The Wanyang Holy Sun looked towards the distant Lin Yuan, inevitably puzzled. Not long ago this Peak Master 13 had fought with him, surely realizing the disparity between their strength. Why did he still intend to challenge him? It must be known. The stronger ones are, the more they care about losing face. Losing to the Wanyang Holy Sun once wasn't enough, he wanted to lose twice? Does Peak Master 13 after every battle grow stronger? Could it be he sees me as a whetstone? A smile appeared on the Wanyang Holy Sun's face. A whetstone? That's when the strengths are similar or nearly so. If he fully exerted himself, ending the fight in the shortest time, what honing effect could it possibly have? A few minutes later, the match began. Lin Yuan and the Wanyang Holy Sun faced each other. Shursan Peak Master, you must be careful this time. Wanyang Holy Sun's thoughts stirred slightly, and a scorching aura began to spread. You too, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. His figure then disappeared from the spot. Huh. Wanyang Holy Sun was startled. He couldn't at all see when Lin Yuan had disappeared. How has the speed become so fast? Wanyang Holy Sun's face changed slightly. At that moment, Wanyang Holy Sun only faintly felt that Lin Yuan was still present in the arena, but he couldn't pinpoint his exact location. Merely with speed you can't beat me, Wanyang Holy Sun snorted coldly, instantly releasing his Wanyang domain. In an instant, centered around Wanyang Holy Sun. Within a radius of 10 miles, 100 miles, several hundred miles, everything was engulfed by terrifying heat. Wanyang? Same heaven. Wanyang Holy Sun transformed into an incarnation of a permanent star, constantly condensing into miniature stars within the range of his domain, releasing endless heat and then exploding. Since he couldn't pin down Lin Yuan's position, he decided to directly destroy an entire area. After all, Lin Yuan must be in that area. But, at that moment, a figure appeared a kilometer away from Wanyang Holy Sun. It was Lin Yuan. Facing the scorching heat and burning around him, Lin Yuan showed no hint of retreat and extended his right hand to slap towards Wanyang Holy Sun. Boom. Terrifying power enveloped his strike. And it came into contact with the Wanyang domain and the secret technique, Wanyang Same Heaven. But to Wanyang Holy Sun's disbelief, the force of that slap from Lin Yuan instantly penetrated the Wanyang domain. This is bad. Wanyang Holy Sun's expression drastically changed, and he began to retreat explosively. However, Lin Yuan took another step forward, appearing 100 meters from Wanyang Holy Sun, and slapped again. Rumble. The air tore apart. Lin Yuan's attack was too ferocious. Although it was just a simple slap, it somehow enveloped the area all around, covering all positions, leaving Wanyang Holy Sun with no place to hide. As Wanyang Holy Sun could only grit his teeth and take Lin Yuan's slap head-on. The next moment, Wanyang Holy Sun's figure exploded. Whoosh! Countless scorching flames converged. A few miles away, Wanyang Holy Sun's form recondensed. My Wanyang immortal body? Disbelief was written all over Wanyang Holy Sun's face. With the 9-yang divine meridian and the truth crystal of myriad fire, combined with the infinite power from the depths of a star, Wanyang Holy Sun cultivated the Wanyang immortal body. The Wanyang immortal body allowed his physical body to energetically transform for a short period, similar to Thunder God's incarnation of thunder, but the Wanyang immortal body was even more profound and high-end. It had the effect of acting as a substitute for death. Without the Wanyang immortal body, Wanyang Holy Sun would have died outright from that slap from Lin Yuan, shattered to pieces with no chance of survival. I concede. Without hesitation, Wanyang Holy Sun applied to concede, even though he wasn't dead, and the Wanyang immortal body could still act as a substitute a few more times. But having witnessed the terrifying strength exhibited by Lin Yuan, Wanyang Holy Sun didn't want to waste more time. What could dragging it out with the Wanyang immortal body achieve? It would only result in taking a few more slaps, completely devoid of any dignity. You should be able to step into the 6th rank at any time. We'll meet again at the 6th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun took a deep look at Lin Yuan, then vanished. The gap in strength between Lin Yuan then and now was too great. The only possibility was that his soul had transformed to perfection. Did I win just like that? Lin Yuan also felt that he won too easily, with the martial path evolutionary path as the core evolutionary path, achieving 100% transformation compatibility with his soul, which had greatly enhanced his strength. What's going on? Lin Yuan looked around. He noticed that all around him had quietened down. In the tournament stadium, countless spectators, whether they were from Chikuan Star Domain, Wanyang Star Domain, or from other neutral star domains, were all dumbstruck, mouths agape. Chapter 219 Breaking Through to the 6th Rank, please subscribe. Just a few breaths had passed. Surrounding the tournament stage, countless spectators gradually recovered, erupting in thunderous cheers. These cheers were like a tsunami, especially from the viewers of the Chikuan Star Domain, almost causing a riot. What just happened? The Wanyang Holy Sun was slapped into submission by the Peak Master of Shursan? That's the Wanyang Holy Sun, right? What's going on? Did he deliberately concede? Concede your whole family? Didn't you see how the Peak Master of Shursan's 2 slaps completely shattered the Wanyang Holy Sun's body? Although I have no idea how the Wanyang Holy Sun managed to survive, it's clearly evident that he's no match for the Peak Master of Shursan. What in the world happened? Wasn't the Peak Master of Shursan unable to beat the Wanyang Holy Sun before? How is it now? In just a few days their strengths have reversed? Too terrifying. The Peak Master of Shursan is too fearsome, shattering the Wanyang Holy Sun's physical body with 2 slaps. With such combat power, I estimate he's reached the threshold of the 6th rank. What were those people from the Wanyang Star Domain barking about earlier? Saying something about a defeated opponent? Keep talking now. Countless voices of discussion exploded. If it was just the Wanyang Holy Sun being defeated, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction. After all, among human civilization, there's no shortage of geniuses. And although the Wanyang Holy Sun could certainly be considered first-rate, he was definitely not invincible. But the one who defeated the Wanyang Holy Sun was none other than the very Peak Master of Shursan who had recently lost to the Holy Sun. Such a stark contrast, along with the ease in which the Peak Master of Shursan defeated the Wanyang Holy Sun, ignited the emotions of numerous spectators. Wow, the Peak Master of Shursan is so powerful. Lin Yi stood up excitedly as well. That's terrifying, that's the Wanyang Holy Sun and he was just crushed. A few of Lin Yi's friends at her side burst out in astonishment. Of course. Lin Yi then suddenly remembered her own brother. If only my brother could learn from the Peak Master of Shursan, that would be great. Lin Yi sighed, not because she looked down on Lin Yuan, but because all this time, Lin Yuan never accompanied her to watch the Peak Master of Shursan's matches. Such disinterest in the strong Lin Yi didn't know what to make of it. Our little junior brother. In a VIP box, the 12 Peak Masters of the Red Kuan lineage looked at each other. Initially they were puzzled why their junior brother would still challenge the Wanyang Holy Sun, but now, everyone understood. Too abnormal? Every Peak Master had the same thought in their minds. They were aware of their junior brother's partial true identity, not yet 100 years old. But now, the power that the little junior brother had demonstrated certainly indicated had reached perfect soul fusion. That is to say, the little junior brother could step into the 6th rank at any time. Such a speed of cultivation was somewhat embarrassing for the 9 elder brothers who were still at the 6th rank. Originally I thought we had a few decades, but I didn't expect we could go back so soon. Among all peak masters, the eldest brother's expression was the most bizarre. He, in order to curry favor with the little junior brother, had specially dispatched an avatar to reside over Kanglin's star, to prevent the Huao from making a desperate move. This avatar the eldest brother had planned to keep until the little junior brother stepped into the 6th rank. The eldest brother estimated that it would take at least a few decades. However, now it seems like it would only be a matter of a month. This is a top talent of my human alliance. In another stand, Zhong Bai, Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong were full of shock. The most talented evolver they had ever seen was Lin Yuan. At the beginning, during the team competition of the tournament, they were in the same team as Lin Yuan. In the end, Lin Yuan lived up to expectations, successfully winning the championship of the tournament. However, Lin Yuan's performance was completely on a different level compared to the peak master of Shursan on the stage. One of the future dominators of the Qikuan star domain. Huao was also watching, and the current performance of the peak master of Shursan was so highly regarded that he couldn't even look up to him. Maybe one day when he ascended to the position of clan head of the Heiyu family, he would have a chance to see this peak master of Shursan. Qikuan, you old rascal, you really found a treasure. In a crimson palace, a man in a white robe watched the tournament footage, and when he saw Lin Yuan shatter the Wanyang Holy Sun with 2 slaps, he was somewhat stunned. He's reached perfect soul fusion so quickly, and after achieving perfection, his strength has received such an enhancement. What kind of evolution path did you practice with him? The man in the white robe was experienced and knowledgeable. He was aware that reaching perfect soul fusion alone and having such an explosive increase in strength indicated Lin Yuan's extremely compatible foundation with his evolution path, and that this evolution path held immense potential. You'll know in time, the Qikuan Star Lord replied with an unchanged smile, yet deep inside, he too was extremely curious. Lin Yuan's 2 slaps just now seemed to not follow the Shen Huang evolutionary path. Could it be that he cultivated another evolution path as well? Qikuan, tell me honestly, how old is the little disciple you took in? Is he over 100 years old? The man in the white robe understood that the Qikuan Star Lord wouldn't reveal the true identity of the peak master of Shursan, so instead of asking about that, he asked about his age. One could generally gauge the talent of an evolver by their age. If the real age of the peak master of Shursan was 400 to 500 years or even 500 to 600 years, then he would just be considered a normal genius. If he was under 100 years old, then it must be said that the Qikuan Star Lord had truly found an exceptional genius this time. Under 100 years old, the Qikuan Star Lord replied after a moment's hesitation. Far from simply being under 100, if Lin Yuan's information was correct, he probably wasn't even 30 yet. Chapter 220 Breakthrough to the 6th rank, Seeking Subscriptions, _2. Qikuan Star Lord himself found it somewhat incredible. He had presided over the Qikuan Star domain for nearly 200,000 years and had initiated the 7-star cave challenges countless times. Yet he had never seen an evolver with talents and qualities like Lin Yuan. In the past, Qikuan Star Lord had only heard rumors about such talented evolvers, but this time he unexpectedly became his disciple. Really not even 100 years old? The man in the white robe gasped. My disciple lost honorably. The man in the white robe thought of the junior disciple who had been utterly defeated by Lin Yuan recently. Truly a monster. The man in the white robe couldn't help but say. No need to say that. Once he steps into the 6th rank, there will be even more challenges waiting for him. Our human civilization initially proceeds smoothly, showing terrifying potentials, but there are also evolvers who fail to advance beyond the 6th or 7th rank. Qikuan Star Lord shook his head. Don't set too high expectations for Shursan. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Still pretending at this time? The man in the white robe rolled his eyes. Although the words were right, they somehow tasted bitter to him. How about I trade 100 disciples for this one of yours? The man in the white robe said. No deal. Qikuan Star Lord didn't even think about it. It's your move. Several days later. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan, having finished his last match, came outside the manor. Mr. Lin, here are your items. A man in a black uniform stood outside the manor. Behind him stood a several-meter-tall box. Drip, following identity authorization. Lin Yuan asked the housekeeper robot to move the box to the underground training facility in the main building. While passing the grassy field, Lin Yuan saw his parents chatting with Lin Yi, his sister. Mom, Dad, you have no idea how formidable Peak Master Shursan is. With just a couple of slaps, he shattered Wanyang Holy Sun. Wanyang Holy Sun, is considered the undisputed number 1 below the 6th rank in the Wanyang star domain. Lin Yi was vividly enlightening her parents with the glorious feats of Peak Master Shirsan. Incredible. Peak Master Shirsan is indeed formidable. The parents continually nodded. Without Lin Yi's explanations, they too had entered the virtual world recently and heard most about this. I just wonder when our Kanglan star will produce a figure like Peak Master Shirsan. Mother Lu Qiong sighed. Mom, what are you dreaming about? That's Peak Master Shirsan. In the Chiquan star domain, with more than 1 million life planets, only such one exists. It's already lucky enough for Kanglan star to have my brother. A Peak Master Shirsan? Absolutely impossible. Lin Yi shook her head, explaining to Lu Qiong. Even though Lu Qiong was also an evolver, she didn't understand much about the evolver community and just knew that Peak Master Shirsan was formidable. But how formidable, she wasn't aware, thus she idly fantasized if Kanglan star could also produce an evolver like him. Lin Yi felt like laughing internally. In such a shallow pool as Kanglan star, dreaming of producing a true dragon like Peak Master Shirsan? Underground training facility in the main building. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, looking at the box in front of him. In the box was exactly what Lin Yuan had applied for, Scarlet Spirit Liquid. To ensure a smooth breakthrough to the 6th rank, Lin Yuan had requested a large basin of Scarlet Spirit Liquid this time. It's time to make a breakthrough. Lin Yuan steadied his mind, having made his decision. The inner conditions, 100% soul bonding transformation, were met. The external conditions, a large basin of Scarlet Spirit Liquid, satisfied all consumption during the breakthrough period. Ho Ming. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and called Ho Ming the captain of the guard troops. For the coming period until I emerge, no matter what happens, do not let anyone come near. Lin Yuan stated. Yes. Captain Ho Ming spoke reverently. Lin Yuan returned to the underground training facility again. Let's begin. Lin Yuan looked at a large basin of Scarlet Spirit Liquid in front of him and took a gentle breath. A massive amount of Scarlet Spirit Liquid evaporated into the air, merging into Lin Yuan's body. With the influx of huge, pure energy, Lin Yuan started to release control over his physical soul. Rustle, rustle. The amount of Scarlet Spirit Liquid visibly reduced, while Lin Yuan's physical soul quickly began to grow stronger. Why are 6th rank evolvers called Fallen Star level? It's because their physical souls become powerfully unimaginable. With each breath, they absorb and exhale the cosmic energies, neutralizing various stellar radiations without depending on the planetary environment. For a 6th rank evolver, medium to low-grade life planets are already restrictive, akin to a shark trapped in a small pond. The battleground for 6th rank evolvers lies in the cosmos. As Lin Yuan's physical soul continued to transform and ascend, it gradually began to affect the surroundings, forming a unique life magnetic field characteristic of 6th rank evolvers. Of course, ordinary evolvers can't perceive this influence, and even 4th and 5th rank evolvers cannot sense it. Is my junior brother starting his breakthrough? The bald man was strolling slowly, sensing something, and immediately glanced towards the central mainland. To protect my junior brother. The bald man's figure vanished, instantly appearing at the edge of the central mainland. Although it's unlikely, if a group of 7th rank alien species were to attack now, I could completely block them to buy time for my junior brother's breakthrough. If 8th rank aliens were to attack, I would also have enough time to take my junior brother and run. The bald man thought covertly. Logically speaking, the alien species should not be aware of Lin Yuan's true identity yet, otherwise, they would have sent strong entities to kill him long ago. On the other side of Kanglan Star, a member of the demonic mouse race, only 1.50 meters tall, lay on the bed. Chapter 221 Breaking Through 6th Rank, Seeking Subscriptions, _3. Several robust men beside him were drenched in sweat as they massaged him. Put a bit more strength into it, you guys. Didn't you eat last night? Even harder, I'm telling you, as long as it feels good, money is no issue. This member of the demonic mouse race was enjoying himself. Suddenly, the demonic mouse race powerhouse shuddered abruptly. Oh? The strong member of the demonic mouse race looked towards the direction of central mainland, his small eyes suddenly widening. Is this a breakthrough to the 6th rank? The strong member of the demonic mouse race was dumbfounded. He remembered that Lin Yuan, whom he protected under the command of the goddess of wisdom, had only the strength of the 4th rank. How did he suddenly reach the 6th rank? How long has it been? The powerful member of the demonic mouse race almost thought time was in disorder, but after some thinking he confirmed he had only been on Kanglan Star for not even a year. What a monstrosity! The strong member of the demonic mouse race blinked. Even though he knew that Lin Yuan, who had the goddess of wisdom intervene to bring him to this planet as a bodyguard, was no ordinary individual, such a leap across two major realms in such a short time was too frightening. Central Continent Manor. Main building's underground training area. So this is the 6th rank? Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment he felt everything had changed. The myriad cosmic energies diffusing between heaven and earth were distinctly visible to him, especially the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, which he could now discern as effortlessly as if viewing the patterns on one's palm. I finally succeeded. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. In the main world, whether it was human civilization or other different species civilizations, the 6th rank was a boundary. It marked the divide between planetary life and cosmic life. Before reaching the 6th rank, life was extremely fragile. One could barely survive off their planet without the aid of tools. But at the 6th rank, the cosmic starry sky instead felt more like home. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure vanished. The next moment, Lin Yuan appeared outside Kanglan Star. Under the deep and vast cosmic starry skies, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The originally chaotic and violent cosmic energies, now tame like a kitten, were all drawn into his body. Kanglan Star. Lin Yuan turned his head to look towards the distant Kanglan Star. At this moment, the enormous Kanglan Star appeared somewhat blustery, its internal strength not as robust as its exterior suggested. Though it boasted a planetary defense system, Lin Yuan could breach the planet in a short time if he so desired. The lives of Kanglan Star's 50 billion citizens hung on Lin Yuan's single thought. The planetary defense system could only delay Lin Yuan for a while but was very unlikely to stop him. Lin Yuan seemed to have noticed something and looked toward the left front. There appeared a bald man, little junior brother, big senior brother? Lin Yuan immediately recognized the bald man, who was indeed his big senior brother. Their auras were almost identical. And also, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards another location. There appeared a dwarf man, measuring only 1 meter 50. Don't get excited yet. The dwarf man immediately spoke. It's the goddess of wisdom who sent me here. Goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan connected with the goddess of wisdom and after confirming, nodded slightly. Is it really the goddess of wisdom? The bald man was somewhat astonished. Just earlier while he was protecting Lin Yuan, he had sensed the dwarf man's presence. The two nearly came to blows until the dwarf man confirmed that the bald man was not an enemy and voluntarily stated that he was commissioned by the goddess of wisdom to protect Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, although the bald man was skeptical, he halted his intent to strike since he did not detect any malicious intent from the dwarf man. And during the time he had been protecting Lin Yuan, the dwarf man had not made a move. If the latter truly harbored a killing intent, he would not wait until after Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 6th rank to show himself. Is Mr. Lin the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kuan lineage? The dwarf man carefully observed Lin Yuan and spoke softly. It wasn't difficult to guess. The imminent breakthrough to the 6th rank by the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kuan lineage was well known, and at this time coinciding with Lin Yuan's breakthrough, it was easy to put 2 and 2 together. Moreover, Lin Yuan had a 7th rank powerhouse protecting him. Only someone with such a background could belong to the Red Kuan lineage. Thank you, Mr. of the Demon Mouse race, for your protection during this time. Lin Yuan, having learned the approximate details from the goddess of wisdom, immediately expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks, I was merely following orders. The dwarf man shook his head. I was curious about the identity of the 13 Peaks Master of Chikuan, but I never expected it to be the Mr. Lin I was protecting. The dwarf man looked astonished. He had a premonition that, soon, the whole Chikuan star domain, and even the surrounding star domains, would be continually shaken by the true identity of the 13 Peaks Master. Chapter 222 Identity Revealed. Please subscribe. Since Mr. Lin has already stepped into the 6th rank, I will take my leave. The dwarfish man bowed slightly towards Lin Yuan and disappeared on the spot. He had been commanded by the goddess of wisdom to protect Lin Yuan until he reached the 6th rank. Now that Lin Yuan had indeed reached the 6th rank, his mission was considered complete. And considering that Lin Yuan and the bald, burly man, the two Marshall brothers, obviously had things to discuss, his staying would only make things awkward for himself. So he was a king from the demonic mouse race? The elder Marshall brother glanced at the departing dwarfish man and spoke softly. The demonic mouse race? A king? A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. He knew about the demonic mouse race, which had submitted to the human race a million years ago and had long since been integrated. The fact that the goddess of wisdom had assigned this dwarfish man to protect him clearly showed her absolute trust in the man. In fact, these different species who had been integrated into human civilization for so long might be even more loyal to human civilization than some from the human race. Their relatives and tribe members all resided within the territory of human civilization. If they ever dared to betray, all of their kin would suffer the consequences. As for a king, that was a title for a 7th rank peak evolver. Contrary to the divisions of the 1st to 6th ranks into 12 segments each, 7th rank evolvers only had 3 stages. From weakest to strongest they were Duke, Marquis and King. The King level in the 7th rank was already at the 7th rank peak, and even in the battlefields of different races, a king could dominate an area alone. Thank you, Elder Martial Brother, for your protection during this time, Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. He had realized the moment he saw his elder martial brother how confident he had been when Lin Yuan had asked him how to guard against the Black Prison. It was why his elder martial brother had confidently told Lin Yuan to train on the Kanglan Star. Were martial brothers, why the thanks? The elder martial brother waved his hand. Let's go. Little brother, take advantage of the fact that the news of your breakthrough to the 6th rank hasn't spread yet and come back with me to the Chikuan main star, the elder martial brother suddenly said, as if he had thought of something. The dwarfish man from the demonic mouse race knew Lin Yuan had reached the 6th rank, but he definitely wouldn't spread the word. Therefore, up to now, others were unaware of Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 6th rank. Even the several 5th rank evolvers on the Kanglan Star couldn't sense the subtle fluctuation of a 5th rank breaking into the 6th rank. All right. Lin Yuan nodded, glanced at the Kanglan Star and said, You're wondering how to get to the Chikuan main star, right? The elder martial brother smiled subtly. If it were just me, I would take a leisurely trip back by spaceship. But with the little martial brother here to avoid unnecessary complications, let's teleport directly back. The elder martial brother finished speaking, and suddenly, a 5-colored transparent crystal appeared before him. The crystal, shaped like a magic cube, faintly emitted slight space fluctuations. This magic cube, Lin Yuan felt that the magic cube closely resembled the giant magic cube in the 7-star cave world that represented surpassing the 6th rank evolutionary path. The two must share the same origin. This is called the crystal magic cube given by our mentor. Once crushed, it will form a space passage, and the other side leads to the Chikuan main star, the elder martial brother said with a grin. Click. The elder martial brother grasped the crystal magic cube and gently squeezed. The crystal magic cube immediately crumbled into powder. Amid the countless powdered particles, the power of space began to gather. In front of the elder martial brother, a door of space formed. Go ahead, little martial brother. The elder martial brother closed his eyes and felt briefly. The space passage is very stable, strong enough for a 6th rank life to pass through. Elder martial brother. Lin Yuan looked down at the Kanglan Star. Are you worried about your family? The elder martial brother chuckled. Rest assured, once you return to the main star, we will immediately announce your identity on the Chenxi main star, and then Chenxi main star will make the announcement externally. The moment Chenxi main star receives the news, they will dispatch a specialized guard troop to Kanglan Star to protect the family of our little martial brother, said the elder martial brother, pausing for a moment before continuing. Actually, you needn't worry about your family's safety. Different species like to assassinate our human race's talented evolvers, but they are actually not that interested in the families of talented evolvers, the elder martial brother hinted. Not that interested? Lin Yuan was surprised. Let's say, hypothetically, the elder martial brother smiled and said, if your family were to be assassinated by a different species, would you be utterly devastated? No, Lin Yuan shook his head. I see, Lin Yuan realized. High-rank evolvers possessed power capable of destroying heavens and earth, and naturally their mental state was almost at perfection. If the death of family members could cause a high-rank evolver's mental state to collapse, then all those years of cultivation would have been in vain. The death of family members would only incite deeper hatred against the different species in an evolver. Particularly for genius-level evolvers, the death of a relative might even act as a catalyst, helping them to break through faster. What about capturing family members as a threat? Throughout the long centuries of human civilization, no evolver had ever yielded to threats from different species. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, different species generally wouldn't target the families of human race geniuses, as it held no practical significance. Go ahead. Lin Yuan took one last look at the Kanglan star beneath his feet and followed his elder martial brother into the space passage before him. Such chaotic space power, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Even with a space passage to shield him, he could still feel the wildly violent space power. This level of chaos and ferocity far surpassed what Lin Yuan had sensed in the Divine Arms world when he last entered that spatial rift. But now, all the turbulent and disordered space power was blocked by the space channel formed by the crystal magic cube. Space rules too miraculous. Chapter 223 Identity Revealed. Please subscribe. _2. Lin Yuan followed his eldest senior brother, step by step, walking inside the space tunnel. With each step he took, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that he had traversed an immense distance, all crammed into just a few steps due to some form of compression within the space tunnel, compressing 10 light-years or even dozens of light-years into a matter of steps. Lin Yuan had done some research on space rules as well, and the giant cube within the 7 stars void world, representing a spatial evolutionary path beyond the 6th rank, had already been fully understood by Lin Yuan up to the 7th rank chapter. However, compared to the profound mysteries of the space rules he was encountering now, it was like comparing the light of a firefly to the bright moon. Quickly. After merely taking a few dozen steps, Lin Yuan had moved to the other side of the space tunnel. A planet appeared in the distance, hundreds of times larger than Kanglan star. That is the Chikuan main star. A smile appeared on his eldest senior brother's face. Not until this moment did his eldest senior brother feel that he and his junior brother were completely safe. Even if a high-rank evolver at the peak of the 8th layer came attacking now, they were so close to Chikuan main star that the Chikuan Star Lord could intervene instantly. So many powerful beings. Lin Yuan faintly sensed that on Chikuan main star, numerous high-rank evolver auras were lurking, and 6th-rank fallen star warriors were no longer rare on Chikuan main star. I have already stepped into the 6th rank, my soul has achieved perfect harmony and transformation, and merged with the martial Tao evolutionary path. Even someone as powerful as my teacher cannot see through which evolutionary path I have cultivated. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After becoming one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan had been reluctant to return to Chikuan main star. He was worried that his cultivation of the martial Tao evolutionary path would be seen through by other high-rank evolvers. You see, the potential revealed by the martial path evolutionary path had the prospects of advancing to the 8th layer evolutionary path. As the founder of this evolutionary path, Lin Yuan was, in a sense, an embryo of a great evolution scholar. This identity far surpassed being one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage because any evolution scholar represents the true foundation of human civilization. And an evolution scholar starts at the 8th layer, with a citizenship level that is unimaginably high, and their influence is much greater than that of a singular powerful evolver. Follow me. The eldest senior brother's mind slightly shifted. The space around subtly distorted. It isolated their appearances and auras. Whoosh. The eldest senior brother, with Lin Yuan, entered Chikuan main star. During this time, countless fluctuations transmitted as if confirming their identities and permissions. Quickly. The two soon arrived at the continent formed by more than a dozen mountains at the center of the planet. Lin Yuan looked around and there were a total of 14 mountains with the largest central peak belonging to the Chikuan Star Lord. The other 13 mountains were those of Lin Yuan and the other 12 peak masters. While walking, the eldest senior brother said, "Now that junior brother has come to the main star, next, our Red Kuan lineage will update the information of the 13 peak masters. Junior brother is from Kanglan star, and since Kanglan star is a life planet in the Dawn star system, the Red Kuan lineage will first announce it to the Dawn star system, then spread it outwards from Chenxi main star." Okay, Lin Yuan nodded. Having reached the 6th rank, he could fully withstand the identity of one of the Red Kuan lineage's 13 peak masters without facing an unworthy of position issue. Apart from the eldest senior brother, the 2nd and 3rd senior brothers, the rest of the senior brothers were also 6th rank. Back when the Chikuan Star Lord seized the body of a starry sky wanderer Kuan, he only dared to return to the Human Civilization Alliance after painstakingly reaching the 7th rank. That's because the Chikuan Star Lord was not a genius in the conventional sense. The young starry sky wanderer Kuan that he possessed easily attracted animosity. For example, the parents of the original starry sky wanderer Kuan? Or the special life group of the starry sky wanderer Kuan? The starry sky wanderer Kuan species is indeed rare, but there are some, and with strong bloodlines the probability of birthing powerful beings is much higher. It was precisely because of this. Chikuan Star Lord hid until he reached the 7th rank before daring to show himself and return to human civilization. I wonder how Chenxi will feel, knowing that his star system has birthed such a supreme genius as junior brother, said the eldest senior brother with a bit of emotion in his voice. As one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan truly held the power of life and death over a star domain. Coming from the Dawn star system, Lin Yuan was likely to develop some fondness for it. This fondness might not be substantial, but compared to completely unfamiliar star systems, he would definitely lean toward the Dawn star system. Under such conditions, as long as the Dawn star system didn't sabotage itself, it was equivalent to having a supporter in the Chikuan star domain, thereby increasing its influence. This was just the impact Lin Yuan made on the vast Dawn star system. But for Kanglin star, if Lin Yuan wished, Kanglin star could even advance to a higher grade life planet. From a middle grade life planet to a higher grade life planet. This involves various aspects like the level of cosmic energy a planet can accommodate, the number of powerful beings, etc. Normally, higher-grade life planets are mostly innate. Few middle-grade life planets advance to higher-grade life planets, because the costs involved in such an upgrade are too great. But with the tacit support of Lin Yuan, the peak master of the 13 peaks, the ascent of Kanglin star to a higher-grade life planet is just a matter of time. Big senior brother, shall we go see the teacher now? Lin Yuan asked. See the teacher? The eldest senior brother shook his head. There's no need. When you entered Chikuan main star, the teacher already knew, seeing or not seeing doesn't matter, said the eldest senior brother, looking at Lin Yuan with a somewhat solemn expression. Junior brother, the most important thing for you now is not to see the teacher, nor is it to continue cultivating. Rather, it's to form an imprint of your life essence and then brand it into the universe. Chapter 224 Identity Revelation Subscription Request _3. The eldest senior brother said solemnly. A 6th rank evolver's life essence is strong enough to leave a mark in the universe. This kind of mark is also known as a life brand, and as long as the brand exists, even if Lin Yuan falls, the supreme beings of the human race can use this bit of life brand as an anchor point to reverse time for resurrection. As for those below the 6th rank, their life essence isn't strong enough. If they die, they truly die and nobody can bring them back. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Branding one's life brand into the universe is something all evolvers do as soon as they step into the 6th rank. It relates to whether one can be resurrected in the future, and even those 6th rank evolvers without the privilege of resurrection will do the same. Who knows, in some future era, their offspring might make great achievements and beseech a supreme being to resurrect them. Chenxi main star. The Chikuan star domain has 8 major star systems with over 1 million life planets. Among them, the Dawn star system is not the weakest of the 8 major star systems, but it's also not associated with the strongest, ranking around 5th or 6th all year round. Chenxi main star within a certain department. This department is one of the core departments of Chenxi main star, responsible for connecting with Chikuan main star, and constantly relaying the many orders sent from Chikuan main star. Who knows when Peak Master Shursan will step into the 6th rank, or what Peak Master Shursan's real identity is. Could it be from our Dawn star system? Within the department, a female employee chatted idly with a colleague. In the virtual world's arena area, Peak Master Shursan's last few battles, especially the way he shattered the Wanyang Holy Sun with 2 slaps, convinced many powerful beings in the outside world that Peak Master Shursan's soul had achieved 100% compatibility. Stepping into the 6th rank as a result is also a recent event. Once someone becomes a 6th rank, the importance of keeping Peak Master Shursan's identity secret vanishes, and it can be made public. And according to the style of Chikuan main star from which star system Peak Master Shursan hails, that system's main star will be responsible for dissemination. If Peak Master Shursan is not from the 8 major star systems, then Chikuan main star will personally make it public. I think the possibility of Peak Master Shursan being from the Dawn star system is not big. In my Dawn star system, there are only over 100 high-grade life planets, while other powerful star systems have hundreds of high-grade life planets to start with. Geniuses like Peak Master Shursan are likely to be born on high-grade life planets. Another department employee spoke up. The many differences between high-grade life planets and middle and low-grade life planets include the probability of giving birth to geniuses. The former is much higher than the latter. High-grade life planets, accommodating higher quality cosmic energy, living long-term under such quality of cosmic energy means that even a mediocre talent can match geniuses from middle-grade life planets. Any news from the other star systems? The 3rd department employee asked. If Peak Master Shursan were from another star system, Chikuan main star would definitely inform that system, and the news would be publicized immediately. Not yet. I'm keeping an eye on it. The first woman who spoke up said. It's been so long, Peak Master Shursan should have made a breakthrough by now. Anything that should be made public would be, unless Peak Master Shursan really hails from outside the Chikuan star domain, and was picked up by a Star Lord during their travels in the universe? A department employee wondered. While they were chatting. Beep 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 beep. The entire department suddenly lit up with a red light. A document has been received from Chikuan main star. Peak Master Shursan's true identity comes from the Dawn star system. Chapter 225 Changes in the Door to the Myriad Realms, Seeking Subscriptions. What? Peak Master Shursan really comes from our Dawn star system? In the department, all members were dumbfounded, having indeed fantasized about this possibility. After all, if the Dawn star system really was the home system of Peak Master Shursan, then the entire Dawn star system would benefit from his presence in the future. Not to mention gaining any resource bias. At the very least, it wouldn't be treated as a place to exploit for resources. But everyone was clear that it was just a fantasy. Just like before the lottery results are announced, nearly every citizen who has bought a ticket fantasizes about winning the jackpot. But in reality there's only one winner. Those fantasies were nothing more than impractical, wishful thinking. However, now, someone was telling them that the fantasy had turned into reality? Peak Master Shursan. All hearts were pounding as they immediately began to review the real information file about Peak Master Shursan sent from the Chikuan main star. Peak Master Shursan, real name Lin Yuan from Kanglan Star, the champion of the last Kanglan Star tournament, participated in the 7-star cave trials. Peak Master Shursan born on a middle-grade life planet? A mere middle-grade life planet managed to produce a genius like Peak Master Shursan? It's incredible. The file says that Peak Master Shursan participated in the last tournament at only 4th rank, and now he's 6th rank? I understand now. Before the tournament, Peak Master Shursan must have been cultivating on his own, reaching 4th rank in such a backward environment on a middle-grade life planet, then entered the 7-star cave world, received guidance from a Star Lord, and his fortune soared. The numerous members of the department, looking at the information about Peak Master Shursan, were lost in wild thoughts. Chairman. Just then, one of the members looked up and noticed a burly man appearing. Chairman. Upon hearing this, the others immediately looked up, addressing the burly man with utmost respect. In the entire Chensi main star, no one could be called chairman, except the dominion holder of the Dawn Association. The Dawn Association was the most powerful force in the Dawn star system, so much so that the entire system was named after it. Of course, no matter how powerful the Dawn Association was, it was still a subordinate to the Red Kuan lineage, and only the orders from the Red Kuan lineage were obeyed. Haha, Peak Master Shursan really comes from our Dawn star system? The face of the chairman of the Dawn Association lit up with joy, showing none of the usual aloof demeanor of a chairman. Chairman, what should we do now? The department head couldn't help but speak up. In theory, apart from the big shots on the Chikuan main star, only they knew about the real identity of Peak Master Shursan. What to do? Let me think carefully. The chairman of the Dawn Association composed himself. He had been so excited that he had for a moment neglected how to handle this matter. Without a doubt, having Peak Master Shursan from the Dawn star system was a tremendous opportunity. But no matter how great the opportunity, one must catch it properly. The Dawn star system must seize this chance, especially to not let other forces get there first. This is what we'll do. I will personally go to the Chikuan main star and make an appearance before Peak Master Shursan to congratulate him on advancing to 6th rank. The chairman of the Dawn Association said. Since the real identity of Peak Master Shursan had been transmitted from the Chikuan main star, it meant that Peak Master Shursan was already on the Chikuan main star. Secondly, Peak Master Shursan should still have parents and a sister on Kanglan star. Once he knew the real identity of Peak Master Shursan, the chairman of the Dawn Association immediately connected to the virtual world and looked up Lin Yuan's basic information. Now you take my guard troops and quickly go to Kanglan Star and protect the Peak Master's parents. The chairman of the Dawn Association looked at the manager. He wanted to cover all bases as protecting the Peak Master's family certainly couldn't be wrong. Now we can release the real identity of Peak Master Shursan. The chairman of the Dawn Association didn't dare delay, as upon receiving the documents transmitted by the Red Kuan lineage, Chensi Mainstar had to act with utmost speed. Naturally, as the spreader of the identity, The chairman of the Dawn Association was the first to know the information and could prepare in advance. The Dawn Star System. The Heiyu family station planet. Being one of the top 5 forces in the Chikuan star domain, the Heiyu family had station planets in all 8 star systems. The station planets, which are entirely owned by the Heiyu family, also serve as the family's branch headquarters within that star system, overseeing all matters of the Heiyu family in the Dawn Star System. The Dawn Star System has 1,200,000 life planets, almost all of which have some trade and economic dealings with the Heiyu family. At this moment, the matter of Peak Master Shursan's real identity was transmitted here from Chensi Main Star. Within a garden, a man in a loose coat was leisurely lying there. 2 beautiful women were gently massaging him. The man in the loose coat, named Heiyu Qin, was Heiyu Ao's second uncle. It was through Heiyu Qin that Heiyu Ao had cut off all trade ties between the Heiyu family and Kanglan Star. Although far from the family's power core, at least I'm free and not many can command me. Heiyu Qin was in a good mood. Not every member of the Heiyu family had ambitions to climb higher, and Heiyu Qin was quite satisfied with his status. While Heiyu Qin was enjoying himself, a deep voice suddenly echoed beside him. Heiyu Qin, come here. The voice, although devoid of any emotional fluctuations, obviously suppressed some anger and fear. Chapter 226 Changes in the Door to the Myriad Realms, Seeking Subscriptions, _. The clan elder is calling me? Heiyu Qin suddenly felt a shiver run through him. Come at once. Although he didn't know what the clan elder wanted with him, Heiyu Qin knew that he must not defy the elder. Quickly, Heiyu Qin appeared before the clan elder. Elder. Heiyu Qin bowed deeply, keeping his posture extremely low. Heiyu Qin, I have sent you a document, take a good look at it. The clan elder took a deep breath, then give me an explanation. Ah. Okay. Upon hearing this, Heiyu Qin immediately began to receive the document the clan elder had sent. The Red Kuan lineage, the true identity of Shursan Peak Master, is in fact an evolver from the Dawn Star System, from Kanglan Star, named Lin Yuan. The more Heiyu Qin read, the more panicked he became. His heart trembled, his legs went weak, and he found himself unable to control his own body, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yuan? Hadn't he been cut off from trading with Kanglan Star by his nephew Heiyu Ao, all because of this Lin Yuan? And now, this Lin Yuan's identity was Shursan Peak Master? Heiyu Qin felt the world spinning, breathing became unbearably difficult. He was keenly aware of what his actions meant. He himself had initiated the trade cut-off and had spread the word that it was all because Lin Yuan was disrespectful. But now, Lin Yuan had become the Shursan Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage, one of the high-ranking beings of the Chikuan star domain. One couldn't merely talk about himself. Even the Seicoming Divine Needle Heiyu Mo of the Heiyu family would have to treat Lin Yuan with utmost respect. And he had tried to suppress Lin Yuan? Heiyu Ao, you have doomed me. You have put me beyond redemption. Heiyu Qin crawled to the elder's feet, clutching his thighs. Elder, none of this has anything to do with me. It was all Heiyu Ao, it was all his doing. I have no grievances against that Lin, against the Honorable Shursan Peak Master. It was all Heiyu Ao's orders. Heiyu Qin wept bitterly. He understood that he was finished, regardless of whether he wanted to do it or was ordered by someone else. As the person directly involved in suppressing the Shursan Peak Master, he was bound to meet no good end. Yet even in death there were differences. The Heiyu family had ways to make the guilty wish for death. Heiyu Ao? The clan elder closed his eyes. I will speak to the family about this. As for you, the clan elder looked at the sobbing Heiyu Qin. In an instant, a guard approached and subdued Heiyu Qin. Only after Heiyu Qin had been taken away did the elder turn around to face the others behind him. They were all high-ranking members of the Heiyu family stationed in the Dawn Star System, each of them looking grave. Before Heiyu Qin arrived, they had already gathered and almost fully grasped the situation. Gentlemen, the time concerning the life and death, the survival of our Heiyu family has come, the clan elder said somberly. Life and death. The rest trembled slightly at the thought. Indeed, it was a matter of life and death. The Heiyu family had grievously offended the Shursan Peak Master? As one of the Chikuan star domain's 5 grand powers, deeply rooted with far-reaching influence, the Heiyu family wouldn't face immediate issues even after offending the Shursan Peak Master. But given enough time, it would undoubtedly weaken rapidly, and might completely perish after hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, the situation the Heiyu family was facing could indeed be considered life and death. If we'd known earlier, we should never have given Heiyu Qin the power. To cut off all trade with a life planet might not be a major issue, but it is not a trivial matter either. If it had been reviewed by us, perhaps such an incident wouldn't have occurred. It's only a possibility. Heiyuao is a direct descendant of our family. If he had come to us asking to cut off trade with Kanglan Star, would you have disagreed? The mistake lies in the fact that a middle-grade life planet like Kanglan Star could give birth to a great person like the Shirsan Peak Master, and Heiyuao just happened to run into the Shirsan Peak Master. Since it has already happened, discussing this is pointless. What's critical now is how to resolve the animosity the Shirsan Peak Master has towards our Heiyu family. Heiyu Qin will certainly have to be handed over, but the main culprit is Heiyuao and Heiyuao, the people in the room discussed fervently. They had the power to decide Heiyu Qin's fate, but as for Heiyuao, after all, he was the son of Heiyumo. How to deal with Heiyuao had to be in consultation with Heiyumo's wishes. I will go and speak on this matter. It concerns the family heritage. No matter who it is, those who must be sacrificed will have to be, as long as it can recover the favor of the Shirsan Peak Master. As long as it can eliminate the Shirsan Peak Master's animosity towards our family, no price is too great. The clan elder stood up, looked at everyone, and declared firmly. Chiquan Main Star. Official member Cultivation Site. Fang Qing was sitting cross-legged, imagining the likeness of an ancient god in his mind. The evolution path of the ancient gods is simple in practice yet difficult in theory. That was to meditate on the ancient god corresponding to one's own evolutionary path and to imitate that entity as much as possible. The reason this was difficult was that even a minor mistake could lead to retaliation and possible death on the spot. Huff. Fang Qing finished his cultivation, a look of relief washing over his face. Just at that moment, Fang boy, quickly look at the document, go look at the document. A roaring voice came through, unmistakably from the white-bearded old man. What's the rush? What could possibly be so important? Fang Qing's brow furrowed slightly, feeling that his mentor was prone to overreacting, as if he had never seen the world before. Are you going to look or not? The white-bearded old man's tone rose a few notches. Fine, I'll look, but I certainly won't be like you. Fang Qing immediately skimmed through the document, muttering to himself as he read. Until, the true identity of Shirsan Peak Master is an evolver from Kanglan Star in the Dawn Star system named Lin Yuan. What the fuck? Fang Qing was astounded. Big Brother Lin is Shirsan Peak Master? Fang Qing felt bewildered, rereading the document several times to confirm that the Lin Yuan mentioned was indeed the Big Brother Lin he knew, and not somebody with the same name. His mind turned to mush. It took a moment for him to somewhat snap back to his senses. This, Fang Qing's eyes widened, and though he was alerted by the white-bearded old man that Lin Yuan must have some sort of ace up his sleeve, otherwise he wouldn't foolishly refuse Heiyuao's recruitment. But this ace, was it not too big? The 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage? Was this his fucking trump card? So that's how it is. I was wondering why, with your Big Brother Lin's talent, it would be impossible for him to pass the 7-star cave trial. Even a waste like you passed, it made no sense. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The white-bearded old man's voice, filled with sudden understanding, kept ringing in Fang Qing's ears. Fang Qing's mouth twitched. He had some objections to the old man's constant calling him a waste, especially in comparison to Big Brother Lin, so he immediately dared not say much more. Shirsan Peak Master. Fang Qing couldn't help but look up, staring off at the 14 peaks standing tall in the center of the main star. Inside the palace, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Life essence, imprint, merging into the universe? Lin Yuan pondered carefully while feeling everything within his body. After stepping into the 6th rank, his physical soul underwent significant metamorphosis. Lin Yuan faintly sensed a deeper layer of space within the cosmic starry sky. Whether it was real or an illusion was unknown, but Lin Yuan felt that it was a place unreachable by mere flesh and blood. According to the Red Kuan lineage's description of that space, it should be the origin source space of this cosmic starry sky. It's the most central place of the universe, where only ethereal entities like life imprints are able to merge. As for life, even the most powerful beings could not enter the origin source space. Life essence. Lin Yuan slowly circulated the power within his body, resonating faintly with that layer of space. I can feel it. It should be about to merge soon. Lin Yuan's spirit shuddered. Merging the life imprint did not require much skill, otherwise, it wouldn't be achievable by a 6th rank evolver. Upon sensing the space where the life imprint rested, the final merge was imminent. As the life imprint continued to merge, Lin Yuan felt more at ease, able to spare a bit of consciousness to attend to other matters. The door to the myriad realms? A thread of Lin Yuan's consciousness reached the depths of his mind. This was his first visit here since advancing to the 6th rank. What's this? No sooner had Lin Yuan's consciousness reached this place than he noticed changes to the door to the myriad realms. Compared to before his breakthrough into the 6th rank, the door had become more majestic, solemn, and insurmountable. Not only did it no longer appear ethereal, but it also seemed more like a physical object. Since Lin Yuan became aware of the door to the myriad realms, this colossal gate had always been ethereal. Even when the outer regions were illuminated, you could still discern its ephemeral nature. But now, the door to the myriad realms actually gave Lin Yuan a tangible sensation. Furthermore, as Lin Yuan gazed at the door to the myriad realms, a vast amount of information flooded into Lin Yuan's soul from the door. Chapter 227 Despair of Heiyuao. These pieces of information. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and even halted the act of integrating his life imprint into the universe. The information he received was obviously vast and exceedingly important. So, the door to the myriad realms in the depths of my mind is merely a projection of the true door to the myriad realms. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged silently. The real door to the myriad realms was not something that a frail and insignificant life like Lin Yuan could sustain, even if the former had acknowledged him as its master. The disparity in levels between them was too great for them to coexist in the same space. With Lin Yuan's strength before stepping into the 6th rank, bearing a projection of the door to the myriad realms was already his limit. Even now, as Lin Yuan had evolved to a 6th rank evolver, and his life essence had undergone transformation, making him capable of leaving a brand in the main world, he still could not sustain the real door to the myriad realms. Of course, stepping into the 6th rank wasn't without its changes. The current Lin Yuan could carry a projection of the door to the myriad realms, and its inherent essence had elevated much. This point could be explained by the additional information about the door to the myriad realms that Lin Yuan acquired. World-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan's expression grew somewhat solemn. According to the information just received from the projection of the door to the myriad realms, he knew that the world-breaking origin force was one of the core energy sources of the door to the myriad realms. Every 333 days, the projection of the door to the myriad realms could accumulate a strand of world-breaking origin force from the void. The specific manifestation was the lighting up of the peripheral area of the door to the myriad realms. Simply put, a strand of world-breaking origin force could allow Lin Yuan to travel once. The uses of world-breaking origin force were numerous. 10 strands of world-breaking origin force could enable Lin Yuan to return once more to any world he had previously traversed. This seemed rather good, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although thus far the 4 traversals he conducted all ended with Lin Yuan emerging invincible, as the number of traversals increased and the levels of the worlds he visited were raised, under the restriction of the door to the myriad realms that limited the duration of stay, Lin Yuan couldn't guarantee that he would be able to conquer every traversed world. If there were any important treasures or things in the worlds that he hadn't fully enjoyed, he could use this method to return to those realms and continue to enjoy them. But that depended on the treasures or opportunities being sufficiently important, as 10 strands of world-breaking origin force were enough for Lin Yuan to traverse 10 times. 50 strands of world-breaking origin force can allow for physical traversal. Lin Yuan had long known that the door to the myriad realms was not limited to consciousness descent but also allowed for physical traversal. Though this method of traversal could establish a massive advantage early on, without the need for gradual cultivation, the risks were also greater. If one were to perish in a traversed world, it would probably mean true death, which is far less forgiving than the opportunity for a do-over that consciousness descent offered. 100 strands of world-breaking origin force would allow me to choose the worlds for traversal, according to my desires. Meaning, Lin Yuan could control the type and direction of the worlds he traversed based on his own needs. Such a utility was quite satisfying to Lin Yuan. All the traversals conducted by the door to the myriad realms thus far had been random. Such traversals were not harmful in the early stages, but as Lin Yuan's strength and realm continued to rise, some of the worlds he traversed wouldn't provide much aid. At this time the effect of customized traversal showed its value. Lin Yuan could tailor a world that fit his cultivation system and could bring him immense aid. 100 strands of world-breaking origin force. Too expensive. Given the door to the myriad realms projections rate of accumulating 1 strand of world-breaking origin force every 333 days, 100 strands would likely take 90 years. 1,000 strands of world-breaking origin force. can bring back an item from any of the traversed worlds, Lin Yuan sighed. If 100 strands of world-breaking origin force already required waiting for over 90 years, wouldn't 1,000 strands necessitate nearly a millennium? Such use of world-breaking origin force wouldn't be considered by Lin Yuan unless it was for some special origin source treasure of a world. 10,000 strands of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan had not seen the specific effects of 10,000 strands of world-breaking origin force, but according to the current information received, there should be use for such an amount. The current door to the Myriad Realms projection, the accumulated world-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan sensed it and found that the current amount of world-breaking origin force was just over 1 strand. The accumulation of world-breaking origin force should be based on the standard of the main world. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and continued to start integrating a bit of his life brand into the universe. Kanglan Star. Governor Song Wuyang stretched languidly. Governor, all matters have been dealt with and what follows is your personal rest time, came the voice of his AI assistant. Personal rest time? Song Wuyang's face showed a smile. Suddenly, at that moment, the voice of the AI assistant came through once again. Governor, Nolan Chensi requests to speak with you. Nolan Chensi? Song Wuyang suddenly tensed up. The surname, Chensi, came from the strongest force in the Dawn Star System, the Dawn Association. And Nolan Chensi was the vice-chairman of the Dawn Association, a major figure in the Dawn Star System, second only to the chairman. Agree to the call. Song Wuyang took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, and immediately gave the command. He was somewhat anxious, unsure why such a high-ranking individual was personally reaching out to him. Now that Kanglan Star had just recovered from the pressure exerted by the Heiyu family, he hoped there wouldn't be any unexpected incident. The holographic screen before him showed the image of Nolan Chensi. I've seen Nolan, sir. Chapter 228 The Despair of Heiyu Ao Undersu. Song Wuyang's tone was somewhat constrained. What great man, not great man. Nolan Chensi seemed very amiable, completely lacking the imposing aura and unapproachability that Song Wuyang remembered. The Kanglan Star you govern is truly remarkable, having given birth to such a great evolver. Nolan Chensi said with a smile. What? Song Wuyang blinked. He understood every word that Nolan Chensi said, but when put together, Song Wuyang didn't know what to make of it. What does truly remarkable mean? Nolan Chensi, as the vice president of the Dawn Association, wouldn't even spare high-grade life planets a glance, let alone Kanglan Star. And yet, now, this big shot from the Dawn Star system was voluntarily praising Kanglan Star? Also, a great evolver was born? Song Wuyang still hadn't comprehended. He was well aware of the number of evolvers on Kanglan Star and their specific circumstances. There certainly wasn't any great evolver as referred to by the esteemed Nolan Chensi. Lord Nolan. I'm not sure what you mean, Song Wuyang asked cautiously. I forgot this matter hasn't reached Kanglan Star yet. Nolan Chensi's smile did not diminish as his gaze turned even more affable. You should know about Peak Master Shursan, right? Peak Master Shursan? Song Wuyang was stunned. Of course he knew of Peak Master Shursan. He was the pride of the Chicoan Star Domain, who not long ago had challenged the genius evolvers of the various star domains. Even the undefeated Holy Sun from the Wanyang Star Domain had been forced to bow his head in defeat at the hands of Peak Master Shursan. Song Wuyang not only knew of Peak Master Shursan but had also watched every one of his challenges, almost becoming a fan. But what did Peak Master Shursan have to do with him? If the Dawn Star System could dare to fantasize, then maybe Peak Master Shursan came from their star system. But as for Song Wuyang, he didn't even dare to fantasize about it, because the probability was too low, nearly impossible. With over 1 million life planets in the Chicoan Star Domain, including high-grade life planets and various main stars and so on. Why on earth would the great Peak Master Shursan come from a backward and remote planet like Kanglan Star? It was completely unscientific. Lord Nolan, this Peak Master Shursan? Song Wuyang asked, puzzled. That's right. Nolan Chensi nodded. The true identity of the great Peak Master Shursan is indeed an evolver named Lin Yuan from your Kanglan Star. Also, Peak Master Shursan has participated in a tournament and even won the championship, you should remember. Nolan Chensi's tone remained kind as he spoke. The true identity of Peak Master Shursan is Lin Yuan. Song Wuyang was dumbfounded, almost unable to comprehend at the moment. Almost immediately after, Song Wuyang's eyes widened in shock, hardly able to keep his composure. Peak Master Shursan was Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan was Peak Master Shursan? Song Weiyang felt dizzy as if knocked over by a huge surprise. No, that wasn't right. This was more than just a surprise. The true identity of Peak Master Shirsan will be announced by the Chenxi main star, and soon your Kanglan star will also be informed. I told you in advance as a preparation, Nolan Chenxi said. Moreover, soon the guard troops of our president will come over to protect the family of Peak Master Shirsan. By then you should know what to do. Nolan Chenxi reminded him. Rest assured, Lord Nolan, before the president's guard troops arrive, Kanglan Star's defense system will be completely sealed off, barring any forces from entering, Song Weiyang said immediately after taking a deep breath. Then I'll leave it to the governor, Nolan Chenxi said with a nod, his face showing satisfaction. Although he thought that no one would reach Peak Master Shirsan's parents faster than his Dawn Association. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Having extra precautions was never a bad thing. You may go now to make the arrangements. Remember, the most important task for Kanglan Star at the moment is to protect the family of Peak Master Shirsan until the president's guard troops arrive. Having said this, Nolan Chenxi then disconnected the call. Thump. Song Weiyang fell to the ground with a thud. Lord Lin Yuan. Lord Peak Master Shirsan. Song Weiyang's mind was whirring. He immediately thought of the time when Lin Yuan was oppressed by public opinion on Kanglan Star due to the Heiyu family's repression. Draw up the list. From the moment the Heiyu family severed trade with Kanglan Star, every citizen on the network who has verbally insulted and blamed Mr. Lin Yuan, regardless of their status, will be added to the list. Song Weiyang immediately began to make arrangements. He couldn't allow Master Shirsan to even conceive the idea of suffering the slightest grievance on Kanglan Star. Heiyu Ao was full of vigor, having the business map provided by the family's think tank. He just needed to follow it step by step. Mr. Ao. The training is proceeding normally, and the increase in strength of all evolvers is in line with expectations. The elder in the black suit, Bei Zhao, reported the results respectfully. I see. Heiyu Ao was pleased in spirit. If the plan went smoothly in the next championship tournament, those evolvers cultivated by Heiyu Ao would shine brilliantly. The evolvers practicing divination are terrifying, able to grasp any minute information and thus make the most beneficial decisions for themselves. Heiyu Ao felt a touch of emotion. If it weren't for the list provided by the family's think tank, how could he, Heiyu Ao, have known about the tremendous potential for improvement in these evolvers? That a little training could greatly boost their strength? Just then. My father is looking for me? Heiyu Ao tensed up. He received a video call from his father. This left Heiyu Ao somewhat at a loss. Heiyu Ao's father, the Seicoming Divine Needle of the Heiyu family, the 7th rank evolver Heiyu Mo. As the youngest son of Heiyu Mo, Heiyu Ao had met his father fewer times than he could count on both hands. Let alone receiving a personal video call from him. Could it be that father has discovered my achievements outside? Heiyu Ao speculated in his heart and quickly accepted his father's call. On the virtual screen before him, Heiyu Mo's image soon appeared. Heiyu Mo was tall and emitted a certain dark and chilly aura. Heiyu Ao. Heiyu Mo spoke in a cold tone, I've sent someone to fetch you. Don't resist when they arrive. After saying this, Heiyu Mo ended the call. Heiyu Ao was confused. His father, the Seicoming Divine Needle of the Heiyu family, had video called him personally just to tell him this? Fetching me back to the family? Heiyu Ao fell silent. He had dreamed of returning to the family. But the words of his father, Heiyu Mo, made him uneasy. What has happened? Heiyu Ao furrowed his brow in deep thought. Mr. Ao. At that moment, the elder in the black suit, Bei Zhao, suddenly walked in. Chenxi Main Star has announced the identity of Master Shirsan. Oh. Heiyu Ao's spirit was immediately uplifted, and he quickly connected to the virtual world to receive the relevant files. The real identity of Master Shirsan is Lin Yuan from Kanglan Star. Heiyu Ao was stunned. He disconnected from the virtual world, shook his head to fully wake himself up, and then re-entered the virtual world. Yet, the file regarding Master Shirsan's true identity still identified him as Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan of Kanglan Star. How can this be? Heiyu Ao was in disbelief. The great Master Shirsan, why would he come from a backward middle-grade life planet? The fact that Master Shirsan was from Kanglan Star, though shocking, was manageable. What Heiyu Ao found unbelievable was that the evolver he had targeted at random could actually be Master Shirsan. Why? Why am I so unlucky? The files came from the official source of Chenxi Main Star, leaving no doubt as to their authenticity. Combined with the attitude of his father, Heiyu Mo, Just moments ago, Heiyuao realized the magnitude of his offense. It's over. Heiyuao's face turned ashen. He was well aware of the consequences of offending Master Shisan. Even if Master Shisan didn't pursue the matter, his father, Heiyuamo, with his character, would never let it go. As Heiyuao trembled with fear, a figure in a black overcoat appeared silently. Standing behind Heiyuao, the figure spoke in an icy tone, "Mr. Ao, please come with me." Chapter 229, Update Martial Path Evolutionary Path. The Heiyu family. Heiyuamo sat on the throne in the Grand Hall. His gaze was deep as he looked towards the cosmic starry sky. At his ears, a highly secretive fluctuation resounded. Heiyuamo, you have infiltrated human civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. All along you have done very well, but today you need to do one last thing. Kill Shisan, the Peak Master. That Shisan Peak Master, who has just stepped into the 6th rank and is the tribe's great diviner, has confirmed that his life mark is not yet fully integrated into the universe. At this time, if you kill him, he will die completely with no possibility of resurrection. If it were anyone else, even an 8th layer powerhouse, it wouldn't be possible to break into Chikuan Main Star and kill that Shisan Peak Master. But you, Heiyuamo, are different. You are under the command of Chikuan Star Lord, and you have the right to enter Chikuan Main Star. Secondly, your youngest son once suppressed Shisan Peak Master. If you take your youngest son to Chikuan Main Star to offer an apology, you will have a chance to meet Shisan Peak Master. At that time, make your move. After calculations by the tribe's great diviner, you have a 10% chance of killing Shisan Peak Master. A series of extremely subtle vibrations entered Heiyuamo's ears, transforming into information he could understand. Kill Shisan Peak Master. Heiyuamo remained silent. He knew very well that the chances of killing Shisan Peak Master under the watchful eyes of Chikuan Star Lord were exceedingly slim. And no matter whether he succeeded in killing him or not, he, Heiyuamo, and the entire Heiyu family would be doomed. Heiyuamo, the talent and potential shown by Shisan Peak Master suggests that he may become a 7th rank monarch, or even ascend to 8th layer. For hundreds of thousands of years, you have been stuck at 7th rank marquee level. If you can kill Shisan Peak Master, it will all be worth it. As for the Heiyu family you run, considering your youngest son's oppression of Shisan Peak Master, the downfall of the Heiyu family is only a matter of time. The subtle vibration continued. I am not sure that I can kill Shisan Peak Master within the perceptual range of the Star Lord. Heiyuamo replied. The subtle vibration stated he had a 10% chance of killing Shisan Peak Master. But Heiyuamo felt that a 10% chance was too high. Based on his understanding of the Star Lord, as long as it was on the main star, he could appear instantaneously at any location. Regarding this, the tribe's great diviner is prepared. This secret technique can grant you 8th layer strength in an instant. As long as Chikuan Star Lord is not constantly on guard against you, there is a chance of killing Shisan Peak Master. A subtle vibration transmitted a secret technique. Secret technique? Heiyuamo glanced at it. This secret technique required him to burn everything of himself. Physical soul, lifespan, and potential, to gain a temporary surge in strength. Using this secret technique, he indeed had a chance to kill Shisan Peak Master, but he would not survive afterwards. After the event, he would die from the backlash of the secret technique without the need for any action from the Red Kuan lineage. Heiyuamo remained silent. Heiyuamo, as long as you do as I told, whether successful or not, your tribe, your people, will be granted 10 constellations as their home. My insect race will dispatch massive resources and treasures to cultivate your people and tribe. The subtle vibration continued. I understand. Heiyuamo replied softly. Shortly after, Heiyuao was brought into the palace. Father? Heiyuao's limbs were trembling, and his lips quivered as he looked at Heiyuamo seated on the throne. Heiyuamo's expression was calm as he looked down at his youngest son. The act of Heiyuao suppressing Lin Yuan was criticized by many in the Heiyu family, but to other species, it was seen as an opportunity. It was because of Heiyuao's rashness that Heiyuamo had the opportunity to take Heiyuao to meet Shisan Peak Master. Without this incident, Heiyuamo would have no pretext to meet Shisan Peak Master. Forcing a meeting without reason could have likely alerted the divination class evolvers on Chikuan Main Star to something unusual. Everything in the universe follows its natural laws. Under normal circumstances, Heiyuamo would not need to urgently meet Shisan Peak Master. If he insisted on doing so, it would be abnormal and prompt the divination class evolvers to delve deeper. But with Heiyuao it was different. My son once oppressed you and now we have come here to offer apologies. This would seem reasonable and normal. No one could find fault with it. My tribe. Although Mo appeared calm on the surface, his mind was intensely conflicted. He came from a weak tribe deep within the star space. The war between human civilization and the insect race affected the tribe where Mo originated. Under unavoidable circumstances, Mo had no choice but to follow his tribe and ally with the insect race. Because of his decent evolutionary talent and potential, the insect race arranged for him to enter the territory of human civilization. It is fairly common for members of weak tribes like Mos to occasionally drift into human civilization territory and settle down there. Human civilization did not take too many precautions against such beings, enabling Mo to join Chikuan Star Lord and establish the formidable Heyu family. Of course, due to Mo's foreign origin, it was impossible for him to become a high-ranking member of human civilization. Establishing the Heyu family was already the limit. Father. Mother. Mo's thoughts drifted as if he had returned to hundreds of thousands of years ago when he was still a child, running across the plains with his parents. Life was so carefree back then. If not for the war between humans and the insect race, he would probably be very happy now, staying by his parents' side, not needing to think or do anything. Chapter 230, Update Martial Path Evolutionary Path _2. Father's shoulders were wide, sturdy enough to bear the livelihood of their entire family. After so many years, father and mother have long been dead. Mo's thoughts returned to reality. Though his father and mother had passed, the other clan members, whose names Mo could no longer recall, were still his kin. In Mo's heart, these members of the Heyu family were nothing more than tools to disguise his true identity. Ever since he had infiltrated human civilization, Mo had not let his guard down for a moment. Father, mother, I will come to see you soon. Mo stood up and walked over to the trembling Ao, helped him up and said, "Come, let's go apologize to the 13th Peak Master." Chikuan Main Star. In the square of the central continent. Mo, accompanied by Ao, sought an audience with the 13th Peak Master. Brother Mo, your youngest son. The steward of the Red Kuan lineage looked at Mo with a trace of pity on his face. Since the identity of the 13th Peak Master was made public, every bit of information about Lin Yuan had been unearthed. Among them was the issue of Ao suppressing the 13th Peak Master. In others' eyes, Mo was just terribly unlucky, having had a good standing in the family, only to offend the 13th Peak Master because of his youngest son. How unfair was that? In fact, Ao was unlucky too. For someone of his direct lineage in a prominent clan, using his power to suppress an evolver without any background was not unusual. The Human Civilization Alliance, governed by 3 goddesses from on high, rarely saw violations of the law. Yet suppression was unavoidable. Take for example, this company is mine, and if I don't like you, I can let the company fire you. Under the oversight of the 3 goddesses, at most the full penalty would be paid, and they wouldn't insist on employing a particular person. Give a message to the 13th Peak Master. Just tell him that I, Mo, have a valuable treasure to offer. Mo said softly to the steward. This was also to pique the 13th Peak Master's curiosity. To entice him into showing up for a meeting. Mo, as a 7th rank evolver, might be referring to a treasure of king-level ranking at the 7th rank. Such treasures, even valued by the Great Peak Master, the 2nd and the 3rd, would be taken seriously. Lin Yuan, having just become the 13th Peak Master, might have risen in status, but certainly didn't possess many treasures. Understood. The steward of the Red Kuan lineage nodded. He saw nothing strange in this. Moreover, coming over to seek forgiveness, one should not come empty-handed, right? After watching the steward leave, Mo composed himself. All he could do now was wait. Wait for the 13th Peak Master to summon him so he could activate that secret technique and strangle this human genius within the 6th rank. In exchange for a better living environment and resources for his race. Inside the palace on the peak, Lin Yuan received the news that Mo was bringing Ao to seek forgiveness. But, Lin Yuan had no intention of meeting them. Before his life imprint merged into the cosmos, Lin Yuan could hardly settle down to cultivate, let alone meet people. And his eldest senior brother had made it very clear. For Lin Yuan, the most important thing now was to integrate his life imprint into the cosmos. As for everything else, even meeting his teacher, the Chikuan Star Lord, could be postponed, let alone Mo. It's almost time. Lin Yuan breathed out lightly, his eyes shining. Integrating the life imprint, though not difficult, and something any 6th rank evolver could achieve, was a process that required patience and could not be rushed. Kanglan Star. Continental Manor. Xiaoyuan's seclusion is lasting quite long this time. Lu Qiong's face showed a hint of worry. Isn't that normal? Lin Shouqing had grown accustomed. After all, my son is Kanglan Star's once-in-10 millennia genius. What's a few months of seclusion? I've heard those higher-rank evolvers, every time they seclude themselves, it could be for dozens or even hundreds of years. Lin Shouqing said. Right, daughter. Lin Shouqing glanced at Lin Yi not far away. At the moment, Lin Yi was watching the 13th Peak Master's combat videos over and over. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yi responded nonchalantly. Just then, the smart housekeeper mentioned that someone had come to visit. Governor Song has come over? Lu Qiong immediately stood up, ready to greet the visitor personally. Because of Lin Yuan's championship in the arena competition, Song Weiyang often came over to pay his respects. So, Song Weiyang's visit did not attract much attention from the family. Very soon Song Weiyang walked in. Governor Song, Xiaoyuan is currently in closed meditation and can't come out for the time being. I'm sorry? Lu Qiong's face was full of apologies. She naturally knew that Song Weiyang's visit could only mean he was looking for Lin Yuan. As for them, they didn't have the status to warrant a personal visit from Governor Song. I'll notify Xiaoyuan right away. Lin Shouqing got up, intending to send a message to Lin Yuan. Of course, such a notification was like leaving a voicemail, which Lin Yuan would only see when he was done with his affairs. No need, no need. Song Weiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Mr. Lin must be busy over at Chikuan Main Star. I just came over to have a look. I wouldn't dare disturb him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong and Lin Shouqing looked slightly stunned. What did Song Weiyang just say? Xiaoyuan is on Chikuan Main Star. Governor Song, you must be mistaken. My brother was still in meditation in the main building a few days ago. Lin Yi, noticing the error in Song Weiyang's words, couldn't help but interject. Little E, Lu Qiong glared at Lin Yi. Even if Song Weiyang was mistaken, it wasn't appropriate to point it out directly. That was too impolite. Haha, don't worry about it, Governor Song. Little E is just like that. But still, you must pay attention to rest amidst your busy schedule. Lin Shouqing seized the opportunity to say. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lu and Miss Lin. Song Weiyang's expression became solemn. I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin should indeed be on Chikuan Main Star. Song Weiyang paused for a moment, then continued. Also, there is some great news I need to share. Your son, Mr. Lin Yuan, is the 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage. Song Weiyang declared. As soon as these words came out, Lin Shouqing, Lu Qiong and Lin Yi looked at Song Weiyang. It seems like Governor Song has indeed been overworking himself. Lin Shouqing stepped forward to smooth things over. However, Governor, such a joke about the 13th Peak Master isn't appropriate, that's. Lin Shouqing hinted delicately. With his status, he naturally had no place to correct a planetary governor. But this matter could be big or small and could even involve his own family, so Lin Shouqing summoned the courage to speak. Ha! Song Weiyang saw their reactions and showed no sign of surprise. When he first learned that the 13th Peak Master's true identity was Lin Yuan, he was no less shocked. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lu and Miss Lin, I, Song Weiyang, am quite lucid. Your son is the 13th Peak Master. Soon, a guard unit from Chenxi Main Star will come to protect you, Song Weiyang said earnestly. Ah! Lu Qiong and Lin Shouqing looked at each other in bewilderment. It was at this moment that they faintly realized that Song Weiyang was not joking. Impossible. My brother is just at 4th rank while the 13th Peak Master is at 6th rank. Lin Yi couldn't help but say. That's because the 13th Peak Master's talent and aptitude are too terrifying. If he revealed his true identity, those different species would surely keep attempting assassinations continuously, Song Weiyang said without hesitation. He then directly shared the identity confirmation document from Chenxi Main Star with them. This, Lu Qiong and Lin Shouqing were flabbergasted. After seeing the unique seal of Chenxi Main Star on the document, they took a while to come to their senses. Then I'll take my leave now. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time. Seeing the situation, Song Weiyang immediately got up to leave. He had come specifically to inform Lu Qiong and Lin Shouqing of this matter, in order to gain their favor. Now that he had achieved his goal and Lu Qiong and the Lin family probably had a lot to discuss, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to remain. On Chikuan Main Star, at the palace atop the 13th peak, finally, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Ever since he arrived at Chikuan Main Star, he hadn't rested at all, constantly integrating his life force brand into the universe. At last he had completed it. Right before stepping into 6th rank, the martial path evolutionary path had already been nearly perfected. A thought suddenly struck Lin Yuan. The perfected martial path evolutionary path was no longer limited to Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. It could include all sorts of world energy rules into the martial arts system and cultivate according to the martial Tao cultivation system. Let's upload it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After advancing into 6th rank he had always been busy. Only the changes in the door to the myriad realms had distracted him for a while. Now, finally having some time, he was ready to upload the martial path evolutionary path. The perfected martial path evolutionary path significantly reduced the threshold for cultivation. Lin Yuan was somewhat eager to see what the three goddesses would think of it. Chapter 231 Star Domain Rankings. Please subscribe. Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Lin Yuan's thoughts diverged, his expression showing brief contemplation. After its refinement, the martial path evolutionary path saw a significant enhancement in potential. Apart from the Tao of Taiji formed by Taiyin and Taiyang, evolvers could choose their own preferred paths and then combine them with others to form many branches. Furthermore, the lower limit of the martial path evolutionary path, or more accurately, the training threshold, had also been reduced significantly. Simply put, it is more adaptable, and the evolvers practicing martial Tao have greater hopes of advancing to the 3rd rank, 4th rank, and 5th rank. Spreading the evolutionary path related to oneself, the more lives that practice it, the more it enhances certain foundations, aiding the ultimate leap in the future. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The related to oneself here could be like the ancient gods' evolutionary path, imitating everything about the ancient gods. It could also be like Lin Yuan, who established a certain evolutionary path and then spread it. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan actively connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected Level 5 Citizen Lin Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. The solemn and chilly voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. I need to update the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan spoke. Lin Yuan had not yet created the 6th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path, so it was somewhat inaccurate to say he was uploading. It was merely a refinement of the previously existing 2nd layer chapter, 3rd rank chapter, 4th rank chapter, and 5th rank section, so it was more appropriate to refer to it as an update. Afterwards, Lin Yuan then synchronized the refined martial path evolutionary path to the Goddess of Wisdom in its entirety. Just after the Goddess of Wisdom received the martial path evolutionary path, in a mysterious space far away from the Jianghu main star, massive screens flickered rapidly, crazily analyzing and deducing the latest martial path evolutionary path. This evolutionary path is likely to advance to the 8th layer, re-evaluation beginning, preliminary evaluation. The latest martial path evolutionary path significantly reduces the training threshold and increases ultimate potential. Beginning in-depth evaluation. In-depth evaluation. Starting from the 2nd layer chapter, the difficulty of training shows a significant downward trend, analyzing reasons. This evolutionary path incorporates various energies into the system. In-depth evaluation. The fusion of different energies will produce unforeseen variables, which could be worse or better. In-depth evaluation. Evaluation of martial path evolutionary path enhanced. Overall potential increased. In-depth evaluation. The creator of this evolutionary path, personal security level risen, reached 9-star level. Contacting the Goddess of Freedom, Goddess of Justice, re-evaluation starting. Jianghu main star. At the central plaza. Heyu Mo's expression remained unchanged, but inside he was growing anxious. What does this 13-peak master mean? I've mentioned offering treasures, yet he won't even meet with me? Heyu Mo's eyebrows twitched. He regarded his actions as flawless. Coming here to apologize and seeking an audience with the 13 Peaks Master, everything was logical and legitimate. He couldn't find any fault. Even if the 13 Peaks Master didn't forgive him, he ought to at least meet with him once to inquire what treasures were offered, right? But now, his self-abasing plea had not received any response at all. If I wait any longer, the 13 Peaks Master may complete the integration of the life brand. Heyu Mo steadied his spirit and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. If the 13 Peaks Master successfully integrates the life brand, even if Heyu Mo successfully kills him, he would be smoothly resurrected later on. Indeed, that evolver from the insect race had said, regardless of whether he could utterly destroy the 13 Peaks Master, his clan and race would receive sufficient favor and corresponding resource allocation. But utterly destroying the 13 Peaks Master versus not achieving an utter destruction or not killing at all, would definitely affect the final treatment of his race. Since he would die in the aftermath no matter what, Mo naturally hoped his death would be worthwhile. No rush. Take your time. I now must not reveal any abnormality. Mo knew, being in the Red Kuan lineage, he was being watched by countless eyes. He had to maintain a demeanor befitting his status. I don't believe the 13 Peaks Master won't come out. Mo took a deep breath. Estimating the time, the 13 Peaks Master must have completed the integration of the life brand by now. Mo knew, the chance to utterly destroy the 13 Peaks Master was no longer substantial. Now he could only consider killing the 13 Peaks Master, and even if he was resurrected by the human race's supreme being later, it would be many years later. And for the human race to resurrect the 13 Peaks Master, a huge price would need to be paid. The evolver from the insect race had tasked Mo with the assassination, risking his life. And Mo never considered making the supreme being of the insect race resurrect him. Because the insect race would likely never agree. Even if the insect race agreed, Mo wouldn't believe it. At the palace atop the 13 peaks, Lin Yuan waited for a while and, finding that the goddess of wisdom was still evaluating the martial path evolutionary path, he connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered his personal space. Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor request list. The list was densely packed. At a rough count, there were at least tens of thousands of citizens wishing to visit him. And this number was increasing every moment. The identity of the 13 Peaks Master indeed attracts too much attention. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, setting the visitor filter to 6th rank evolvers, or his own relatives and friends. Suddenly, the visitor list cleared out. Mom and Dad left me a message. Lin Yuan scanned the message list. The so-called messages were not call requests and wouldn't disturb Lin Yuan. Chapter 232 Star Domain Rankings. Please subscribe. _2. It's time we met. Lin Yuan invited his parents and sister into his personal space. In less than a moment, Lin Shouqing, Lu Qiong, and Lin Yi appeared in the personal space. Brother? Lin Yi looked at Lin Yuan with admiration. Now standing before her was not just her brother, but the Peak Master of Shursan, whose countless fans throughout the Qikuan star domain yearned for a glimpse. Xiaoyuan, these few days you spent on the Qikuan main star, Kanglan star was celebrating like it was a festival. Governor Song personally made an appearance, congratulating you on becoming the Peak Master of Shursan alongside all the citizens. Numerous corporate enterprises even spent vast amounts of money to hang a huge banner outside the planet. Lu Qiong said with a smile. Lin Yuan smiled silently. Becoming the Peak Master of Shursan had indeed had a profound impact on Kanglan Star. Without mentioning the many other benefits, let me point out one. From now on, Kanglan Star might become the must-visit holy land of the entire Qikuan star domain. Every year, countless tourists from major star domains will specifically visit Kanglan Star to witness the planet where the Peak Master of Shursan once resided. Just from tourism revenue alone, Kanglan Star could probably earn a fortune. Therefore, all of Kanglan Star, from top to bottom, owes Lin Yuan gratitude. Xiaoyuan, Lin Shouqing was overjoyed. Our Lin family has truly honored our ancestors. This is not just any honoring of ancestors. I don't know how many good deeds I did in my past life. The ancients say, when one man attains the Tao, his pets ascend to heaven. In our case, it's more than ascending to heaven. Those big shots are nearly kneeling at our doorstep. In these past few days, Lin Shouqing had felt deeply moved. Previously, Lin Yuan was known as the champion of the arena competition. But in the eyes of Kanglan Star's top decision-makers, he was at most given extra attention, as they valued only Lin Yuan himself. However now, these big shots treated their family even more warmly and respectfully than their own parents. Lin Yuan listened with a smile as his parents and sister shared their feelings. As the Peak Master of Shursan, his power and influence within the Qikuan star domain were terrifying. Not just the corporate forces of Kanglan Star, but even one of the 5 great forces of the star domain like the Heiyu family had to try everything to curry his favor. And Lin Yuan's family members were certainly being showered with various praises. By the way, Xiaoyuan, as if recalling something, Lu Qiong pulled out a list and said, Governor Song gave me a list to give to you. It contains the names of people who cursed you online during the Heiyu family incident. In this era of interstellar civilization, every citizen enjoys the freedom of speech. But this freedom of speech is on the condition that it does not harm other citizens. Online insults, strictly speaking, can be pursued by the insulted party. Punish the few ringleaders and let the rest go, Lin Yuan looked at the list and said casually. Given the pressure exerted by the Heiyu family at that time and their guidance of public opinion, countless citizens had been led astray. If all were pursued, perhaps 1/10 of Kanglan Star's citizens would be unfortunate. After chatting with his family, Lin Yuan disconnected the virtual world connection. Should be about settled now, right? Lin Yuan waited for the response from the goddess of wisdom. A moment later, the solemn voice of the goddess of wisdom transmitted. Respected 5th-rank citizen Lin Yuan, according to the final verdict, the updated martial path evolutionary path you've provided has significantly lowered its threshold and greatly enhanced its potential. Apart from the original value of the evolutionary path, you will be awarded an additional 500,000 merit points. 500,000 merit points? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. This time he had only updated the martial path evolutionary path, without uploading subsequent content for the martial path evolutionary path. He originally thought that an award of 1 or 200,000 merit points would suffice, so 500,000 merit points were unexpected. To know, even combining the first-tier chapter to the 5th-rank chapter of the previous martial path evolutionary path wouldn't even come close to 500,000 merit points. The probability of advancing to the 6th rank is 95%. The probability of advancing to the 7th rank is 30%, and the probability of advancing to the 8th layer evolution path is 10%. Lin Yuan also glanced at the latest information on the martial path evolutionary path. The probability of advancing to the 6th rank evolution path has not changed, still at 95%. Lin Yuan slightly nodded, feeling nothing strange. A 95% chance of advancing to the 6th rank represented a very high probability, as most 5th rank evolution paths have only a 30 to 40% chance of advancing to the 6th rank. Over 50% is considered extremely good, let alone 95%. The chance for advancing to the 7th rank has increased by 10%, and the chance for advancing to the 8th layer has increased by 5%. Lin Yuan speculated that the increase in the probability of advancing to the 7th and 8th ranks was entirely due to the integration of various energy systems, which induced a kind of transformation and sublimation to the entire martial arts evolution system. Let's take a look at the latest rankings of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Lin Yuan continued to check the updated information of the martial Tao evolutionary path, looking at the rankings column. First in the Kanglan evolution ranking. 12th in the Chikuan evolution rankings? Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. If he remembered correctly, weren't the martial Tao evolutionary path previously ranked 53rd in the Chikuan evolution rankings? 12th. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Ordinary evolvers might not understand what this meant. But as the peak master of Shursan, Lin Yuan naturally knew what it meant to be ranked in the top 50 on the Chikuan evolution rankings. The Chikuan evolution rankings were divided into 2 levels. The top 50. The bottom 50. The evolution paths in the top 50 were all 7th or 8th rank evolution pathways. As for the bottom 50, there were 7th rank evolution pathways and 6th rank evolution pathways. It was already unthinkable for the martial Tao evolutionary path to previously make it to the 53rd place in the Chikuan evolution rankings with a 5th rank evolution pathway. After all, from 50th to 100th place in the Chikuan evolution rankings were either 6th or 7th rank evolution pathways. But now, the martial Tao evolutionary path had actually made it into the top 50. And it was a prominent position in the top 50, 12th place. Keep in mind the martial Tao evolutionary path was still a 5th rank evolution pathway. A mere 5th rank evolution pathway had broken into a ranking dominated by 7th and 8th rank evolution pathways? Chikuan Prime Virtual World. Central Plaza area. Many evolvers and high-ranking citizens had gathered. In pairs and small groups they talked quietly. Even though more than a year had passed, the main topic among the many evolvers on the plaza was still the martial Tao evolutionary path. There was no choice. The martial Tao evolutionary path was too exaggerated, too unique. The top 100 evolution paths of the Chikuan evolution rankings were 6th, 7th, and 8th rank evolution pathways. The only one mixed in was a 5th rank evolution pathway. It inevitably drew a second glance. I bet that once the 6th rank chapter of the martial Tao evolutionary path is uploaded, its ranking will definitely rise again, breaking into the top 50. Nonsense, now the martial Tao evolutionary path is already in the top 53. Once the 6th rank chapter is uploaded, the overall rank will rise. As long as the 6th rank chapter performs steadily, it could probably break into the top 30 or 20. All the evolution paths in the top 50 of the Chikuan evolution rankings are 7th or 8th rank evolution pathways. If the Martial Tao evolutionary path can break into it with a 6th rank evolution pathway TSK. The many evolvers talked rapidly among themselves. Just then, the Chikuan evolution rankings began to refresh. The 100 evolution paths on the ranking board simultaneously blurred. All the evolvers in the plaza stared at the evolution rankings full of anticipation. Several breaths later, the Chikuan evolution rankings refresh was complete. Damn it. The Martial Tao evolutionary path has broken into the top 50. Not just the top 50, it's the 12th place. Almost broke into the top 10. What's going on? I thought after uploading the 6th ranked chapter, it could about make it into the top 20 or 30. It seems I still underestimated the scholar who developed this evolution path. Let me see what is so exquisite about the 6th ranked chapter of the Martial Tao evolutionary path that it allowed the Martial Tao evolutionary path to rise from 53rd to 12th place. Countless evolvers, filled with anticipation and excitement, went to the purchasing interface of the Martial Tao evolutionary path, looking to buy the 6th ranked chapter. Immediately, everyone discovered a horrifying scene. Martial Tao evolutionary path did not have a 6th ranked chapter. Chapter 233 beginning the 5th shuttle, end of this volume, please subscribe. What's going on? Where's the 6th ranked chapter? Where is the 6th ranked chapter of my Martial Path evolutionary path? Has the virtual world not updated? Or is it a network problem? Countless evolvers were in an uproar. In everyone's view, for the Martial Path evolutionary path to leap forward by more than 40 ranks from the original 53rd to the 12th, the only possibility was the upload of the 6th ranked chapter. Without the enhancement of the 6th ranked chapter, how could the Martial Path evolutionary path break into the 12th position on the Chikuan evolution rankings? In fact, even if the Martial Path evolutionary path had uploaded the 6th ranked chapter, such a rapid rise in the rankings was incredible. However, incredible as it may be, it is understandable. After all, with an additional 6th ranked chapter, the Martial Path evolutionary path was truly a 6th rank evolution path, and such potential for improvement, when thought through carefully, does make sense. But now, without the 6th ranked chapter? Without the 6th ranked chapter, how did we break into the 12th rank? Many evolvers initially thought it was a delay in the virtual world update, or a network latency in their area. That's what caused them not to see this 6th ranked chapter. However, after communicating and finding that others also hadn't seen this 6th ranked chapter, they were stunned. If it was just 1 or 2 evolvers who hadn't discovered the 6th ranked chapter, it might have been due to other factors, an isolated case, or perhaps network latency. But if no one has seen the 6th ranked chapter, then there's only one possibility. That is that the Martial Path evolutionary path doesn't have a 6th ranked chapter. But this possibility leads to another astonishing fact. How did the Martial Path evolutionary path, without a 6th ranked chapter, break into the 12th spot on the Chikuan evolution rankings? If you say that the Martial Path evolutionary path, with only up to the 5th rank, entered the 53rd spot on the Chikuan evolution rankings, it's like mixing an elementary student among a group of college students. Extremely conspicuous. Then still only with 5th rank, the Martial Path evolutionary path broke into the top 50, into the 12th position. It's akin to an infant with a pacifier mixing among a group of PhDs? How the hell is that possible? What on earth is going on? Without uploading the 6th ranked chapter, how is the Martial Path evolutionary path now 12th? It seems like the Martial Path evolutionary path has changed a bit. The word count of the 2nd layer chapter to the 5th stage section has been modified. It's normal for there to be modifications. The evolution paths on the ranking list aren't set in stone. Occasionally there are some changes, but that still doesn't explain how the Martial Path evolutionary path became 12th. Maybe the reason lies within the modified content. Many evolvers and high-level citizens began to notice that the content they had purchased from the 2nd layer chapter to the 5th stage section had changed. So everyone subconsciously started to review it. How is this possible? The Martial Path evolutionary path can incorporate any energy system? It's too incredible. No wonder there was such a significant climb in the rankings. The qualitative change, it boosts the potential of the Martial Path evolutionary path. A 6th rank evolver's expression changed slightly. With his insight, he could just make out the impact of the changes to the Martial Path evolutionary path. If the Martial Path evolutionary path was no longer limited to Taiyin and Taiyang, then the many evolvers of human civilization following the Martial Path evolutionary path would benefit, able to follow the paths they were proficient in. This could be a qualitative breakthrough in the chances of producing higher rank evolvers. No wonder the Martial Path evolutionary path, before uploading the 6th rank, was able to break into the top 12 on the Chiquan evolution rankings. No wonder the great scholar who established the martial path evolutionary path would personally update the path. Because this is extremely important for martial arts evolutionaries. Truly worthy of being an evolution scholar, to have expanded the martial path evolutionary path to such heights. No good, previously I was only vaguely aware of Taiyin and Taiyang, which is why I didn't follow the martial path evolutionary path. Now, I don't need to grasp Taiyin and Taiyang, the martial path evolutionary path can still be cultivated, so I need to switch evolution paths. Me too, this is the masterpiece of some evolution scholar. After all, there's definitely no mistake in following it for cultivation. Many evolvers left the Central Plaza area, clearly intending to pass the news on to their backing family powers. Chiquan main star, palace at the peak of the 13 peaks. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 500,000 merit points. It's enough for a promotion to a level 6 citizen. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The perfected martial path evolutionary path had been rewarded with an enormous sum of 500,000 merit points by the goddess of wisdom. You should know that there are only a few ways to acquire merit points. Without exception, they are awarded for making contributions to human civilization. Other than founding a complete and new evolution path like Lin Yuan, or developing other technologies beneficial to human civilization, the main channel is to go to the battlefields of different races to kill alien beings in exchange for merit points. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, killing alien strong ones would grant corresponding amounts of merit points. A 6th rank alien race strongman is worth 1,000 merit points. A 7th rank alien race strongman is worth between 10,000 and 100,000 merit points. An 8th rank alien race is worth over 1,000,000 merit points. The 500,000 merit points that Lin Yuan had received was equivalent to half an 8th rank alien race strongman? Or perhaps dozens of 7th rank alien race strong ones. Of course, killing alien strong ones is just one way to obtain merit points. On the battlefields of different races, if one could lead an army of evolvers to victory in local warfare against the alien races. Chapter 234 starting the 5th shuttle, end of this volume, please subscribe, _2. Even without killing an alien strong one can still obtain the corresponding merit points. It's too dangerous. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. On the battlefields of different races, earning merit points sounds easy. Killing a 6th rank alien strong one can earn you 1,000 points. But in reality, a 6th rank alien won't just wait for you to kill them. It requires evolvers to risk their lives. A 6th rank evolver wanting to kill a 6th rank alien strong one really needs to pay a great price, and that alien strong one isn't a fool either. If they know they are outmatched, they will flee. Defeating a 6th rank alien is easy. Killing them is difficult. And alien strong ones often do not come alone, but in clusters. In such situations, killing them is really difficult. It is the same with all 6th rank aliens. Not to mention the 7th and 8th ranks. Thousands of years ago, the Chiquan Star Lord, enraged by the assassination of a disciple, went on a killing spree on the alien battlefields. But most of those he killed were aliens below the 6th rank. Basically cannon fodder. The truly powerful aliens had fled early. And after a while, the Chiquan Star Lord was blocked by alien strong ones of the same rank. All the alien strong ones capable of stalemating with human civilization, close in power to the insect race notwithstanding, are extremely powerful. Upgrade to a 6th rank citizen, Lin Yuan thought to himself. His citizenship rank instantly upgraded from 5th rank to 6th rank. From 5th rank citizen to 6th rank citizen, it requires 500,000 merit points, which Lin Yuan had already saved by perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Moments later, Lin Yuan successfully became a 6th rank citizen. At the same time, an email from the Human Civilization Alliance was sent to Lin Yuan's inbox. The email content generally introduced some of the many privileges of a 6th rank citizen. Most privileges of a 6th rank citizen are advanced versions of those of a 5th rank citizen. Besides, a 6th rank citizen compared to a 5th rank citizen has an additional benefit, a certain privilege. The benefit being that upon promotion to a 6th rank citizen, one will receive a bottle of evolution elixir issued by human civilization. 6th rank evolution elixir. The function of this evolution elixir is to forcibly elevate an evolver's physical body and soul to the 6th rank level. Of course, only the physical body and soul are enhanced. As for the comprehension of rules and the understanding of evolutionary paths, those will not change as they cannot be improved by external means. This benefit exists specifically for scientists and developers who aren't skilled in the paths of evolution. These scientists and developers might have made significant contributions to human civilization but lack evolutionary talent, being only second or third rank evolvers. And taking gene elixirs and the like carries the risk of death. So, once the level of citizenship reaches the 6th rank, one can obtain the 6th rank evolution elixir. The 6th rank evolution elixir, when taken, carries no risks, and the physical body and soul perfectly transform. Of course, human civilization grants such a benefit to 6th rank citizens primarily to enable them to live thousands to tens of thousands more years. To continue contributing to human civilization. 6th rank evolution elixir. Lin Yuan looked astonished. Such a rare treasure that can elevate an ordinary person to the status of 6th rank evolver in one stride is obviously priceless. At least Lin Yuan hadn't seen such a product on the market app when he was a 5th rank citizen, clearly not having sufficient privileges. However, evolvers who step into the 6th rank by taking the 6th rank evolution elixir are estimated to be at the lowest end of the 6th rank combat power, Lin Yuan was aware. The combat power of 6th rank evolvers is composed of multiple aspects. One is the basic strength of a 6th rank level. Another is mastery of the secret techniques they wield. Third is the degree of perception of rules. And fourth is the strength of their own cultivation evolutionary path. Evolvers who took the 6th rank evolution elixir possess only the basic strength of the 6th rank. The second privilege, or eligibility, of a 6th rank citizen is to participate in the Star Alliance conference held once every century. The so-called Star Alliance is an alliance formed of multiple star domains. Currently, the Chikuan Star Domain is part of the Annan Star Alliance. And the Star Alliance Conference is initiated by the official Annan Star Alliance, with only the 6th rank citizens and above eligible to participate. At the Star Alliance Conference, all participating citizens can propose their suggestions. The scale of these suggestions can vary greatly. On a small scale, it concerns individual benefits. For instance, a 6th rank citizen might suggest they lack a personal battleship and therefore apply to the Annan Star Alliance. The Annan Star Alliance will most likely allocate a battleship to this 6th rank citizen. On a large scale, it involves altering certain laws within the Annan Star Alliance, such as a 6th rank citizen who feels that the death penalty isn't humane and wants to abolish it. The Annan Star Alliance will consider this suggestion and eventually respond with approval, rejection, or reservation. Of course, the laws here solely refer to those internal to the Star Alliance. As for the charter laws enacted by the Cosmic Human Alliance, they are beyond what a 6th rank citizen can question. Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan pondered. This conference symbolizes the supreme power of a Star Alliance, and only 6th rank citizens who have made significant contributions to human civilization are qualified to participate. After carefully reviewing the many privileges of 6th rank citizens, Lin Yuan stood up and walked out of the palace. Take me to see the teacher. Lin Yuan glanced at the supervisor outside the palace. Yes, Peak Master, please follow me. The supervisor, showing great respect, led Lin Yuan towards the largest central mountain. I've seen the teacher, inside the Crimson Palace. Chapter 235 commencing the 5th shuttle, end of this volume, please subscribe. _3. Lin Yuan bowed slightly towards the Chikuan Star Lord, who was seated on the throne. Ha 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 ha. My good disciple, quickly stand up. The Chikuan Star Lord immediately said. His gaze towards Lin Yuan grew increasingly satisfied. Lin Yuan had truly outdone himself. During this period he had won so much face for him that, although those old geezers didn't say much, their envious tones plainly showed they wished they could snatch Lin Yuan away to be their own disciple. How are you feeling? Are you acclimating well? The Chikuan Star Lord asked with concern. It was Lin Yuan's first time on Chikuan Main Star, and he might be somewhat unaccustomed to it. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. That's good then, the Chikuan Star Lord said, a smile appearing on his face. If you have any issues, tell your teacher directly. The Chikuan Star Lord said. Then, after talking with the Chikuan Star Lord for a while, Lin Yuan got up and left. On the 13 peaks, Lin Yuan gathered with his 12 senior martial brothers. Congratulations, junior brother. Haha, finally getting to see you in person, junior brother. The 12 senior martial brothers warmly greeted him. Right, junior brother, the 3rd senior brother asked. Are you planning to meet Mo or not? As soon as he said this, the rest of the senior martial brothers instantly quieted down and turned their gazes to Lin Yuan. Mo? After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan said, better not to meet. There's nothing worth discussing. Lin Yuan had no intention of meeting Mo at all. Understood, the 3rd senior brother nodded immediately upon hearing this. If Lin Yuan were willing to meet with Mo, it would imply there was room for easing tensions between the two. It was simply a matter of how much Heyu would have to pay as a price. But the refusal to meet made Lin Yuan's intentions crystal clear. It's time to investigate the Heyu family, the second senior brother hinted. Leave it to me, the Heyu family will halt all commercial activities, all members are forbidden from leaving their resident planets, and accept the surveillance of the Chikuan lineage, the third senior brother declared. This statement effectively announced the downfall of the Heyu family. The Heyu family had a profound influence within the Chikuan star domain. A direct clampdown wouldn't look good. However, by employing surveillance to force a cessation of all activities, it was akin to death by 1,000 cuts. Their decline was a matter of time. For the Chikuan lineage, the Heyu family was nothing more than a dog kept outside. If the dog failed to obey, it could be easily replaced. Now that the dog had dared to bite its master, it could no longer be kept. Thank you, my fellow senior brothers, Lin Yuan said earnestly. What's there to thank for? We are brothers. In the future we must support each other, they responded. Yes, this is trivial, the 12 senior martial brothers said with a chuckle. Half a day later, Lin Yuan returned to the palace where he had been in seclusion. Everything is pretty much taken care of. I can proceed with the traversal. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, his consciousness sinking into his mind, arriving in front of the grand and magnificent door to the myriad realms. Let's first have a look at some information on this traversal. Lin Yuan allowed a sliver of consciousness to merge into the door to the myriad realms. In a daze, Lin Yuan found himself before a colossal, boundless world. This world. In a flash of astonishment, Lin Yuan saw an immortal mountain shrouded in immortal qi, a wasteland enveloped in ghostly energy, and a massive nest deep in demonic power. This world. Outside the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Through the slight touch of his consciousness, he knew that this traversal would grant him a stay of 500 years in the other world, with the passage of time in the main world amounting to roughly 3 to 4 months. Let us begin. Lin Yuan's consciousness returned, and after some minor preparations, he announced he was entering seclusion. Finally, he once again faced the door to the myriad realms. With a slight thought, the door emitted a sucking force, drawing Lin Yuan's consciousness into it. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.